Go! Go!
Mystfwave everyone, Mystfglove
Go!
1 year of stream, Mystpop.
Go! Go!
OMG Woot, a whole
Go!
year of Twitch taking my money. Let's go for another. Hi guys, Mystfgay, I am Mystfglove.
Hello everyone. How's it going? Welcome to a Friday stream. I am back after Wednesday. Sadly, couldn't stream yesterday, even though I really wanted to. I figured, you know what, I'm just gonna take it easy and not make it worse. I am really bummed about it though, because I wanted to play more of the free-to-play account. Because it didn't see too much action. In fact, it didn't see any action last week. But yeah, it's just gonna have to wait a bit longer again. But so be it. Hopefully, at least today will go without problems. I guess that was my body's way of telling that maybe I have been stressing a bit too much lately, because of all the 2 migraines that have happened now within a week. So yeah, maybe I should just take the advice, even though I feel like I can go for more. I don't know, maybe it's not related to stress, maybe it is. That's the one annoying thing about the migraines, is that you can't tell. They could just be completely random, maybe I just got insanely unlucky, or maybe they are because of stress or something. So, it's all a speculation and whatnot. But nevertheless, I am back now. It is Friday, it is a good day. We're about to enter weekend mode. Everything is cool and nice, and hopefully you guys are having a cool day as well. And today is the day. Today is the day when we're hopefully going to be able to conclude the yearly class tier lists by talking about the second half of the extra classes. If everything goes according to plan, that is. So, yeah, that is the plan. This list might be slightly shorter than last week, maybe not. I'm still expecting it to be very long regardless, even if it, like entry-wise, I think is the smallest of all the lists so far. But certainly a lot to say about a lot of these extra classes on this half as well. That's for sure. I can't. Okay, I'm gonna always gonna have to talk about my opinions about Alter Ego and Pretender as well, but so be it. It's just at least I don't have to open this can of worms too many times in a year. But yeah, I guess today we're gonna do a little bit of that too. Oh, the joy. Anyway, Therex with the 12 months. Thank you so much. Gabun as well with 12 months. Enjoy your grails, my dudes. Tom with the 1.5 years. Enjoy your new badge as well. And just now, Sleepy gifting Nano a sub. And Alex with the 28-month resub.
Pogmist grave.
Indeed. Welcome back to the Go Game, my dudes. Thank you so much. So yeah, also I can already... I'm pretty sure Plushie should be able to join me today. He hasn't actually responded to me yet, which is a bit alarming, but last night he did say that he can be here this morning for him. But here's hoping he didn't like fall asleep or something. I probably should have given him a notice like an hour or two ago as well. Because I like 5 minutes before I went live, I just told him that, oh, I'm going live in like 5 minutes. And he still hasn't responded, so I'm a bit scared, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, if he wakes up at some point, if he's not here, then, you know, he's just always gonna hop in as soon as he can. So we'll see what happens. I can't blame him, though, if he's sleepy, because, you know, it is very early for him in the morning. Who knows? Yeah, he's totally just prepping for, like, you know, good hot takes and whatnot. He hasn't fallen asleep or anything. Okay. So yeah, also final reminder for subs to vote for Subsat today. You have time until the end of the stream, and I believe the seal is gonna open very soon, in like momentarily here. I think it was used last week, basically during the intro of the stream on Friday. So if someone wants to use that, I think you can very soon. Not that I'm saying someone has to. I'm just reminding it's there. We can totally pull every game from the forum as well. That's fine. But yeah, there you go. Oh my god, is this Eddie Murphy's Party all the time? Dude, it's been so many years since I've heard this song. That's kind of wacky. It's kind of a nice tune, though. Well, there it is, actually. Let's already, did it. Do I have that game, by the way? Oh, I do.
Smug.
I know that's a part of a game series, but okay, it seems like I do have that game. Alright, cool. It's a bit huge JRPG series, Jax, basically. I hope that's like the first game or something, otherwise it's gonna be awkward to maybe jump in the middle. That's like the only game I have on Steam. So I'm hoping that's the first of the entries. No, it's not a gacha game, thank god for that. I could do with a gacha break. It's the first one? Okay, great, that works perfectly then. So we're playing some of that tomorrow, and something else as well. That we'll find out at the end of today's stream. Alrighty then. God damn, this song is so nostalgic to me. I remember when it was like the year was maybe like 2008 or something. I was just jamming to this song while playing like WoW or something. I don't know. That's what I remember in my head. What the fuck? It's so nostalgic. Okay, Jack, shut the fuck up. I'm not falling for that, okay? Okay, dude. You don't know Eddie Murphy? You're kidding me, right? You're fucking kidding me, dude. Dude, I thought you were joking. Oh my god. You know, he's one of the more successful African American, you know, comedic actors out there, I would say. You know, of all time, probably. Nothing, no biggie or anything like that. He even did this song. He doesn't really have a big career in music, but he did do this song, and it's kind of a jam. Yeah, he was in Shrek. He was. I think he played the donkey, right? I forgot the name of the character, but yeah, he was in there too. He's voice acted a lot in like cartoons and whatnot too, not just acting. He voice acts a lot. But there you go, Eddie Murphy. Great class act of a guy. Right. So yeah, this is the list. Very cool. Wait, is the donkey called Donkey? Okay, well, makes sense, I guess. I don't even know what the names of the characters for most of them are even in English, because I think I saw them as Finnish dubs when I was a kid or something. So, I don't know. But yeah, sure, Donkey. Alright, so Plushie still hasn't responded. He seems to be away in Discord. That is not the best sign. Oh no. But yeah, this list has 33 entries, as you guys can see. Last list last week had 34, so it's one less than last week. So I don't know, this is probably going to be a very similar length overall. And what's funny is that it's 33 total, but 9 of them are actually new compared to last year's tier list, so they have been pumping out a lot of extra classes in the past year or so. That's for sure. And yeah, most of them are SSR for sure. You can see the SSRs already start on the first row. Like, that's kind of crazy, right? They already start on the first row and then all the way until the end. Alright, let me send him another message just in case. Oh no. I'm really hoping he can join me here. I'll do it solo if I need to, and then maybe he can join at some point and just give me like a recap or something, but let's see. I think he might be sleeping. I think that's the consensus that I've arrived to. Maybe he woke up earlier and then just fell asleep again, because I assume he knows the time we start, because it's always the same. Or maybe he just forgot after last night. Maybe he forgot to set his alarm or something. Interesting. Oh well. You don't see EO? Because EO was in last week. This is part 2, bro. We had Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, Beast last week. So this is now Alter Ego, Foreigner, Pretender, Shielder. So that was last year. That list is up on YouTube already since a week ago. Yeah, Carmilla silenced Plushie before he could say what he wants to about Koyan Dark. Very unfortunate. It happens, man. I'm gonna tell him just let me know when you can join and I can have you hop in. Okay. That works. Alright. So we might just get started here then, honestly. Even if he can't be here during the start. I'm hoping it doesn't take him too long though. But we'll see. Right. Let me make sure everything is nice and visible here. Okay, I think we should be good then, okay. Okay. I did no prep, by the way, so I'm just gonna wing this shit, much like last week and most of these weeks, honestly. Yeah. You see two very big changes in this list, mainly the new two OP Buster AoEs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some big new entries that didn't even exist in the game in last year's list for sure, yeah. That is a certain... Oh yeah, and the alerts are off again, basically, but hey, Sean, thanks for the 10 months, I did manage to catch that at least. Woohoo! The year of the extra class. Yeah, really, it has been. Like they released way more extra classes than normal classes combined. Like between last year's lists and this year's. Like that already says a lot, doesn't it? Okay. Anyway, I think we should be good to go then. Okay. I'm gonna lower the volume just ever so slightly. Just so when the Plushie joins me, I'll be able to hear him properly. Okay, then. Damn, the pressure is on. I was expecting him to be here since the beginning, but you know what? If I have to solo this shit, then you know what? Bring it on, man. That's what I do. Adapt and overcome. Okay. Let's see here. Dude, I hate my mouse wheel is so broken. Does anyone else have this problem when you, like, I scroll down? Look, it sometimes goes up. Even though I'm only scrolling down, it sometimes moves up and it really triggers me. It's so broken, dude. Like, it's so annoying, dude. I might have to use the sidebar instead. Because, man, that... oh, you have a super light as well? Is it a common problem with super lights? Because it's the same mouse I have. Like, this mouse is amazing. It feels it's super light, like the name says. The clicks are great, but man, this scroll wheel is kind of doo-doo, man. Is already broken, and I've had this mouse for like less than 6 months. That's not a great sign. This is a brand new mouse, basically, still.
Good morning,
Oh,
Myst. Thank you for the content.
Yeah, maybe they just have a shitty scroll wheel on this. That sucks. Wait, how is that audible? Wait, huh? Wait, what? Why? Okay, I'm confused. Why is the text-to-speech still audible? Anyway, Rin, thanks for the 19. You guys heard that too, right? I'm not going crazy. From the alert. It still played the text-to-speech. Okay. I think I know how to fix that. I have to go here, though, for a second, and then disable this URL thingy. So it still played it, even though it was from another scene. It doesn't even exist on this scene, but it still worked, I guess. That's weird. Okay. Interesting. Alright, but yeah, I'm about to start here, so you guys already know how this goes down. I'm sure people are very familiar with it, so once I get going, even if I'm solo here, I don't know for how long, hopefully not for too long, I'm probably still not going to focus too much on reading the chat. I'm just going to be doing the thing, talking about the servants, their kits, etc., and then doing the placement itself. Usually during the placement itself, that's when I look at the chat the most in these streams. So, you know, people can obviously pitch in with their, like, you know, comments and whatnot, but at the end of the day, I'm still gonna, you know, have the final say, because it is my list. But yeah, that basically is that. And I think now we should be able to start here. Let me grab my notes, and then let's roll. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 Servant Class Tier Lists. This is it. We have finally reached the end, because now we are going to cover the rest of the extra classes, because last week we did part 1 that covered Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and the new Beast class of Draco Affinity, and this week we are going to cover Alter Ego, Pretender, Foreigner, and Shielder. So yeah, with this, we will be done with all the placements of this year. Now, obviously, some new servants have already been released and whatnot. Not sure if I'll cover them before next year, but again, speaking of which, if you guys really want me to do these again next year as well, then, you know, I'm gonna do the cringy YouTube thing and say, absolutely smash that like button, because it really helps with the motivation, because man, doing these like basically every week when I can, when I'm not like getting a migraine or something, it's a lot of work, you know. You'd be surprised. Like, I'm just gonna sit here and talk for hours and hours, and it kind of, you know, does a number on my throat as well. So even if you disagree with some of the placements, which, let's be real, no one is ever gonna agree 100%, can you still press the like button? That would be great. And again, with that, I would maybe get more motivation to do these again in 2024 as well, if the interest is still high. So yeah, moving forwards to the usual. So as usual, right now, around the top right part of the video, there should be a thing you can click on that will lead you into a video that explains how I do my thought process, my placement criteria, etc. All the, you know, technical stuff. I don't know, it's not really technical, but you know what I mean, right? So click on that, it explains everything, just so I don't have to talk for more minutes here before I start placing. So it's an easy one thing to refer to. So now that everyone is hopefully familiar with how things work, if you're planning on watching this full thing, be it on stream right now or on YouTube later, grab a snack or two, maybe a nice drink, especially if you're watching this on a weekend. Have a nice time. Because, yeah, we're going to be here for a while. This is only 33 servants. It's the smallest of all the lists so far. For reference, last week it was 34. But because most of them will be 5 stars, I'm pretty sure we're going to be here for around 5 hours again. So, yeah, strap in. We're in here for the long ride. Now, if you're someone that doesn't want to watch the full thing live right now or on YouTube later, especially on YouTube, no worries, I understand. And before the video goes up, I will be lovingly typing timestamps of all the servants into the description of this video. So feel free to jump around with those if you just want to hear what I think about some specific servants only, instead of just listening to the whole thing. Do use those. Very useful, huh? Now, again, normally this is the part where I would introduce Plushie. And I totally would, but and he even there's a funny thing going on. I don't know what happened. I'm guessing he either fell asleep or forgot to set his alarm, but he's not here. He actually told me last night that he's gonna be here for this, but I don't know. I guess he either fell asleep or hasn't woken up yet. But it's understandable. It's very early for him in the NA time zone, so obviously I can't really be mad. And he's obviously just doing it because he wants to anyway. So when he wakes up, whenever that is, hopefully sooner than later, I'll just have him hop on and we'll do a potential recap again, like in the assassin tier list, where he can just tell me his opinion of all the placed servants so far, and after that we'll just resume the normal activity of the placements. So yeah, hopefully he'll join me soon. Now, finally, we got some shoutouts. Again, shout out to Mr. Copy for making this awesome template for me to use for the tier list itself. All of this stuff will be linked in the description, including this. So again, if you guys want to make your own list, feel free to do so. And then on a later date, we can even use the community rank button, which is basically going to display like average positions of servants that you guys place. So maybe a fun little retrospective to see what my community thinks where servants belong to in comparison to my own placements. So it's gonna be a fun little thing to look back on at some point. Now, shout out to Jord as well for his here you can see this. There we go. For his AoE MP looping spreadsheet. We're gonna be referring to this again as usual. So we can see some good data of all the looping numbers. Shout out to Trevor as well for the single target looping sheet. This is a nice little bonus to refer to. I'm not going to place too much emphasis on this, but it's always nice to see some kind of comparison going on here with, how servants go against each other. It's not the most clear when it comes to refund and whatnot, which obviously still plays a huge part in single target DPSs, but it's nice to be able to see some potential numbers and whatnot. Yeah, so I'll be referring to this a little bit as well. So there you go, that's how things are gonna go down, and with that I think we should be good to go here. As usual, we're gonna place servants from the lowest rarity all the way to the highest. We're gonna start with the 1 3-star we have, and then the 4 stars, and finally the 5 stars. And because these extra class lists, they're multi-class, they also have the classes in order. So when we enter 4 stars, for instance, we're gonna cover Shielder first, and then not Pretender, Alter Ego, and then Foreigner, and then finally Pretender. So that's the order of the classes inside the rarities as well. I hope that makes sense. If you look at the screen right now, it's pretty obvious what I mean, so yeah. And yeah, we got 33 new servants. And for the record, 9 of them are actually completely new, so a big percentage of all of these servants didn't even exist last year when I did the Part 2 list then. So they have really been pumping out a lot of extra class servants in the past year or so. It's pretty obvious. I would like to see them maybe do this kind of return to norm with a lot more normal classes, but oh well, that's another topic for another video. So we're just gonna move on and do the first thing, the only low star servant in the entire list. This time is gonna be Sufu. We are a lovingly nice 3-star of I want to say Foreigner, 3-star Alter Ego, and also a permanent one, which is huge. She is such a valuable asset to have, and everyone will be able to have an MP5 eventually. That's for sure. So really, what is she? She's a support, and I guess to give you the most accurate description, she's basically a budget Castoria, and when you consider the fact that Castoria is still the best servant in the game, almost 3 years after her release, that really does make Shufu sound really good, doesn't it? So just because she's a discount Castoria doesn't mean she's bad. No, 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 no. She is very useful. So stat-wise, her attack is kind of relevant because she's not really a DPS herself, but HP-wise, it's around average among 3 stars. I wish, or honestly, her attack was lower, if anything, because sometimes if you're using her in bosses, it can be a bit difficult to maybe keep her alive. But I digress, I suppose. Regardless, we got a double arts, double quick deck action going on here. I think it's good. The gains for the MP, because they're probably not going to give her a triple arts deck, so this is as close as it gets then. And then the skills. There's a lot to like here, obviously. So first of all, AoE party heal. 2k. Very nice. Then a 1 debuff cleanse. Not a full one, but considering it's on a skill, on a command, is pretty nice to have as well. And then the big one, 30% MP generation on AoE. Very important for her, like, looping support stuff. So yeah, and this on a 5-turn cooldown is very legit. It's a very solid support skill, honestly. Keeps the team alive and improves their, you know, motor functions. I guess that's a good way to refer to that. Alrighty then. Second skill, very good as well. We get a team-wide 20% arts up boost for 3 turns. Again, helps with the arts looping. Then you also get 30% crit damage on all allies for 3 turns. And also anti-undead damage, 30% for 3 turns. Now, I still think that's mostly a meme. You can do maybe some fun stuff with like Summer Wu Zetian or something, but besides that, undead, not a fairly common trait when it comes to bosses, although sometimes in farming it actually can appear. Because while it's not a trait you see that much in bosses, many normal mobs can have the undead trait, like zombies for instance. So in that sense, it actually can be a very useful thing to have. And then finally, an AoE 20% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns. That's a pretty nice skill on a 6-turn cooldown, honestly, especially for a 3-star. It's really, really packed. Are Ghosts Undead? I'm pretty sure they are, so that's another good example, yeah. Yeah, this is another very, very solid skill. This is very modern, which I like. And then the third skill, it's a targeted 30% battery, which already, that alone, for a 3-star servant is big. It's not even 20%, a lot of some other options have, even among welfares, but it's a 30% battery. Very, very cool. Also comes with 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn on the target to, you know, keep their buffs safe. For farming is not that relevant for bosses. It can be, especially if you run her with Castoria, because, you know, the 1 counter for Castoria special invo is basically buff removal, but with this you can maybe save someone guaranteed. Now that's where the normal effects end. That works on everyone, those two. Now if you target a good Chan ally, you get 30% MP damage also for 3 turns on them, and also another 20% battery. So good Chan allies, be it Summer Lancer or OG Assassin, get also 50% battery total and 30% MP damage. So on good Chan, it's actually top tier. It's an insanely strong skill, but for anyone else, it's still good, for sure. It's not the insane value, but it's very, very nice to have. That is for sure. And like George is saying, sometimes if your damage is high enough and your looping is fine, you can even replace a Castoria with Shufu, because her cost is actually lower, that of a 3-star, which is very valuable for a party to have. Now passives, we got 8% arts up for herself, and also 8% MP generation increased on damage taken. Very solid. Again, mostly for bosses, not really for farming, but, you know, very nice to have. She's got 9% debuff success rate, which is also nice. You want to be able to land the crit chance down, etc. Very cool. And then if she is herself fighting against good chance, she does 20% less attack. Very fun little cute passive. It doesn't really ever become like a big thing. It's just a cute little lore passive, so I always liked when they added that, honestly. Her anti-pennies against Assassin, which is honestly very legit, because when you remember, again, she is alter ego. Not that I'm saying she herself will do a lot of damage, but when you factor in that she's a permanent 3-star, at some point everyone will have enough coins to be able to unlock all her appends, and in that case, this can be a nice little bonus. Yeah, why not? Yeah, this is funny because this is literally against Good Chan's OG class as well, funny. And then the MP. No surprises, it's a supporting one, and it's a very basic one, but I kind of like it. So, first of all, on MP5 you get a 5k heal, but it's sadly on self only. And then she herself, again on the OC, for 5 turns gets on a base OC, 1k healing per turn. This again really makes me wish she had more higher HP and maybe a bit lowered attack again, because she has a lot of healing in her kit. And then the biggest effect in the whole MP is 20 stars per turn for 5 turns. Yeah, you read that correctly. That's a high amount of stars per turn for once, and then it's also for 5 turns, not 3 turns. So that alone makes the MP pretty damn cool. Definitely better than a lot of other supporting MPs in the game. I do wish the OC at least was maybe AoE on the healing, but regardless, it's a nice MP. And she even, I guess some people have even tried some solos with her, because, you know, she has a lot of spammable heals and whatnot, so it's a fun little thing as well. I don't think it's all that legit, but, you know, still a very nice MP for the bosses. Not really relevant for farming too much. So, yeah, that basically covers Shufu. Myself, I think she's a fantastic. I think he's one of the best additions the game has ever seen. Because again, one, permanent 3-star, huge, right? And two, she can even replace Castoria in some teams where you actually have the, you know, damage numbers and looping in check to have even a better party lineup for the cost. I don't think anything below EX would make any sense. Just no sense whatsoever. As a 3-star, she is insane, just absolutely insane. And in some cases, she is picked over Castoria for the party cost reasons as well. So, just really nuts. And honestly, I think you can even run her outside of Arts teams as well. I think a lot of people tunnel vision on the fact that, oh, she has an AoE Arts buff. Maybe I can only use her with Arts DPS. I think they couldn't be more wrong, honestly. It's only a 20% Arts up anyway, and everything else works for all the card types. So just because she has an Arts buff and no other card types, don't get dissuaded. She can absolutely be used in other card types as well. So yeah, do try her out. She is fantastic. We're sadly not getting her on an A until the next year, but yeah, something to look forward to. Very cool. So that's it for the low stars. Pretty sad when you think about it, but at least the one we had was a very, very nice one. So now we're going to talk about the shielders, and obviously there's only two versions. We're going to cover both OG Mashu and then Ortonox. So, we're going to talk about OG first. The good old reliable, best call, high fight me, I will die on that hill if I need to. 10.3k HP. Actually, no, 12.8k HP as a 4-star, which is the one we'll be going for here. Well, I guess we can even... I guess we can even evaluate her. Yeah, you know what? We should do it on this one because NA is getting this one soon as well. Yeah, so 14.2k HP. There you go. Because she actually will get to level 90 after Lost Belt 6. So, yeah, that's a lot of HP, honestly. Which is very important because she is a tank herself. So, that's nice. The attack is pretty low, but honestly, it's not even bad. And still, you know... I guess Ortonox nowadays can do a little bit of DPS, but for OG, it's kind of irrelevant in my opinion. But good amount of HP regardless. She's got a double arts, double buster deck, which I think is fine for both the OG, because of, you know, one of the skills making her gain ridiculous, and for Orthodox, giving her a bit more buster potential, I guess, for DPSing, so I think the deck kind of works for both versions of her. So, the skills then, we got the buffed version of the first skill, party 20% defense up for 3 turns, and then a 2k damage cut for 1 attack on a 5-turn cooldown. Now, when you activate this, the first attack you usually get, unless it's a crit or an MP, is usually like close to 0 damage on damage taken, because of that big damage cut with the defense up. So, it's just a very reliable, basic as hell defensive skill, but it still works. There's nothing wrong with it, it's absolutely fine. Good uptime on the defense as well. Second skill, we got the targeted invul for 1 turn, and also comes with an up to 20% battery on the target. It is a big 7-turn cooldown, but in most cases of her usability, I think you're mostly going to use this 1 time anyway, unless you're going for specifically for a stall comp with, like, you know, supports only, then you're definitely going to use it more than once. But for like more normal teams, normal clears, etc., you usually mainly just use this once, and that's fine. It's not an amazing skill, but it does the job, you know. So, and yeah, sometimes you'll even use it for the battery if it's a really important MP that you need to have and you won't have it otherwise. Third skill, really cool one. It's a taunt for 1 turn on herself. It's a 6-turn cooldown, so tanking-wise, you know, she doesn't have the best uptime on the taunt. But the fun part is that it comes with a 400% MP gain up herself. So I'm sure everyone has had that, felt what it feels like to use Mashu's 2-hit arts card with a 400% MP generation active. So even if it doesn't crit, even if it's not overkill, it's like at least 50% gauge. It's ridiculous. Now, if you crit once, it's an easy 100%, or even if it's not a crit, if it's overkill, it's also an easy 100%. So, yeah, with this, she can actually have a much better uptime on her MP as well. Yeah, especially if you crit with both, it's an easy 200% even. It's a very fun skill. So overall, I don't think her skill set is anything amazing, but it makes sense. Even to this day, it's still a good basic skill set that just works. Now we're going to skip through the Orthodox part for now. Now passives wise, we got 20% magic rest, very cool for a tank especially, because remember, if an enemy has single target skills, they will actually go on the taunted target. AoE obviously applies to everyone, but single target skills like debuffs, defense downs, etc., they will all apply to a taunted unit. So it's nice to have that resistance on tanks. So 6% quick up as well. Not really huge on her because she only has that one quick card. And then I guess a nice bond bonus for, some specific main quests. Her append is actually the best in the entire game. That's the fun part. It's literally the best. Against all extra classes, including the new beast and the old ones, the NPC, she gets an attack buff. Like, this would be huge on, like, anyone, basically. But this is the best third append in the entire game. So, there you go. It's very cool. She's even anti-shielder, which is pretty funny. So yeah, that's for people that really want to max their Mashus at some point. It's a good one. And then the MP for the OG, the buffed version. We got Lord Cabalot. Again, the good old reliable. Now I forgot, what MP level is she again? She's not 5, right? I don't know why I can't remember this shit. Is she like 3 or 4? 3, right? It's really weird that she's still MP3 though. It's so weird, but whatever, I guess. So we get a 775 damage cut for 3 turns then for the party. Not a huge deal, but, certainly, not negligible either. It does something, especially for normal attacks that aren't crits. You can feel some damage reduction. But then the OC is a 30% defense up for 3 turns on base for the whole party. Now that's a solid number, especially when you combo it with the first skill, giving you at least a 50% defense up when they're both active. That's a lot. And then with the upgrade, we also get a 30% party attack, except for herself for 3 turns. So 2 other allies on the field get that 30% attack boost, which is pretty nice as a bonus, I suppose. So again, a basic MP, but with having said all the kit, everything, it just, meshes well together, or should I say mashus well together, pun intended. It makes sense, it's a great kit. And I think still one of the best things is the line right here. She is the only servant to have 0 cost. If she had like a 4-star cost, I think it would be way harder to use Mashu for sure. But this is just an insane thing to this day. Having a 0 cost on something that can be as impactful as this stuff, like, come on, bro. That's just nuts. Like, I'm still of the firm opinion that OG is like definitely EX tier. I think last year I may have plopped her into EX+. I think this year I'm just gonna, keep her in EX, but yeah, you just can't go wrong with the good old reliable. Slots into every party ever, and usually at least keeps you alive for a few turns. Maybe even boost your attack if you get the MP. So, there you go. He is still a really, really strong tank. Probably the best in the game, arguably. So then we're going to talk about Orthodox immediately after. So again, stuff up here is the same. So the attack being 9.6k is still fine, It's not a bad attack stat for a 4-star servant. And the double buster means that, because of her some of the DPS-oriented buster skills that she has a bit easier time using them, I suppose. Now let's see. Orthodox has actually come a long way, I suppose. Is it still as good as OG or usable? I mean, honestly, I think it's kind of an unfair thing to compare them. They are very comparable, yes, but they also try to do different things as well. But let's see what we got here. Nowadays, first skill, we get a 100% buster up for 1 attack, 3 turns. So the first buster you use will have a big boost. Then also 100% buster crit damage for 1 attack, 3 turns. And it also ignores defense for 3 turns. It's a very cool skill on a 4-turn cooldown. Actually, I think it's obviously a great lore effect, but it also actually is not a bad skill gameplay-wise. Like, I think most people never really try this, but she can actually crit really hard with this. Yeah, sure, she's gonna do neutral damage, but that's 100% buster and buster crit damage up for that one buster. So, yeah, if you actually land that buster crit, then it's really good. And with some new buffs, it's even easier to do it nowadays. So, yeah, it used to be quite of a problem sometimes to land that crit. Nowadays, it's much easier because we're gonna talk about some of the other skills next. It's an interesting thing. Now, the second skill is still not buffed, but what do we got? Taunt for self, 1 turn. Now, this is on a 5-turn cooldown, basically. God, these songs are loud as dicks, dude. Okay. Ignore that if you're watching this on YouTube. Anyway, so again, it's arguably it's a better as a taunt than the OG one, because it's on a 6-turn cooldown, and this is on a 5-turn cooldown. But instead of you getting the big MP gain per turn, or for the turn, you get a 20% flat battery. Now, in most cases, I would say the 400% MP gen for 1 turn is better, because it's so easy to work with. Usually you get way more than 20%, unless you only have like busters available. But you know what? It still does something. And while her MP is not even as good as like the OG one, it's still okay. So getting to the MP can be very useful. Now here's where things get fun and different, because she has 2 taunts. So first of all, third skill, self-invul for 1 turn, and then another 1-turn taunt. Now obviously this is on a much higher cooldown, be it 7 turns, but the fact remains that she has 2 taunts on command, which I actually think is very valuable. A lot of people often overlook this fact. Like, they say that Orthodox is so bad, it doesn't offer anything over original. I think it does. Sure, the damage, we can have a lot of different opinions about it, but the fact remains, she has 2 taunts on command. So that's already double than what OG does. Anyway, we get and with the buff now, we also get a 3-turn Invul Pierce. So remember, she already has Ignore Defense for 3 turns on the first skill, so now she gets this too. And then does 500 damage to self without killing. It doesn't really matter at all, honestly. And then with the buff, 30 Star Bomb. So now it's much easier to land that buster crit on the first kill because of this big Star Bomb, right? There it is. So she has 2 taunts, and she can have 1 big buster hit every 4 turns, which I don't think is honestly even that bad. Besides that, this, she won't really do any damage. It's just that 1 big buster slam, and that's it. But honestly, it does decent damage, even for neutral damage. Passives are the same, but they're fine. Append again is still the best, and then the MP. So obviously, it's a downgrade from Camelot, because, you know, now the damage cut is limited to 3 attacks, 5 turns is still the same number. We don't get the attack buff, and the OC remains the same. So the OC is still very good. I wish the damage cut wasn't limited, honestly. It's fine if they want to remove this. I feel like they could have just maybe put it back to the old one, Lord Chaldea's. But I guess they wanted to keep it a bit different because of lore, right? So yeah, now we only get 3 hits of the damage cut. So it's certainly a downgrade. No one is going to deny that. It's a flat-out downgrade. But it's not a terrible MP, regardless. So, Orthodox Mashu. I think last year I plopped her down into A. I'm willing to maybe even move her into A+ now. It has to be one of the A's for sure. Again, 0 cost is still a thing, which is huge. And having those, like, even if you might not believe any of her DPS is legit, I understand. Keep in mind, she still has double taunt on command. Double taunt on command, and which one of them even protects herself for the full turn, is very, very valuable to have, okay? So, yeah. I'm kind of tempted to even put her into A+, honestly. Damn. Maybe because the MP still kind of is a lackluster one. Maybe I'll keep her in A. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind later during this list. But at least an A for sure. Orthodox is legit. Very legit. Alright, now we're done with the shielders. Yay. The question is, like, will they ever add many more shielders? Who knows? Maybe we'll just get other Mashu variants. You never know. But again, almost 8 years later, we're now done placing all of them as well. Very cool. Plushie will hopefully join again if people join recently. Plushie was supposed to be here. I think he's just sleeping right now. He either didn't wake up or just fell asleep again or forgot to set his alarm or something. Because he did tell me last night that he'll be there. So I don't know. Hopefully he can join me soon enough. So whenever that is, hopefully he doesn't sleep over the whole list. I don't think he would. I think he would definitely wake up before this list is over. So when he comes back, I'll just have him, tell his opinion of all the servants we placed, and then we'll just move on from that, like with the assassin one. So again, fingers crossed that he actually wakes up soon. I did send him a few DMs already. Anyway, now we're gonna talk about the actual 4-star servants. Mashu is a very special case after all. So now the more normal cases. We're gonna talk about the alter egos first, and the first one is, among the first alter egos ever added into the game in the first batch, with CCC. So we're gonna talk about Passion Lip. I've always had kind of mixed opinions about her, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. So what is she? AoE Buster, basically a DPS. She doesn't really farm at all. So that's already like, maybe not the most ideal scenario, but honestly, at least she's not a terrible DPS by any means. But I've always still kind of had like a mixed feeling regarding her. But anyway, let's give her a fair rundown here. I guess she's a pseudo tank as well, yeah. So first skill. Oh, I think Plushie just DM'd me. Oh. Hold. Okay, he says he's gonna set up his mic now. He overslept. Okay, he's gonna join me very soon. Okay, that's great. Didn't take too long. Anyway, let's talk about Passion Lip. I'll call him after I've covered the kit here. So yeah, 10.3k attack basically. That is very, very high for a 4-star. It's not the highest we've ever seen, but it's very high, needless to say. Which I think is very vital, because I guess... Well, I'll talk about the big class rant when Plushie joins me, because I want to hear his opinion as well. But yeah, like, it's very big for a 4-star, but then you remember the 1.5x damage increase, so we'll see. I'll save that for when I have him on the call as well. Anyway, triple Buster deck. Honestly, I think is the best choice for her. Because honestly, her MP is kind of, even after the buff, is kind of a noodle. I think the best potential in her is like the face cards, if anything. So I like that she has triple Buster there. And the MP at least can help you set up more Buster Brave Chains. So, first skill has been buffed. What do we got? So, self-damage cut 1k, 3 attacks, 5 turns. Pretty good, especially when you remember that she has a taunt as well. That helps a lot with mitigating that damage. Also gets a 3-time 5-turn debuff immune. Very important when you remember she has a big demerit on one of the skills regarding a debuff. So again, nice to have for tanking purposes and also for her own demerit. And with the buff, you also get 20% Buster up for 3 turns and a 20% battery. Now this on a 5-turn cooldown is actually very good. Very good. It used to already be decent as a defensive skill, even before the buff, but now it's really good for 5 turns. So great skill. And I like that they give her more damage buffs, because man, she could definitely use them. Second skill has also seen a buff, so this is the 1-turn taunt on self, and this is on a 4-turn cooldown, so you can actually have a decent uptime on this. Then she gets 30% defense up for 1 turn, great combo with the taunt, especially when you have the damage cut as well. She can actually tank very easily here. And let's see, then the buff, right, it's the conditional attack buff, right, of course. So it only works when she has 50% HP or left, and then it's an attack buff for 3 turns. So on 50% on max rank you get 30%, and then on lowest HP being 1 you get 50%. So anything between there is between 30 and 50%, pretty much. So while it can be good, I'm not a huge fan of the buff, honestly, because it kind of wants her to be low HP as a DPS, and for farming it's useless, so yeah. But on a taunt on a 4-turn cooldown with a big defense up is a nice combo at least. And then the third skill, we got some fun stuff. So first of all, 30% attack up for 3 turns. Cool. Invul Pierce for 3 turns. Nice. I love it. Then we get the fun meme of her having an unactivated attack for 1 attack, 3 turns. And then her attacks have a 10% chance to instant kill. and enemy normal attacks. You can only proc once with this skill, but it's a funny meme. Obviously against bosses is never gonna work, but against like bronze enemies, it's pretty easy to use because it's 100% insta kill chance. So against the bronze, you usually just slap them once and they die, which I think you can even reset with. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it's mostly a meme. Sometimes can be a fun little addition. Another 30% defense up for 1 turn, and then the 1 turn stun, which is a 500% chance. So you can't resist that. Resist will not solve this, but remember, first skill has a debuff immunity. Very key that it's immune, because resist would never stop this stun. So great. Remember the order. You pop the first skill first, then this one. Otherwise, you're gonna look like a dumb little donkey, okay? So yeah, definitely use the first skill first. Overall, her kit is definitely way better than what it used to be. Mostly because of this buff. This buff, I'm not too sold on, but, you know, there's synergy, there's damage, there's survivability. There's kind of all kinds of stuff that you want to see on a DPS, so, yeah, not bad. Fastest, we got a lot of fun stuff going here. 15% magic risk, like what I said with Master just now. Magic risk or debuff risk is even better on tanks that have a taunt, because single target enemy debuffs will still go on the taunted unit whenever a taunt is up, so it's even more value on a tank. 6% crit damage, a cool addition. Then we got 10.5% Stargen. She's got the Assassin passive. I guess her MP can sometimes generate a decent chunk because it still has many hits on a Buster AoE. That's mostly it, otherwise it doesn't really do too much. And then another 20% debuff rest on the Goddess Essence. So 35 debuff rest, 35% debuff rest on base is very nice to have. Now, her append is actually against Assassin, so as an alter ego, it's one of the best ones you can have. So that is very good append, very good. And then the MP has been buffed, but they didn't add anything new. They just increased the OC value and the base damage. So no normal effects besides damage. It is 12 hits on AoE, so again, even as a buster, can still generate a good chunk of stars. And then the OC is a party heal by up to or a base 3k. On OC up to 7k, which actually is a big chunk. I don't think the MP is that spammable from what I remember. Maybe Mighty Charms actually help with that. They should definitely, but you know, when you do fire it off, it's a little bit of nice bonus. But from what I remember, her MP still does kind of noodle damage. I think the buff to this first skill definitely helps because it gives her a new mixed buff to have with the attack buff. But man, is she in the looping sheet? She's not. You can brute force her to do it because of the battery now on the first skill, but I assume Jord left it out because it's just going to be ugly numbers. So yeah, I think you would have to run double Oberon as well, which is never going to be an ideal setup. So only if you're like the biggest Passion Lip fan ever, just forget about the farming side. Just stick to her being a DPS. Now, let me call Plushie now, when we can talk about Passion Lip and other stuff. Let's see here. Let me make sure my mic is audible as well.
Hey,
hey, oh, there he is. Because since you didn't respond to me, I had a feeling you overslept, but you know, that's fine. You still managed to catch this very early on, regardless.
Yeah.
So, I guess you're gonna be still a bit sleepy here. Maybe grab a coffee or something as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, I suppose.
Good morning, good morning.
Okay. So, I guess we can finish talking about Passion Lip here. Then you can say some stuff about the few things I already placed. But
oh, sure.
yeah, like in my opinion, Passion Lip, after covering the kid, I think she's honestly a pretty okay DPS for sure. Kind of versatile being alter ego as well and whatnot. But I'm still not the biggest. I don't love where she's at right now. That's the thing. So I think they could still do more with Passion Lip. But I don't know, maybe I'm just being a bit too harsh on her. What do you think about Passion Lip?
She's fine. It's like I don't know how to rank this character. I think she's a fine tank, and I just don't get the taunt part. Like, it's not long lasting. It's kind of,
at least it's a 4-turn cooldown, which is still actually better than most taunts in the game, even if it's not a 3-turn one.
True, and she definitely has ways to prevent herself from dying from that. And I don't know. I don't really use alter egos that much, unfortunately. So I'd say she's usable.
I
I
guess
don't
the
know.
one nice thing about the taunt is that because the MP also has an OC heal, that, you know, with the taunt you get more MP gain as well, and then because you can take damage, you also get the heal from the MP. It's kind of a cool little synergy going on.
Yeah, true, true. Hmm. I would say she's pretty decent, I guess,
Hmm.
because she did get a lot of upgrades. Like that's usually like like the MP
Yeah, I
upgrades,
think
the skill
the skill
upgrades.
to buff to the first skill is really good.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Her being
Um.
triple buster as well is really nice with that buster buff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and of course, I sort of overheard how they didn't put her in the farming list because I think she needs
Hmm.
double Oberon, which is
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does.
yeah. Um,
That's just gonna be ugly numbers.
mm-hmm.
Anyway, I personally I'm feeling like a B plus or an A. It's gonna be hard for me to decide which one though. I think it's
I
kind of nice
mean,
that she doesn't really or rely on the MP too much. I think her face cards actually have good potential. So even at lower MP levels, she's actually not terrible.
yeah, her deck is definitely a highlight for me as well.
Mm.
Troll Buster, everybody loves that. But I I probably stick to B plus at first because I feel like there's gonna be a lot of like maybe a lot of powerhouses. Maybe we can move her up later. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. We'll
oh,
think about her
there other
more.
stuff here. Oh. Hmm.
Regardless, I guess now you can give me a small little input on the three I already placed. So I placed Shufu, I placed OG Mashu, and I placed Orthodox. So if you have any comments on them, feel free to say stuff.
Oh, I'm just glad Ortonox is not placed really low because
Oh, I would
I do
never
think
place Orthodox though. She's still zero
especially
cost,
after
double taunt, even has a one hard hitting buster every 4 turns nowadays.
yeah.
So she has a lot of thing going for her. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the recent buffs, the Invoke Pierce and the Star Bomb, like it a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it used to be hard to land that buster crit on the first skill. Now she gets a
Yeah.
30 star bomb, which helps a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, I do enjoy her, and of course Shufu probably being one of the best 3 stars. Period.
I called her one of the best additions to the whole game, not just among 3 stars. I think she was a fantastic addition as a permanent.
Yeah, a lot of players don't have more expensive options, and she's definitely a great addition. And yeah, and Mash is Mash, of course.
Yeah. I still think, like, even though OG Mashu's kit isn't anything crazy, zero cost, and then the crazy synergy with it's still to this day, but despite being basic, it just works. Like, you can slot her
Yeah.
basically into any team you want. I'm not saying she's always gonna be like the best option ever, but it's like such a valuable asset for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it really is more about like people people not wanting to run a tank rather than rather
Mm-hmm.
than the tank actually being ineffective, right? It's
Yeah,
just like,
I
oh,
agree.
maybe I don't want to take more time on that. But like when you, as you said, when you need it, and sometimes zero cost does matter. So
Yeah,
yeah.
granted, if you run like a frontline OG Mashu, chances are your clear could be faster, obviously, but does it make it worse? No. If anything, it makes it more like consistent. And a lot of people, including myself, usually run her in the back line. So if shit goes down, she's just great to come in, buff everyone, just keep you protected for a good while.
Yeah. Oh, also, I get a lot of like, I get a lot of complaint from my videos, but yeah, I do have her at the level one,
Oh, did you had the
but I
esports version, right? Oh no.
yeah, I do have the esports
Ooh.
version, but I max all the skills, and it's still
Mm.
really good. It's still
Okay,
insanely
okay,
good, actually.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll agree to that. She's probably still pretty good. It does like hurt my soul though, hearing that. But okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
that's just my alt. I would obviously not leave
Yeah.
her unleveled on my main, but
Ah,
yeah,
okay,
that just
okay,
shows
okay.
how
If it's an
powerful her
alt
skills
account,
are.
okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
acceptable then. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
So yeah, there
So
you go.
yeah,
I said I wanted to finish placing Passion Lip as well and whatnot, but I think we should probably have like a separate segment for this, and I think we can do it right now because I want to talk about the classes of Alter Ego and Pretender. I just want to talk about the classes before we
Oh,
start placing more stuff. I probably only have a timestamp for this as well, and I really want to hear your opinions
sure.
about this as well, because I've always been of the opinion that one, I do appreciate the flexibility, especially for new accounts. They're great classes, right? They're so nice to have because you don't have to really worry about mixed classes in a lot of nodes and whatnot. Yeah, I for that I 100% agree that they're great and versatile. But then comes the part where you really start to think like you have an established account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alter ego, pretender, 1.5x on advantage, not even 2x. And the defensive advantage is only a neutral, not even 0.5x. And it's not like the classes have like crazy passives or anything going on, or crazy absorb or whatever
Mm-hmm.
that really puts them above. And now with Draco being released, it makes them look even worse. Granted, it's only one servant, but it just adds on to the thing that kind of makes me dislike both Alter Ego and Pretender as a class, because they're basically the same. One is for knights and one is for cavalry. So, what do you think about the classes? You can be honest. If you like them, go ahead, say it. But I don't know. I
No,
always
I
want to hear your
don't
opinion
like
as well.
them. I'm the person who has to get convinced by other people that this class is not completely worthless in my opinion. Because in my opinion, they're just worse berserkers. Like that's just why would you like if you turn every alter ego into a berserker, they instantly become a better servant in my
I would
opinion.
probably
Um,
agree to that. Even if you take more damage, I would probably agree to that.
Yeah, probably the only one I might like probably who maybe King Protea because she's weird, but
Mm.
the like I can't really think of another character who wouldn't be an instantly better servant if you just turn into a berserker. But I have been convinced by people because like compared to neutral damagers, because like I also used to think they're just completely straight up worse versions than neutral damagers such as Avengers and stuff. But I do think there's one thing in uh recent memory, not memory, I'm sorry, I'm still a bit hazy, but
Yeah,
like
fine.
basically with 90 plus plus, I think at least having 1.5 allows them to hit the damage thresholds easier. The most prime example brought up by people when I was like talking to people before I make my hot take videos, I usually do a lot of talking, is Tiamat, and why she is able to hit the damage threshold a lot easier compared to someone like Melusine if you're using her on non-archer or berserker enemies. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I used to like detest the class of both pretenders and alter egos, but they definitely have their I mean, was still, I mean, not really good at all
Mm.
compared to berserkers. Yeah.
True. Another thing, I think, for the record, I do think Alter Ego looks a little more appealing than Pretender, despite them being the same situation, but just flip, because two reasons. Assassin and Caster both have a 0.9x mod. Now, sure, they're still probably going to do more damage as a 2.0 advantage with that, but it helps with their case, and also the fact that it's not like Caster and Assassin are usually super loaded with single target options, especially Casters, so Alter Egos have a bit more stuff going for them, I guess, than Pretenders do against Knight classes. So I think maybe they look a little bit better, at least. I'll give him
I
that
mean,
much as well.
yeah, that was like a big joke before with like AoE assassins, especially. That like, oh, who's the best AoE assassin? This was a very old joke. So people said, oh, it's Kiara. Well,
Yeah.
we'll talk about her later.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a lot of alter egos, I feel like they feel better because they have better skills. Like they are inherently good servants, not because of their class. They're just good servants regardless. So like, and pretenders are I mean, I guess they haven't released enough, and like a lot of them are support, right? So maybe
Mm.
you'll feel it less as well. And yeah, of course, that 0.9 mod, I do agree. It like they're bad offensive classes, assassins and casters.
I think they could have given them the 0.5x defensive advantage. I think they could have. Because it's
Yeah.
still like
Or
they would still lose on attack advantage against, like, let's say Assassin beating Rider like that. I
yeah,
think they could have done that instead of neutral. Then I would have actually liked
yeah.
the class.
But maybe they'll have to add something more to the like yeah, they can basically balance them like Draco, right? They can just make the what they're strong against even more even stronger and make what they're weak against even weaker, right? Make them maybe take a little bit more damage.
Or maybe like a cool like passive or something. Something with the class. Yeah, but I don't know. Who knows? Someone said maybe with the class buff system incoming, maybe they're gonna give like Pretender and Alter Ego like bigger bonuses or something. I don't know. That could be cool. Maybe.
True.
We never know. We don't know how that thing is really gonna work. Besides, like probably just better numbers for like card types. Maybe not card types, but like attack up, something like that. Generic that doesn't break the game. But maybe they could up the numbers a little bit more for like Alter Ego and Pretender. I would not complain. I would like to see that. In fact.
Yeah, because as of now, like anything with mixed knights or cavalry, basically, if you mix two together, like neither of them feel super good to run, right? It's just especially for farming. I mean, challenge quest maybe you can just take a couple more turns, but for farming, you just absolutely do not want to bring them at all. So
I guess we can do a TLDR here, and I'm probably going to timestamp this as well, that neither Plushie and I are big fans of the Alter Ego and Pretender classes, so there's probably going to be a bit more biased here towards their placement as well, especially the DPSs. So just, it is what it is. I thought we gave some good arguments as well. I mean, people can have like a lot of positive arguments about them. I think still the best thing about them is the versatility, especially for new accounts. So I'm not going to fully discount that fact. I do recognize their value inherently in that fact, but I'm thinking more on the lines of like an established account. They do lose out on that value though. So I guess that's that. So now we can move on with more Alter Egos. On that fact, because we're going to talk about the one of the only welfares in this list, I believe. We're going to place them together, obviously. So we're going to talk about the Mecha Liz units. We kind of have two Liz's in this list as well, even, after combining them, which is the fun part. So, single target buster DPS, basically 10k attack, puts them at... definitely above average among the 4 stars, which again I think is a very good thing considering the 1.5x damage mod of the class against the good classes, so it's nice that they at least give them higher attacks usually. Also rocks a triple buster deck. Mighty chains on them are going to be very amazing, but besides that the gains are definitely going to be bad. First skill, we get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and 30% defense for 3 turns. So this on a 5-turn cooldown is definitely one of the better innocent monster skills, honestly. It's just that easy, you just pop it, you're going to get good value and you're just going to be happy with it, right? So it's a basic one, but it works. Second skill has been buffed, has a 20% self-battery, and with the buff you get a 25 star bomb. Also 500 damage to self without killing. Not a big demerit. Now on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a lot more fair. It's not an amazing skill still, but now it kind of makes more sense. A 20% battery for self only with the demerit on a 5-turn cooldown used to be very bad value. Now you get some more nice stuff. So it's better for sure. Third skill. Now this demerit though, this is the worst one for sure. It doesn't remove one defensive buff from self, it removes every defensive buff from self that can be removed. This includes defense up, all card type resistances, damage resistance, dodge, invul, special invul, class defensive type neutralization, and also instant kill immunities. So all of those gone. You press this button, they're all gone. So especially for herself, you would prefer to use this immediately before this, because then you don't get this nice defense up as well. But it is I wish this was like it's a big demerit, but yeah, sure, they gave her like 60% MP damage, but they could have made like 3 turns. It's not like the MP is spammable anyway. Just make it like 3 turns or something. So it's easier to pop this turn 1, even if you can't MP immediately, because you don't want to lose all on that defensive up from the first skill, for instance. And then in addition to the MP damage, you also get 60% crit damage for 1 turn. That could have been like 100%, I feel like, if it's only 1 turn. But I digress. I mean, yeah, you can order the skills properly, but I'm saying, because they're 1-turn effects, if you use this turn 1, you're going to have to immediately fill her with batteries and whatnot, and you might not always be... It sometimes creates an awkward scenario, right? Because it's a 1-turn effect. Why are these not 3-turn? The MP is not spammable anyway, right? I don't know why these are not 3-turn effects. So it's just awkward as hell. Even if you can order them better, it's just... I don't like it. Yeah. I only like the first skill, that's about it. 17.5% debuff rest, not too bad. 8% debuff success rate. Do they even... Oh yeah, I guess their MP does defense down. Sure, it helps. And then anti-lance to repent. Yeah, that's horrible for a alter ego, so yikes. Then the MP. I do love that it removes defensive buffs. It's like belt, sadly, so it's after damage, but you know what? Still great utility to have. And then I wish the OC at least would have been maybe before damage. But yeah, 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage. Or apparently their pens are different among the 2 units, but I assume, since Awoken said not that it helps, I assume the other one is a night class as well, so kinda irrelevant. Well, being a free MP5, despite the defense down being after damage, if you use it when the 3rd skill is active, it does actually hit very hard, obviously. But that's only when this skill is active, really, and otherwise, I don't think they really do too much. And the MP is not even that spammable. Let's look at the numbers here. I think they're gonna do pretty well here. Yeah, like, you see Mecha Liz, like, fairly high here. I can find her again. I already lost her. Great. Where are you? Damn it. I swear I saw them a second ago and then I lost them. I am blind. I assume people in the chat are seeing her. Where the hell is she? Is she more down than I thought, maybe? No. Huh?
Yeah. I know.
Oh, you made new tabs! Oh, he made a second tab and it didn't update for me before. Okay, I saw her briefly, but I assume when I saw her, it updated to the new, where it was separated into new tabs. Oh, so you separated to make it easier for me to talk about them in this list, because they used to be all in the same tab. Because now it's only the classes that I think are relevant here, plus Draco, maybe? Okay, that makes more sense. Anyway, I wasn't going crazy then. Yeah, so she did just disappear. But yeah, she does good damage, as you can see. Very, very solid damage. But I think she kind of lives and dies by the MP. Unlike Passion Lip, who actually has face guard potential, I don't think Mecha Liz really has any face guard potential, sadly. So it's all about the MP and the damage it does. What do you think about the Mecha Liz's?
Honestly, I don't see her outside of maybe farming or like easy foreigner counter like that you need for like just one turn. Like as you said, she's probably only good for a single turn. I do like the triple buster deck, but she doesn't really she has
compared to Passion Lip, it's kind of bad.
Yeah, she has nothing else after she MPs. I do think she seems particularly irrelevant in recent memory, probably because 90++ has mainly been not Calvaries. So I can see, like, maybe in the future, if you need to throw in a single target that does a lot of damage for a single turn, maybe you can see her in play for accounts that doesn't have other single targets that have high MP damage. But yeah, she's pretty lame. Like, I don't know.
I mean, if they ever put like a foreigner boss on a 90++, then they're gonna be really good. But
yeah, of course. But like, yeah, I don't know. Liz welfare is, except for Ryder, maybe Pretender, are pretty lame. In my opinion,
yeah,
they're all pretty.
I still think because of their versatility in the class and being a free MP5, I think I could probably place them in B tier. How do you feel about that?
Depends, because I think if you very heavily consider the MP5 part, I think she can be on Passion Lips tier, but
I would still place her below Passion Lip, even taking into account the MP5.
Then I think that's fine as well. Like, maybe I would put her with Passion Lip, but it's close. I don't know.
I do like Passion Lip more, to be honest, even at MP1 for DPS purposes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, maybe like usability aspect, like not usability. How do I say this? Like maybe, for example, like sometimes when you just need damage, you would think of that character, and I'm not sure like what situation you might think of. Oh, you immediately think of Passion Lip, but yeah, like this character is very just one trick pony, so I can also agree with her being worse.
Yeah,
just depend on.
I do get your point though.
Perspective. Yeah,
fair enough. I think I'm gonna leave them like this. But yeah, that's not a bad point. Alright, the last of the 4-star alter egos is next. Gonna be our second new entry of this list, I believe. Someone that didn't exist last year. Close some tabs. Here we go. We're gonna talk about Taisui. Very interesting case. AoE arts. I don't know why I always want to say pretender when dude. Is it just me or does the icon want to say when you see the alter ego icon? I want to say pretender because the fucking masks on light and dark side. I always think of pretender, but yeah, alter ego. Okay, I guess the gesture one and the pretender one is also very accurate, but this one also screams pretender to me. Okay. Regardless, yes, another welfare actually, very cool. Really, good one at that as well. You can also loop, which is nice. 9.2k attack, again, not as high as like, Passion Lift for instance, but considering he's a welfare, pretty good still, and among 4 stars it's okay. Got a double arts, double quick deck, which is fine, because, he does want to spam that MP as much as possible. First skill, we get some nice party buffs, 20% arts and MP generation rate for 3 turns, very nice. You can maybe even, I think Plushie will know more about this, maybe there's even some multi-core potential here, besides solo farming with him, because it's AoE, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. This on a 6 turn, actually pretty good. Better than most welfare skills in the game, for sure. Second skill, we got a targeted guts, 1 time 3 turns, revives on 3k HP, then on 6 turn cooldown, is pretty standard. But what else do you get? You get a 1 time 3 turn debuff immune on the target, and also 100% buff removal res for 1 time 3 turns. So this can be like an alternate thing for like what Santa Nightingale does, I guess. I don't like this as much as her in terms of utility, but it can be a substitute for that as well. And for, like DPS purposes, it's nice to have something like this. Kind of keeps you safe for at least 1 turn, no matter who you target. And then the third skill is an AoE skill steal for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for self for 3 turns, and then 30% battery for self. I feel like they could have made the MP damage AoE as well, because the first skill was with the loop stats, but oh well. 6 turn cooldown, pretty good actually. Does good stuff. Overall, the kit is, definitely a modern welfare one. I think it's nice. 20% debuff res, pretty good, and then debuff success rate 6%, pretty cool as a bonus too. He's got an assassin anti-append, very, very good for alter ego. And then the MP, but this guy likes curses, huh? So first of all, the OC, the basic 150 to 200 range damage mod basically, and its man attribute, very cool. Again, the most common attribute you'll find in servants, and it's even better when you again remember that I guess he's alter ego, so the number of potential decent targets goes up. It's all the cavalry classes and berserkers and even foreigners, I suppose. Very good. Now, other effects, what do we get? We get his delayed debuff thingy for 3 turns before damage, and then if he's killed, it reduces enemies' defense by 20% for 3 turns. I think that's how it works, right? So when he is killed, he does like a debuff thingy. Then, what else do you get? You get a 1k curse for 3 turns on all enemies. Also a 3-turn curse amplifier, 100% one for 3 turns. And then, I guess he does a second curse before damage, 2k for 5 turns. Yeah, interesting. So this guy loves curses. I think there's even some merit of maybe doing some kind of a dot comp with him, because his MP is very spammable, but I don't think it's ever going to be all that legit. It's still mostly on meme territory, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird, because like you have to kill other stuff to curse the one target that isn't killed.
Oh, right. The first 2 curse effects are also on the death thingy. Right, it's not just the defense down. That makes more sense. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it is quite annoying. There are certain like quests, such as I remember the rats from learning with manga, that quest
yeah,
you can stack a bunch of curse. Yeah, but that's just very specific where you have one boss that spawns a lot of trash mobs, and usually that doesn't happen. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't even think he's like yeah, people say he's like the king of curse is like funny, but I don't actually agree. I think it's very specific. Yeah.
It's a bit finicky for sure to make work.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff though. But yeah, he's a free MP5, obviously being a welfare. Now let's take a look at his looping numbers. They're not amazing, considering again the alt trigger will be calculated 1.5x, keeping in mind that. So it's not like he does amazing numbers. In fact, he probably loses to Queen EO a lot of the times as well, despite her doing a lot of neutral damage. But you know, he's an option, and if you add an Oberon as well, you can actually see some legit numbers for sure. So not too bad. If anything, I feel like he's like a good addition. He's not like really gonna be like an account changer, right? He's a nice addition to have. What do you think of Taisui? I think you've used him more than I have.
I thought I would, honestly, because I thought he was the arts version of Santa Nightingale, but turns out
Hmm.
Santa Nightingale's buffs are just too good to pass up
Yeah.
compared to what he provides. And other than that, I feel like he is just sort of resorted to a AoE arts looper most of the time for people that
I think
doesn't
that's gonna
have
be
a
the
good
common use,
option.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's fine, like against Calvaries. Like honestly, he does fine. His refund kind of suck, but it's workable with like plug suit. I think I'm not sure if it's
Yeah.
workable with plug suit. It's probably not on every class. Probably on like riders, casters, of course casters. Probably on
Yeah,
riders.
for sure,
I'm not
casters.
sure. Not sure on assassins, but yeah. So he's definitely workable, and I also don't really actually see him that much in multi-core, but like in theory it can work. I feel like once again this is the problem with 90 plus plus has traditionally been a knights. Like there has not been a lot of cavalry 90 plus pluses at all. I think like this event is probably one of the rare ones, one of the first ones that even had a mainly cavalry lineup. So I guess we'll
Hmm.
see in the future whether his multi-core potential is
Yeah.
actually there. So yeah.
Oh yeah, he can't even Black Grail. So that already speaks about his refund as well against assassins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which holds his damage potential back with like adding Oberon to the mix as well, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, where should I place him? I'm thinking maybe one of the Bs.
And I'd say he's B plus part. Like if he
Eh,
would be put in one of the Bs. Like
yeah,
he's
B plus could be
definitely
probably be fair.
a lot more usable than like if I were to take out like if you were to ask me there's like a not pretender a foreigner boss, I might actually bring him over Mechaliz even because like if he wants
Yeah,
to steal he
I
has a
might
lot
do that
better.
too. He offers so much
Yeah,
more than just
so
the MPs.
yep, definitely.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, that's it for the 4-star alter egos. Then we're gonna move on to the foreigners, opening up with the one of the older ones, of course. We got Heroine XX, Mage XX that is, from Summer 4, I believe. Yeah, 4. Yeah, for sure 4. Sigil target arts DPS and also hates sabers, no surprises there. And she honestly, again, much like for instance Itchan Berserker, she actually does a pretty good job against sabers too. I'll say that much. Alright, 9.7k attack. Pretty good for a 4-star on the higher end, above average. Double Buster, double art stick, I think is totally workable and fine. No worries there. First skill, we get a self-invul for 1 turn and a 5-turn cooldown, so it's already better than a lot of 1-turn invuls in the game. Usually the standard is 6 turns, so it's nice. But then you also get a kind of her mana burst. It's a 50% attack up for 1 turn. So while it's a good invul, when you think about the cooldown versus usually what the cooldown is, it's still awkward to use for sure. But luckily she's art, so sometimes you can just say screw the invul, I'm just gonna take the damage. I have invuls from Castoria, I have special invuls from Castoria, so depending on the setup, I guess it can be either very easily usable or sometimes a bit tricky to use. So at least she has that going for her, being arts, I suppose. Second skill is the one this is the one part I hate about her kit, just flat out. Say 20 star bomb on a 4-turn cooldown, and then it reduces her own absorb by 100% for 1 turn. Basically makes it 0, so that means unless you have an overabundance of stars, she's not really gonna get anything. Just I know it's like a lore thing and whatever, she's supposed to be a shitty detective or whatever, because it's an E rank skill too, and man, they didn't have to do her this dirty with this skill. You're either gonna have to have 30 stars before this, and then you can use to get everyone guaranteed crits, or otherwise it's just, I hate this skill so much. So bad. Completely negates her, you know, nice base foreigner absorb. So hey, maybe your Castorias can get their MPs now faster. Oh my god. I don't like this. Third skill though, Invul Pierce for 1 turn, very cool, 30% battery. And then a 50% threat to humanity damage mod for 1 turn. So both the Invul Pierce and the battery on a 5-turn cooldown, that's what you always get, that always works pretty good. Now if you do land the threat to humanity for 1 turn, then yeah, it's really good for a 5-turn cooldown, but otherwise it's fine. It's not terrible, it's fine. Overall, her skills could definitely be better. If she was like a modern Summer 4, if she was released in Summer 7, she would probably be the best, you know, one of the best foreigners in the game, but oh well. The skills are not trash, at least. First instance of the foreigner passive we see today. There will be a lot of these. Honestly, the good thing about the foreigner passive is that the rank really doesn't matter too much. I think the scaling is like, is it 2 to 10% debuff res? The stars per turn is like always 2 per turn, even on E rank, which I like, because that's the bigger part. So it's mostly just a small scaling of the debuff res. So even at D rank, it's still a cool passive to have for a little bit of more, you know, consistency boost with stars and shit. 8% star generation as well. Pretty irrelevant for her, honestly. Her buster has 4 hits. There's 2 of them, and the quick is 4, but it's not really gonna help too much. She's not really there for generating stars. 10% crit damage, actually not bad, okay, because again, remember, Foreigner's base absorb equals to that of more or less the archer class, which is, you know, one of the higher absorbs in the game. Mostly just behind Rider at 200-ish. And then 10% quick up, which again, fairly irrelevant. So her passives are better than many 4 stars, but they're not like anything crazy good. She has a Moon Cancer anti-append, which I don't think is going to be all that really. It should be a full neutral case, right? I think it is. So, yeah. Now, the MP has been buffed, which is interesting. Again, very rare to see Summer Servant buffs. So before damage, you get base OC 20% attack up for 1 turn. Pretty cool. It's not a huge buff, but considering it's before damage, I do like it. And then the other normal effect is a 200% damage mod against Saber. It's not even a, because usually the flat damage mods or normal effect, they tend to be 150. In fact, I believe, yeah, that's what it was before the buff. They just basically gave her a max OC equivalent of a damage mod, because usually, remember, usually the range on OC with shit like this is 150 to 200. So, yeah, with this, she can actually do some real legit damage with to Sabers with this MP, because that's a huge damage boost. Otherwise, you're probably just mostly gonna use her against Berserkers with her full class advantage. Now, if we take a look at the single-threaded loop sheet here, I guess this split is not even the split I was looking for, but okay, fair enough. She's actually on top here, but only when you hit both Threat to Humanity and Saber. But even considering how high the Saber is not that far away. It's actually only behind like Tyra with the Genji mod, which is a huge one as well. And she's a 5-star versus a 4-star, so it's very legit actually. It is very, very legit. There's a ton of damage against Sabers. If you're not against Sabers, it doesn't do the most. It definitely falls off a lot. But against Berserkers, you should still be seeing good numbers anyway. That's for sure. I guess we can take a look at some of the Archer numbers real fast as well. So if we go real quick on the... So let's see, her top end damage was like 572. That's not even the highest she could do. But usually that's the best. That's why this column is also highlighted. Usually the most realistic one. And then on Archers, like... she literally wins against all the non-niche ones. Just flat out. She wins against all the non-niche ones. So again, that really emphasizes on how much damage she can do against sabers with her MPM post buff. Ooh. In fact, is this calc neutral, by the way? I think this might be. They
Should be neutral, right?
Yeah, so it's even better. Anyway, what do you think of XX?
I mean, the MP upgrade definitely helps her a lot. It basically gives her one extra class to cover. I do think the anti-saber is kind of a meme before, but definitely solid MP upgrade. The threat to humanity anti-mod aligns well when she's fighting other foreigners, which she also does double damage to, so that can also be kind of relevant
Yeah,
sometimes, I
foreigner. You
guess.
can bring a foreigner in a foreigner fight. It's a bit risky for sure, but it's legit.
Yeah, if you just want to nuke, and she's got all the basic stuff you would want on a sort of a single target damage nuke with like MP charge and invo pierce as well, so she doesn't have to worry getting blocked off by an enemy skill, and she has at least a hard defense, I would say. She's definitely really decent after the MP upgrade. Like I think a lot of characters, like for their damage to catch up, they just need the MP upgrade, and she that definitely helps with her. I also want to preface that usually when I rate foreigners, I will consider their crit potential just because of how good Van Gogh is a character, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's particularly good with it. But at least she has double buster deck, so yeah.
I think also the base absorb is very nice to have because it makes them fairly consistent at critting across the board, even outside of Van Gogh supporting.
Of course, of course. So yeah, I think she's really decent after the MP upgrade. Honestly, like
Hmm.
yeah,
Does she have the domain trait? Well, she has the passive, so I'm pretty sure she does. Yeah, she's right here. I'm pretty sure every servant that has the passive has the trait. I think it's a
yeah,
forced thing, much like divinity.
yeah.
So yeah, definitely has the Van Gogh synergy possible. It's a tough one actually. I'm thinking at least an A, honestly.
Yeah, I'd probably stick her an A because, like, honestly,
Hmm.
her skills still has problems. Like,
Yeah, the
she's probably like
skills are
one
they
buff
could
away from
definitely
being
be
A plus.
better. Yeah,
Like, they're good basic effects, but like maybe not really good long lasting
I
sustainable
hate the second
effects.
skill
So
so much. I hate it so
yeah,
much, dude. Okay, I'll
that
probably
really
just
feels
plop her
like a
into
skill
A. Yeah.
that'll get buffed. Yeah, that definitely feels like a skill that should get buffed.
Okay. All right, next one. Someone we had very recently on NA actually. I'm gonna talk about the mix. Mysterious Idol X Alter. Headshot is back with a guitar. So AoE quick DPS. Pretty sure she doesn't loop, right? Let me double check. I don't think she's here either. No, she's not. So sadly, doesn't have the required, numbers for looping. At least not very, worthwhile stuff. But hey, how is she as a DPS? Let's give her a rundown here. 9k attack. Uh, I would say it's around average to below average among 4 stars. So could definitely do better there, but still fine. She's got double buster, double quick deck, which I think is perfect, especially on hindsight now that Summer Scotty is a thing. That's nice. First skill, we got the quick and red up with 3 times 3 turns, 30% each, and then a 1-hit evasion for 3 turns. This is on a 5-turn cooldown. I think they could have definitely made both the buster and quick just flat out 3 turns. I don't think it would have been a problem, but oh well. It's average-ish at best. I don't think it's a great skill. I do like that the evasion is not like a 1-turn one. Well, obviously, it's still a 1-hit one, but at least now if you activate it and you don't get hit that turn, you still have some more value other turns, because otherwise it would be way more hard to time this skill properly. Second skill, you get a 100% crit damage for 1 turn and a 50% mechanical damage mod for 3 turns. Now, there's not that many servants, at least, that have the mechanical traits. It's pretty rare there, but some bosses still, like, outside of servants, have it. I'm pretty sure. I think all the Greek gods, for instance, do have it. And probably some other stuff, too, that I'm forgetting from the top of my head. Oh, yeah, Shan Yu also has it. That's funny. So yeah, I guess that's, like, her best case scenario, if anything, because, you know, foreigner as well. So we have anti-Juan over here. So this is a 4-turn cooldown, because most of the time you're probably only going to get the 100% crit damage 1 turn. It's, like, again, not amazing. But if you do land the mechanical, it's really good. Like, suddenly it becomes such a really, like, strong skill. So it really depends. And I guess a lot of the Sakura faces also have mechanical. That's also a thing worth noting. Third skill is a Charisma, 20% attack, 3 turns, and then comes with a bonus 2k heal on use. So while it's not an amazing skill, it's still better than base Charismas, I suppose. So it's a cute little thing on her kit. Overall, the kit, skill-wise, I think she could do better, honestly. For sure. Oh, you have to do a super scope starter if you want to loop with her. Ooh, that doesn't sound too appealing, though. Anyway, passes, we got the Foreigner one. Again, D rank, much like XX. It's fine, it's still the same stars. Not that big of a deal when the debuff rest is slightly lower. 6% Buster up is nice because she has double Buster and she actually has some crit synergy too. And then another 17.5% Buster, not Buster, debuff rest. So total, she has just over 20 permanently, which is actually pretty good. That's not bad at all. Anti-Berserker Appendo, now that is absolutely beautiful. It is the best case scenario for forwarders, and Berserkers also happen to be common enemies, so at least here she absolutely wins. It's just such a great append, so can't get better than that. And then the MP. Before damage, on OC base you get 20% quick up for 1 turn. Pretty good. I like that it's before damage, otherwise it would be kind of awkward, but now it's pretty okay. It's only 4 hitters as a quick MP, usually they have more, so it's not going to dish out the most stars ever, and I assume that's why her looping is so hampered as well. But you get the 150% anti-evil damage mod on a normal effect. Just a flat number, and again, evil alignment is pretty common, especially on bosses, so yeah, it's a nice little bonus effect to have. Otherwise, her MP at the free MP5, if you don't hit the
I don't know. You just moved a little bit on stream.
Oh, some people are saying we're back. Okay, I'm not gonna restart then. Okay, but now here's the question. Does the stream hear audio? Because sometimes when shit like that happens, the audio dies. I mean, I might have to restart anyway. Do you guys hear the audio? Let's see. Everyone's saying it's back. No one's responding yet. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so I don't know what happened. This is weird because I think it may have been a Twitch issue because I was surprised. I thought maybe people were having their own internet problems because everyone was saying F. Because in my OBS, I have 0 dropped frames and my bitrate is a perfect green one all the time. So everything there should not have been any problems at all at any point. But maybe Twitch had a hiccup or something. So I was about to press restart, but then you guys said we're back. So hopefully we can move on now, I guess. So if you're watching this later on YouTube, apologies for that. I don't know, Twitch must have had a hiccup or something. But yeah, we just finished talking about Mixa's kit. So what do you think about her, actually? Being a welfare and all?
I don't know. Like as a quick AoE, I don't really see her to be super impressive, and obviously counterclassing with her is going to be hard. She as a crit damage dealer, she's also honestly with her skill set, it's not all that amazing.
Yeah, it's a 1-turn buff as well.
Yeah, she's just awkward. Like obviously, a lot of the crit aspect leans heavily on Van Gogh, but like
yeah, then it becomes legit for sure. But if not that, then it's definitely not that impressive.
Yeah, she gotta do some lifting by her own, and I don't think she does that much lifting by her own, unfortunately. The anti-evil is obviously interesting, and but it also is just for the MP. It's not for the chain afterwards. maybe that's too challenge quest brain rot, but I would have liked it if it was if it extended to her card damage as well. So I don't know. I don't see a reason to use her that much.
Yeah, I feel like she's mostly good for like someone like my free-to-play account where I don't have the most options. Then she's really amazing. But for established accounts, you're probably really not gonna use her too much, honestly.
Yeah, she's like a neutral, quick AOE, and not even an amazing one. So I just don't see that. Really,
I might even place her in like C plus. Maybe I almost want to place her in B though. Maybe B.
No, I don't think she's C plus.
Like not that bad or not that good.
Yeah, no, not that bad, not that bad.
Okay.
I think she's just
Sure.
I think she's just okay. She's like
yeah, I guess the free MP5 might be the reason I would be willing to place her in B after all. And the anti-evil is still nice on the... Even though the mechanical can be a bit finicky sometimes, anti-evil is still fairly common. Yeah. I think I'm okay with B. Okay. And that's it for the 4-star foreigners. Now we got the 4-star pretenders, and then it's only SSRs until the end, which is most of the list, actually. Fun extra class stuff. So, pretender, we got a few. Hephaestion being the first one. He's an interesting case. Single target arts DPS pretender. Again, people can go back and watch. I probably put a timestamp on the pretender and alter ego class like discussion. I'm still not a big fan of the classes. Even maybe even less so with pretender because knight classes have way more better DPS options than cavalries do. But again, I digress. You can go listen to that rant instead. So 9.8k attack is actually pretty damn good, even with the 1.5x affinity in play. It's not bad. She's got double buster, double arch deck, which I think complements her playstyle really well. MP spam and better chains for damage. Her skill, we get a self blue and red up 30% for 3 turns. Not too bad, it's the good numbers. Then she gets the funny buff, which gives her full class advantage against caster for 3 turns. Now, it's not even just 1.5x damage, it's 2.0x damage. So this is basically transforming her into a rider. And get the same defensive and offensive benefits. Now, it's only up half the time, but honestly, in many cases, it's like all you need. It's like the Kama argument all over again. Sure, normally she sucks against casters being a pretender, but with this active, it's very legit. She's a rider. She flat out becomes a rider with this active. And it's still, decent uptime, so it's very similar to the Kama situation with alter ego thingy. So it's actually not that bad. I was kind of underestimating it a long time ago, but I've come to realize that it actually can be very useful. But yeah, pretty good skill. Second skill, the big battery. So on rank 10, you get more than enough to be able to fire off your MP, 120%. It is a 7-turn cooldown, but, it adds to the MP spam, I suppose. Her spam ability is already pretty good. So this is just a nice bonus, if anything. It's not an amazing skill, but, this makes using Black Rel also a lot easier, too, for what it's worth. And then the third skill, it's a self-taunt for 1 turn, 5-turn cooldown. 50% defense after 1 turn. Beautiful combo with the taunt. It's 30% MP generation for 1 turn, which also, by the way, for people that don't know, I'm like 99% sure that normal MP generation also works on damage taken. Yes, there is a separate stat specifically for MP generation increased on damage taken. That's why the only difference is that those numbers are usually higher because it only affects you getting hit. This also helps, but not as much because this also helps your other like face cards and MPs, etc. So it's another great combo with the taunts, so it also helps with that too. And then a funny demerit that absorbs all the curses to herself, I guess. Maybe she's like a wannabe Van Gogh or something. Definitely a lore thing. Pretty cool, good taunt actually. Again, makes the MP spam even easier. So she can use it a lot. 12% crit damage, very cool as a bonus. 10% crit resistance, nice. And then 10% Stargen. Stargen part maybe not so big, but the crit resistance is always nice to have. 12% permanent arts up, now that is mighty fine. And then permanent 10% MP damage as well. Another great passive, and considering, again, she really wants to spam that MP, it's nice. So, very, very cool. Oh, does the MP gain expire before the enemy's attack? Is that when this buff disappears? Is it not at the end of enemies' actions? Is it at the end of your actions?
I'm actually not sure. Probably.
Price in the chat is saying it's after or before enemies' actions.
Should work like that. Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of as the offensive buff, so it would disappear then. Okay. Oh, that's kind of annoying.
Her loop, basically.
Yeah, it's only for her face cards then. Well, the fact of the matter, the synergy still works with getting hit as well, but in this case, sadly, it disappears before the enemy moves, I guess. So yeah, it is what it is. Her untap is against Lancer, which is great as a pretender, I suppose. And then the MP. First of all, OC base, 10% MP damage. Before damage, not the most, but you know, again, it all adds up. And then the normal effect adds both Buster and Archers down 10% for 3 turns flat. These after damage, but again, considering the MP is spammable, you know, you're gonna feel those debuffs even more the more you keep going. Now let's take a look at her numbers here. I think this might be a bit ugly for her, if anything. These numbers. Yeah, I had a feeling. I think this is a bit unfair as well, because yeah, sure, her damage potential might not be the highest, but she's one of the easier Black Grail. Like, sure, a lot of these are calced with Black Grail, right? But it doesn't reflect how easy it is to do it with her versus like someone else. Like, there's even Super Bunyan as well calced with Black Grail, and her refund is so much worse, for instance. Take my word for it, having a big grailed copy. So it doesn't really paint her in a fair way in this case. What do you think about Hephaestion?
Really solid, really relevant in 90++, 100% battery, super easy to just put into a team when you need a single target. She can easily loop her MP as well, use it multiple times. She also has one extra counter class, essentially, compared to normal pretenders. So she can handle even more nodes. And if it's worth anything, she is also permanent. So
oh yeah, I didn't mention that, but yeah, she is permanent.
Like, probably, I think one of my more used 4-stars in general for the past year. Really, really solid. And of course, still performs okay in boss fights, so you can definitely run her with double Castoria and as single target DPS. Obviously, at that point, maybe the battery is even a bit redundant with how already decent her refund is. But yeah, really, I like her a lot. Like, and I use her a lot. So,
I think I would stick to my placement from last year, which would be A+.
That's fair.
I think she's very legit. So many use cases, like you said, and a lot of, you know, and they're not just like, you know, oh, it's like a fun little use case. They're legit use cases. So, yeah. Very solid spook right there. Then we're gonna talk about another one. So another new entry from last year's list. We're gonna talk about Eliza. Basically another Liz face when you think about it. AoE Buster Pretender. Now, she's an awkward case. I don't even know what to call. I think I would mostly call her as a DPS. I don't think her farming is all that legit. You'll see the numbers soon, but yeah, she's an interesting case, I suppose. So 9.6k attack. Pretty solid for a 4-star. Could be even higher, honestly. Maybe around 10k, but oh well. Double Buster, double Quick Deck is fine. A bit of Summer Scotty synergy as well, although you'd prefer a quick MP for that too, but you know, still usable for sure like that. Is the cam a little delayed? Oh, is it? In my, I'm looking at it right now and it matches my mouth. I hope it didn't desync or whatever when we had that weird disconnect thing. Just let me know if it's like desynced and I can maybe refresh it or something. Anyway. First skill, it's an interesting type of charisma. It's on a 6-turn cooldown, so what do we get? 20% attack up for 3 turns. There it is, the base. And then for lawful allies, you get 20% crit damage for 3 turns. For neutral allies, you get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. For chaotic allies, you get 20% MP generation for 3 turns, and then everyone else besides her gets a Mount Liang trait for 3 turns, which will definitely come into play again. And then she herself gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. So it's an interesting one. I definitely think they could have made the lawful one way more than 20% crit damage. Feels kind of weak compared to the others, because usually I don't think these buffs are equal in the amount of how much numbers you should be seeing. But oh well, maybe 30, maybe 40, maybe even 50, honestly, on the crit damage. It's an interesting skill. It at least does something for all of your allies, which I like. It's not, there's never like anything dead with this skill. Alright, here we go. Second skill. Whoa, my mouse scroll wheel is so broken. Anyway, so all allies that do now have that Mount Liang trait get 20% battery. Very cool. So she basically has a nice AoE battery when you think about it. And then the allies that have that trait also get 2k heal or max HP for 3 turns, which is cool. And then I guess there is a demerit. Those allies also get minus 20% debuff rest for 3 turns, which may or may not be a bad thing. It depends on the encounter, I guess. Oh yeah, it's worth noting that she herself does have the Mount Liang trait. So when you use this skill and then this skill, this is basically a AoE 20% battery, which is pretty damn impressive for a welfare at least. So I'll say that much. Alright, third skill, self green and red up 30% 3 turns, and then self crit damage 30% 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown. Pretty okay. I do like this a lot more than the Mixa skill, for instance. A bit more usable. Now her own alignment is chaotic evil, so what that means is that on the first skill she gets the MP generation rate, for better or worse, I suppose. Passives wise, we got 9% crit damage. It's okay, she does have some crit focus, so I don't hate it, it's good. 6% arts up, she only has 1 arts card, so limited usability, and then also star gen 6%. If anything, that's actually even more useful than the arts up, funnily enough. Usually the opposite. Her anti-append is against assassins, so not that great when you factor in that she's a pretender, so yeah, kind of an awkward one. Not good. And then the MP. So before damage, 50% star gen for 1 turn and 10% MP damage for 1 turn on the base OCs. It is a 9-hitter MP on an AoE buster, so honestly, you can actually generate some stars with this. It's not like Raiko level, I'm pretty sure, but you know, a decent chunk of stars for sure. And then the base effect besides damage is 10% defense down for 3 turns after damage. I think they could have made that before damage easily, but it is what it is. Now, I think the looping numbers of her are up, but let's see here. Yeah, they're not like super pretty. And this is again with 1.5x in mind as well. She does have a pretty good turn 3, obviously, but even then, you'd wish to maybe see a bit more numbers across the board for the farming. Oh yeah, her name here is Dragon Maru Liz, by the way, if it wasn't obvious. So yeah, she also has to do the super scope looping, which is just, yeah. Yeah, maybe this shouldn't even be here. It's not like, it probably doesn't even need to be here, but whatever. But there you go, now you see it. Alright, what do you think of Eliza as a Liz enjoyer of sorts?
I mean, she's certainly one of the better ones, I would say. AoE charisma as well as
Like among Liz's,
battery.
yeah.
Yeah. AoE charisma with the 20% AoE battery can actually make her pretty relevant in some farming comps where she herself can clear a wave and she can buff up her teammates pretty well. Obviously, if her teammates is neutral, it's particularly good because the 20% MP damage up
Oh
and
yeah,
20%
true.
attack up and 20 MP charge suddenly makes her like really good. But even without it, she's kind of fine. Like I do use her in certain 90 plus plus where she is a wave clear and a team buffer at the same time. So like at the very least in the farming front, I think she has some uses. Her own damage alone is not absolutely horrible. Obviously, you know, if you force her to loop with the
Yeah, I
K
don't think
scope,
she's
it's gonna
solo
be
clear
pretty
as well
bad.
at all, but like you said, in like multiple setups like that, then yeah, she's better.
Yeah. Yeah. And as a main DPS, I also don't think she's that impressive. I guess the only thing that's worth noting is maybe I think she is chaotic evil, right?
Yeah, she's chaotic evil.
Yeah, so you can like maybe pair up with Dolman, but I mean pretenders alter egos don't really pair well together.
Yeah, it's very awkward.
Yeah, I did grill mine to 100, but I think she's not that usable outside of farming, but she is pretty decent in farming. Yeah, also free MP5, so her wave clear ability, even though she doesn't have full support, should be okay if it's on like an AoE wave. So yeah.
I'm thinking between B plus and A personally. She certainly has her uses.
Yeah, I would put her in A, but I can understand B plus. It's close.
I feel like for most people with a level 80 copy, I feel like it's more close to B plus, if anything.
Maybe that's fair.
But you know what? She at least has some good stuff going for her. I'm willing to place her into B plus. All right. Final 4-star and final 4-star pretender as well. So another new entry. Again, we have 9 new entries total this year compared to last year because they really love pumping out extra classes. So we're gonna talk about Tlaloc next. Very interesting case. I need to remind myself she's quick, right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, she's AoE quick.
Quick. Yes. Okay. AoE quick pretender. Can actually farm pretty well and also has some nice team-wide effects going on too. So, yeah, she's definitely not short of things that she can do. So 8.7k attack is maybe one of her biggest drawbacks. It could certainly be higher as a DPS. But, you know, if anything, that's one of the worst things about her. So that kind of says something. She's got double arts, double quick, which I think is fine. He likes using her MP a lot anyway, so that's fine. Maybe Double Buster would have been cool, I suppose, in some cases. But yeah, not too bad. First skill is a 30% battery for self, and then also a 10% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns. Pretty cool combo. And then also grants the water side map effect for 3 turns. So this is actually an interesting thing. It helps herself too with the water field, but it can also be a legit case where she actually can be picked with other servants as a support that do like water field, namely the ones that really rely on it, like Nemo, for instance. Like Nemo gets a lot better with water field. Some servants don't really see too much of a difference that do have some synergy, but someone like Nemo just absolutely wants to have water field. So it's worth mentioning that it actually can be an interesting thing that way as well, not just for herself. Alright, second skill, we get 20% AoE attack up for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, sure hit for 3 turns, all this is AoE by the way. Removes 1 guts from all enemies, which is actually a pretty cool small utility to have. I like that. And then if you do manage to remove it, it reduces their defense by 50% for 3 turns. Now, if you do actually manage to, strip a guts or 2 with this man, this skill suddenly becomes really nuts. Even without it, the sure hit, the crit damage, the attack on a 6-turn cooldown, while the numbers are not the highest, is still pretty good, honestly. So it's either good or really good, depending on what happens with the fight. Third skill is her main card type, so both arts and quick up 30% for 3 turns. I like that they're the bigger numbers. 30% self-crit damage for 3 turns, and also party damage cut, big 2k for 3 attacks, 3 turns. This is on a 6-turn cooldown. Now, that's a lot of damage cut, obviously. So if the enemy is not MPing you or critting you very hard, you're basically looking at 0 damage taken, more or less. So yeah, that actually is a very nice effect on AoE. I'm glad they kept that one on AoE. All the others are fine on herself only, but I'm glad they managed to make that AoE, because that's actually very cool. Overall, actually, I'm kind of a big fan of her kit. She helps herself, kind of sustains herself fairly well. Obviously, she works really well with supports too, but also, you know, works with the team. So it's a nice kit. Passives wise, we got 12% permanent arts up. That is just amazing. Even if her MP is not arts, she still has 2 arts cards, so that's nice. She's got, here we come to the synergy, 20% crit damage on water side, which very easy when you... The uptime is good too, isn't it? Well, it's up half the time,
turns,
so
right?
yeah, it's pretty good. And first turn, you're always gonna get this, basically, so yeah. And then, hey, she spreads the love. She gets 12%. Well, now her allies also get 8% of arts up when she is on the field. So that's actually a very unique and cool passive. This is very... is there even any other passives that do this? Maybe not, actually. That give card type bonus. This is like a bond CE that's free, basically.
Yeah, this seems like a bouncy, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a great little passive. It's actually really nice. Third Append is against Avengers, so as far as I know, it should be a full neutral scenario. If you're bringing her as a support, maybe it has some value, but I wouldn't really bring her as a DPS against Avengers. You can definitely do better than that. Then the MP. So first of all, OC, 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. Pretty good. Not too bad. Then, important one for her looping. Before damage, she gets 20% MP gen on water side field for 1 turn. I wish it was a bit ramping. Could maybe spam it even more, but hey, at least you get it on every turn for the first 3 turns of MPing. Very cool. And then another normal effect, which again helps her friends. So her allies get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. I do kind of wish she was included in that, because that's a nice ramp-up effect right there. But you know what? If you run her in like multi-stuff, which I think should be possible, it's actually very nice to have. Now, was she... she's permanent, right?
She is permanent.
Yeah,
yes.
so that's another nice thing about her. Yeah, that's what I remember. She is permanent, actually. Now let's look at her looping numbers. These are actually fairly legit. They look a little bit better, maybe, because again, 1.5x calcs instead of neutral like most of the normal classes. But, you know, she can still do Black Grail looping fine. You can do triple Scotty, you can do Oberon. So it's up to you whether you want the more consistent numbers or the higher spike towards the end. So yeah, I mean, she's both a pretty good farmer and also a pretty good like sub DPS, sub support. She's got a lot of things going for her, huh? What do you think about Tlaloc?
Yeah. I like her quite a bit. I think very good utility in her entire skill set. AoE sure hit is kind of a rare buff as well.
True.
Obviously not nearly as good as Invul Pierce, but usually Invul Pierce will ask you to do something, like Holmes would ask you to MP, or Jane would ask you to use stars, have stars, not use stars. So it's a really good effect. Same with the damage cut; it's a decent support effect. And of course, as you've said, I the biggest like I wouldn't even say gripe, but like unfortunate part is the ramp up is not on herself on the MP, which would have made her like a pretty top tier quick looper. As of now, she's still pretty good with her refund, I would say, because she also has passive charge. There are some weird like funny comps I've seen where you do Scotty and then you ramp up the teammate Scotty's MP damage and maybe Scotty MPs or something.
Like Summer Scotty
yeah.
DPSing. Okay.
Yeah, there are some like interesting stuff you can do with her, and overall, obviously, probably not the best if you are using her as like just the main focus DPS, but definitely a really good utility character, both in challenge quests and farming, in my opinion, for like as a good teammate.
Again, much like Eliza, I think she's just like a better example of Eliza, basically. She has presence in both farming and bosses as well.
Yeah. Really solid servant, in my opinion.
I think she should be A+, honestly.
That's fair. Yeah.
Among 4-stars, she really stands out.
Yeah. Skill set is just too stacked.
Yeah, it really goes with like most of the LB7 servants being kind of really good. She is certainly not a big exception at all. Alright, that's it. We're done with 3 to 4 stars, I suppose. Because there was nothing lower than 3 in this list, so here we go. It's time to talk about the SSRs. And again, we will cover Alter Ego first, then Foreigner, and then finally Pretender. And Alter Egos are like half of them, if anything, so we're gonna be here for a while. Let's do this. Alrighty then. So we're gonna go back in time. A bit more not so modern stuff anymore, but you know, we'll get there again. We're gonna talk about the melt first. The OG. Single target quick alter ego DPS. There she is. A fairly popular character too. Still to this day. Now her attack is hovering around average among SSRs for DPSing. Is not great, is not terrible, is fine. She's got double buster, double quick, which again in retrospect is actually very nice now that Summer Scotty exists, so she actually, you know, came out better from her existing as well, which is cool, especially when you remember that she actually does have some okay crit potential too. So that's nice. Deck is cool. Her first skill has been buffed, so what do we get? Self-evasion, 2 attacks, 3 turns, 15 stars, and then a 30% battery. On a 5-turn cooldown? Pretty legit, actually. I do love the flexibility of the evade as well, so it's much easier to use this skill. You can absolutely pop this turn 1 or turn 2 or whenever you want. It's pretty flexible. Alright, the buff to the second skill is really that made her crit potential like skyrocket, basically. So you still get the 30% attack up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, which is fine. Then there's the demerit of the 10% defense down for 3 turns. It's not that bad, honestly. It's only 10%, so it's not really usually gonna make you lose or anything. Can be annoying, but, you know, not the worst demerit ever. But then with the buff, you now get the on-attack activate buff for 3 turns. And what this does is that every normal attack he does gives her a 15% crit damage buff for 3 turns, and is also before damage. And what normal attacking means is that it's all of her normal cards and her extra card as well. Now, granted, the extra can't crit, but it's nice that it can generate one of these 3-turn crit buffs as well. So with this, you can actually have a lot of crit damage under her belt. In team situations, obviously you can't stack it as high as in solo, but still a very respectable amount can be stacked with just this effect alone. That's not even adding some Scotty crit damage into the mix. So yeah, sadly the best case scenario is solo, but she's not a very great soloer in my opinion, but still in teams, very legit. Third skill has also been buffed. They love buffing her, I suppose. It's an AoE MP damage down on all enemies, 50% for 1 turn. If you actually time this properly and you want to make use of that, you can actually nullify some MPs. You need more than that though, but it's a good start for sure for all the damage reduction. Then your party, besides her, gets a minus 50% MP damage for 1 turn, which is a demerit as well. Now, usually she's probably going to be your only DPS, if I had to guess, in most comps, so it's not really a big deal, because most of your other allies tend to be supports, so it's not a bad demerit. And then with the buff, you get 30% MP damage immediately for 2 turns. I think they could have easily made it 3 turns if it's only 30% on a 6-turn cooldown, but I digress. Overall, her kit, certainly, it has, I would say it has aged pretty well with the buffs. It's not like an amazing kit, but it's pretty good. I like it, honestly. I do like it. I do like the synergies going on, especially with the first and the second skills. Third skill being kind of an oddball, but not terrible. Anyway, passives, 17.5% debuff res, nice. 8% quick up, very nice. 10% crit damage, also very nice. And another 22.5% debuff res. So just from her passives alone, she gets 40% debuff res, which is very much from passives alone. It's borderlining the highest ever, which is like 50% for a few servants. Very high. Her append is against Lancers, which is trash as an alter ego, so ignore this unless you're like doing it for collection purposes, like having the perfect copy. It's terrible. The MP. Ooh, the MP. It's 2 effects, but they're both after damage. They're both good effects, though. That's the awkward thing. Like, they're still good effects, but man, I wish they were before damage. So on the OC, 10% quick up for 3 turns after damage, and then fully removes all the buff from the enemy, not just defensive ones, offensive ones included that can be removed, they're gone. But again, after damage. And as much as they love buffing her, they still haven't touched the MP. So unless you have a really fat copy, the MP just doesn't do a whole lot of damage anyway. If anything, I think her main crit damage potential is within the crits for most people. Now, if you look at the sheet, I assume this is gonna... Yeah, it doesn't look that bad for her, honestly. There is a bit of ramp up with the OC, even if it's after damage, but the numbers aren't, like, amazing or anything. They're kind of like whatever, you know? So, at least she has that crit potential, though. What do you think about Melt? In my opinion, she has kind of... I think she still maybe slightly goes down a little bit every year in my eyes, but never, like, a lot.
Yeah, I mean, still really highly, offense-centric skill set. MP, I mean, yeah, it's after damage, but still really, I mean, it's buff removal, right? And it's also a ramp-up MP, really high damaging crits, and I don't know. I think she's still really solid. Like, I might dock points because of her class, but like, still one of the best single target damage dealers in terms of skill set and whatnot. A good deck for Summer Scotty as well.
If they ever buff the MP, I think she could be like top tier. But I just don't like the MP. The effects are good, but I don't like how they work.
I think it's fine because it also has a ramp up. Like if it didn't have the ramp up, I wouldn't like it that much. But
yeah,
I think it's fine. It's a ramp up that helps her cards. So like, yeah.
So I'm thinking of one of the A's for Melt.
I think she's still A plus.
She might be, yeah.
Yeah, she's still A plus.
I like the crits though. That's the ones because otherwise the MP that doesn't do the most damage. The crits can definitely help a lot. And with retrospect to Summer Scotty being released and her having a double buster double quick deck is very good synergy with that too.
Yeah. I mean, she can do. She isn't like a full-on solo unit, but like I feel like sometimes if you damage rush, she can also like. I don't think the crit buff is actually like too meme tier. I actually think
I don't know why Jord is calling it a meme. I don't think it's meme at all. I think it's very legit. It's always before damage, and it gives it to you even if you don't crit. Like I don't know if he understands that properly. You always get the crit buffs for 3 turns on all your normal attacks, including the extra one, even if you don't crit. You need to hit 3 times to have a decent number? No, you don't. It's a bonus, dude. Like, pair it with Summer Scotty stuff, you're already gonna slam crazy hard, dude. It's just a nice bonus. Like, even 2 normal hits is already 30% universal crit damage. Not even like quick crits only. It's universal. It's all crits. How is it a meme? 2 hits alone is 30%. 3 hits is like bordering a very good 3-turn crit skill. Like, what are you talking about? It's good. It's really good. I don't know why Jord is so negative about it. I think she's very legit.
Long as well. Like, it's just both the ongoing on attack effect and the crit she gets from the on attack effect lasts very long as well.
Yeah, I would definitely place her in A+.
Most modern servant that crit have at least 30% crit, often 50%. You're starting behind.
But it's not even hard to get to that number. You can easily have more than that. It's not hard to get to there. You're acting like using 3 of your main DPS as face cards is somehow hard. She's gonna be your only DPS in most cases. Why do you think it's hard? You're gonna prior her cards anyway. I don't understand why he hates the skill, dude. Like, she's your main DPS. You're gonna use all the cards you're gonna get. Like, what? And even if you don't crit, you get the buffs anyway.
Most recent modern servant, Draco, has 30% crit up for only 6 hits on 7-turn cooldown, dude. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that argument was the best, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I'm just joking, but yeah, like, come on.
Okay, I'm probably not gonna read Rib's essay either. I think we're just gonna move on from that. Okay. Anyway, next up, another, one of the first ever alter egos released in the same batch, kinda. A week or 2 later, we got OG Kiara next. Still a very interesting servant. AoE arts, looper, and DPS. In fact, I like her more as a DPS. She can loop, but she has so much in her kit that's so nice against bosses, honestly. I just really like her as a DPS. 11.6k attack, around average among SSRs, maybe slightly higher, but certainly does okay damage regardless. Double buster, double arts, I think is fine. She even has a bit of crit potential too, so I like the double buster. Very cool. Now, we have seen a lot of buffs on Kiara as well. So first skill, Single target 100% debuff res down for 1 turn, and then on that target minus 30% arts res for 1 turn, and a self 50% batter and 6 turn cooldown. I do wish it was AoE, because her own MP is AoE, but you know what, it's still nice to have. You're mostly going to use it for the battery. The arts thing is just a bonus because it's only 1 turn. I think for 1 turn they could have made it AoE, but since the buff also added the battery... Actually, no, it didn't. It was always there, right? Okay, never mind. Okay, they definitely could have made the arts stress down AoE then, if it's 1 turn. But you know what? It's still fine. It's a good skill. Helps with her refund and damage. Alright, second skill. Now, this is where did this buff, though. Oh my god. They added the thing. So yeah, first of all, it's an AoE drain. Guaranteed 1 tick. Great. Really good. 30% defense down for 3 turns. Not even 20. 30. 6 turn cooldown. Now, if it was those two alone, I still think this skill would have been pretty good. I like it. But then the buff also added a full buff strip on command on all enemies. Not even offensive, not even like mental buffs or whatever, defensive. It's all buffs you can remove on all enemies, just gone on command on a 6 turn cooldown that already had good effects. This skill is so ridiculous. I can't emphasize it enough. Like, it's such a nut skill on bosses. Woo! Yeah, that's ridiculous. And then the third skill, the one thing they haven't buffed on her, but honestly, I'm expecting this to get buffed at some point too, since they also buffed the Tammy Summer one. This used to be the best of these, until they buffed Tama Lancer's one. So maybe they'll buff this still, I don't know, honestly. So what do we get? For 1 turn, it's a bunch of 1 turn effects. Invul, 50% crit damage, 50% MP gain, 50% debuff res, 50% healing. You all get that for herself for 1 turn, and then does 3k damage without killing yourself. Now, you might say, 3k damage? Oh, that's scary, even for an SSR that has a lot of HP. Ooh, that's a big hit, right? Oh, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing when you see what they did with the MP as well. Like, sure, you get this healing buff. This healing buff is not even needed. It's not even needed. Like, it's a nice bonus, but it's not even needed to even fix this demerit alone. Like, oh my god. The MP buff is so stupid. Anyway, before we get there, 8% crit damage, pretty cool as a bonus. Then the 2% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res. Again, it doesn't do much, but it's a nice bonus. Dude, and I think a lot of people usually focus on her anti-ruler passive. Don't get me wrong, it's nice that she has that 1.5x against them. It's an option for sure. Maybe she's not as good as an Avenger for sure, but you know, it's a nice option. But people don't focus enough on her Logos Eater passive. This is what I really... I praised this a lot when we saw Summer Kiara as well, because she does inherit this passive there too. 16% humanoid defense is ridiculous. 99% of servants in the game are considered humanoid. Like, that's a lot of permanent defense against, like, basically every servant in the game. How is that, like, not a crazy passive? It is. It really is a crazy passive. If anything, that's the one people should be focusing on when they talk about Kiara, not this one. Even though this is obviously more cool and unique. Anyway. Third append is against ruler, so honestly, yeah, you can, because of the passive, it is a legit append. So, max it. Why not? And then the MP has been buffed. Oh, the joy. Now, they only increased the numbers. They didn't add anything new. Not that it needed, because it already had both Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage and also ignores defense. So it's the godly combo of those two utility. The only thing that's going to save the enemy is Guts or Special Invul. Otherwise, you're getting slammed. And then it has a self-heal. It used to be a base 2k, which already, with the third skill active, it already kind of... It basically healed you for 3k, what the skill used to damage you for, right? When you have it maxed. But now, it's a it's 2.5 times higher on base, dude. What? Why is it so much higher? So now you don't even need the healing up. It already heals that much and more. But if you do have it, it's now on base OC, a 7.5k heal. Wow. And that's on an MP that's fairly spammable too. Just wow, dude. Wow, wow, wow. And yeah, even Guts might not save the enemy, especially Invul, because she has a buff strip too. You're right, yeah. Like, let's look at her farming numbers too, sure. Like, these are definitely still, like, they're alright, right? Like, they're not bad. Honestly, they're good. They're good numbers. Is she like a top tier arts looper? Maybe not, but is she good? Yes. But if anything, I really want to emphasize how much I like her against bosses. I think that's where where she really shines, honestly. Like, yeah. What do you think about OG Kiara?
I mean, okay, she's definitely really solid. Like as boss killer, it's very hard to kill her. She heals back everything whenever she MPs, and as you said, it is quite spammable. Like my only problem with her is her damage. I think for a character who has an MP upgrade, is still a bit low. Probably because her first skill is probably one of the bigger problems. But overall, really pretty solid. I don't know. She's also not. She's not a good farmer. Like I'm just gonna say straight up. I don't think she's a good farmer. But like for challenge quest stuff, she can definitely survive very well. Um, so I guess that kind of combines into like maybe A plus. I don't know. That's just for me.
I think after the MP buff, the farming number is still pretty good, actually.
Yeah, but like usually I am expecting more from MP upgraded
Okay,
servants, and
she
she just
probably doesn't compare to like the best arch loopers out there. But like if you compare to Summer Ibuki, like it's just unfair. But
yeah, but like
yeah,
uh, it's because her like one, her refund isn't the greatest, because I'm pretty sure they nerfed her refund because of her skill 3 having an MP gain up skill, and also she doesn't have any self steroids. She has the single target arts down for a turn, so like it's
I mean her
not a good
damage is still
improvement.
very legit though with the double caster Oberon comp. I mean, granted this is 1.5x, but
Yeah,
still, even with that factored in, actually pretty damn high.
Hmm. Oh yeah, the defense now helps too. Yeah, but it
Mm-hmm.
also doesn't carry over. So
Mm.
I mean, I would definitely pick her as a challenge quest killer.
Yeah, even I do know. In my opinion, her farming numbers are still good, but I very much prefer her in bosses because then you get to use
Yeah.
everything that's so nice about her.
Yeah. I mean, she's actually the only servant I have currently taken over 100 in NA, just because she's the SSR I got multiple times on in GSSR.
Mm.
But I guess we'll see. I might need more experience with her to give her a more fair rating, maybe. I mean, I'd use her quite a bit, but not in farming at all. So
I honestly, this may be a hot take, but I think I'm gonna place OG and still in EX even after all this time.
I mean,
I'm
I
willing to take the
personally,
hot take, dude. I think she's that
I
good. I think
personally
she's nuts.
disagree.
Yeah,
I
based on what you said, I think you would probably disagree, but I just
Yeah.
think she's so nuts. She does so much, just so much. I don't really see much bad about her at all. Maybe I wish the first skill was like AoE, sure, but besides that, I think she's just nutty. The MP buff was
It's just
stupid. I mean, without the MP buff, she would be like A or A plus. With the MP buff, it's just that was like her biggest weakness, and it's kind of covered now.
I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know. I just think she, on the offensive front, she's a bit weak. But maybe that's what she's built for anyways. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I feel like some of that might be also because of the past, because you used to kind of feel a lot weaker, but nowadays I think most of that has been remedied in terms of the damage.
Mm.
All right. Oh no, we're gonna talk about my waifu. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna talk about the OG Okita altar now. AoE, Buster, Looper, and DPS, I suppose. Yeah, she can do both. I'll be the first one to say that is she amazing at either one of them? Not really, sadly. So as much as she is like a legendary character and a big fan favorite, including myself, of course, I love this girl. I wish she was a bit better though. But hey, we'll give her a fair rundown anyway. Now, at least up here, everything is perfect. Like, if we never go up, this is easy. This is the EX material right here. 12.4k attack is really, really high for an SSR. Perfect double buster, double Quick Deck has aged really well nowadays. She has the nice Okita numbers, so every Okita in the game, including the altars, have just very good gains as well, both for MP and star generation. So this part right here, easiest EX of my life. But I guess we have to cover the whole kit, so it is what it is. Or up here, just an amazing, amazing numbers. Right, the buff to the first skill. I don't like this one. Alright, Quicken Buster up 30% for 3 turns at a 6-turn cooldown, so it's fine. And then the buff added a Sky attribute damage mod for 3 turns. 30%. Like, Sky already is, like, hard to find, I'm not gonna lie. Like, sure, it's not just servants only, it can be on some enemy, like normal enemies too, I'm pretty sure, but... did it really have to be Sky? I wish it was something else, but oh well, because that's the only thing the buff did. At least reduce the cooldown to like 5 or something. Then it would have been then I would have been happy with this buff. But that's it. Oh well. Could have been a better. It's not the worst buff ever, but could have been better. Now the second buff is arguably even worse. The one good thing about this buff is that it's at least good for farming, but outside of farming, it's a bad buff. So she gets a 30% battery, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and then a 3 turn, 20% attack up for 6 turns. Why is it 20%? Back then, they had no idea how Buster Farming was going to even be. So why the fuck is it still 20%? It could have been 50. It could have been so much more. It's 3 attacks. Every card consumes a stack, be it a crit or a non-crit MP extra, it doesn't matter. You can't even get a full Brave chain. Even if you do the MP BB chain, your extra cannot benefit from this. Oh, I hate it, dude. Like, sure, for farming, it's still fine because you get to use it for 3 different MPs, and attack buff is great because Buster supports don't offer that, but man, either they should have made it more than 3 hits, or make it a higher number than 20%. I am still kind of salty about this buff so many years later. So now the skill is like whatever on this 6-turn cooldown. It's like average at best. Yeah, maybe at least 4 hits is like the bare minimum what I would have accepted because of the extra argument. Alright, third skill has been buffed. This is by far the best buff. This is actually a great buff. This one I like. So on a 5-turn cooldown, what do we get now? 30% MP damage for 3 turns, great for looping, great for DPSing. 2-step 1-time, 3-turn overcharge for herself. Sadly, her OC is after damage, so it's mostly for DPSing. For farming, it's kind of useless, but for DPSing, it does something. And then they made the evasion 2 attacks, 3 turns. Good. Now on a 5-turn cooldown, I do like this skill. So it's the one nice thing she has going for her after the initial release. This is a good buff. Overall, the skills now, after all the buffs, I would say average at best to modern SSR standards. So still, you know, you think it would be better after 3 buffs, but... 17.5% debuff for us is nice to have, and then 10% crit damage is nice, especially when you remember that she actually dishes out a ton of stars as well, even as alter ego. Anti-caster append is really good as an alter ego, so at least that is also a nice bonus she gets. And then the MP, by far the weakest part about her. No buff, no nothing. No normal effects besides damage. The OC is pretty good, especially for bosses, but for farming is useless. 30% Buster Res down for 3 turns on enemies after damage. When initially this was released, I was like, okay, you know, it's pretty cool. There wasn't that many of these effects, but then I think less than a year later, they released Arjuna Alter, who does this before damage, and I got super salty. I'm still mad about it, by the way, especially when it even activates his own stupid first skill. I'm mad that he gets that before damage, and Oki's Alter doesn't. So fuck you, Arjuna Alter. I'm still mad after all these years later. You made me hate this MP even more, okay? Suck on these nuts. But honestly, I will say this. Despite, you know, all the... I was... Because, you know, I'm very passionate about her. I was really trying to pick up all the negatives in here. She's not a terrible servant by any means. For both DPS and in farming, you can absolutely do it. But I was really just trying to pick out all the negatives. Now, I will say this. If they do ever buff the MP, I think she could legit be really, really good, depending on what they do with the buff. There's a lot of room for potential, so I'm still holding out hope that she gets that MP buff someday as well. I really, let's hope I can do a buff breakdown in the future where I'm just dancing around and, you know, running on my walls and just screaming how much I love it. So, hopefully at some point. Now let's take a look at her looping numbers. Again, she has to use a 50%er, so obviously she can't go from 0 like most Buster Loopers, but, you know, the numbers, they're not pretty. They're there. They're not pretty. He spikes okay on turn 3, but that's about it. Now, will I be farming with my fat copy? Absolutely. But would I say everyone else should be farming with her that don't have a fat copy like I do? Probably not. I think you can do way better than this. So, just because I will be farming with her, I think most people should not. Unless you're like me who loves her, then go for it. What do you think about Okita Alter?
I mean, I don't own her actually. I don't use her that much. I think like to me she's just a buster AoE that doesn't have a huge battery and just have okay damage. So I personally wouldn't rank her too high, but like obviously she has really good hit counts, so I'm not sure on that front how she performs.
Dude, I'll tell you this much. Her cards are really good. For both star and MP gain, they're really good.
I guess that's just every Okita, right?
Yeah, it's the Okita effect. That's the one thing that's universal between them. Their cards are really good.
I'd probably put in A.
I think I was thinking A as well after all these buffs, honestly. Like, maybe for farming, she's like... farming is like a B, maybe. A B after all these buffs. But for DPSing, she's still legit.
Yeah.
You can absolutely make her work with those nice cards and whatnot. And with the ramp up on the MP, the 30% buster res down actually will become significant. But again, for farming, it's kind of not really a big deal. Okay. Here's hoping she really gets that MP buff someday, though. Please, please. Then I'll be happy. Maybe. Well, at least if they only up the numbers, I'm gonna be kind of mad, because even that doesn't really solve the big issue. But you know, just do something cool. Do something cool with the buff as well, please. And again, she is very popular, so here's hoping. Come on, lasagna, make me happy this year. Gouda 8. That's the year. Let's do it. Come on, this year. Let's go. All right, next we're gonna talk about. We're gonna jump ahead a little bit, and it's gonna be Sitonai. Very interesting servant. Very basic case, honestly, but in her defense, she happens to be arts, so you know what? She's still good. That's the fun part about her. Oh, yes. So, single target arts DPS. OG Ilya, when you think about it, kinda. Not in release order, but you know, lore order, I guess. 11.6k attack stands around average among SSRs. Nothing too great there. Or too bad. Double buster, double art stack is fine. Even has a bit of crit potential, but mostly it's all about the MP spam for sure. Alright, let's look at the skills. First of all, invul for 1 turn on herself, 6 turn cooldown, so it's the standard. But then she also gets a 500 damage cut, or not she herself, the party gets a 500 damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. It's a cool little bonus. It won't really cut down too much on the damage, but you know, it's just a nice bonus to have. It's an okay defensive skill. I don't love it, I don't hate it, it's alright. Second skill is a self 30% not attack, but arts up for 3 turns, and then also a self debuff immune 1 time 3 turns. Also, oh my god, this song is loud as dicks, dude. I'm sorry, I try not to comment too much on the songs, but man, these SoundCloud links are really like messing with my brain. It's a good song, but man, that is loud as hell. Alright. Again, if you're on YouTube, ignore that, because you can't hear any of that anyway. This on a 5-turn cooldown is actually pretty good. If this was 6-turn, I would be like, it's like whatever, but 5-turn cooldown, I kind of like it. It's good. Basic, but good. And then the third skill. I hate this skill. I hate this skill. I hate this skill. Because whenever I use her, I miss both the buffs, dude. I'm so mad. I swear, I always get a double miss. You'd think that with double 80% chance, most of the time you get 2 of them. Like, you get both of them, right? Or at least 1 of them. For whatever stupid-ass reason, when I use this skill, it's always a double miss. And I want to rip out my hair when that happens. So what do we get? My bias aside. 30% battery is the one thing you always get. Great. But then on an 80% chance of max rank, you can get 20% attack up for 3 turns. Cool. Or 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Like, if you land everything on a 6-turn cooldown, it's pretty good. I like the skill on that. Then it's good. If it's only 1 of them, it's okay, and if it's just the battery, it's really underwhelming. So I don't know, for whatever reason, when I use her, I always get a double whiff, and I'm not obviously gonna really put that too much against her in the placement, but I wanted to get my frustration out there, because, you know, this is my platform and I can vent. Alright, past this, we got some good stuff going here. 15% debuff is always nice, 10% permanent art's really, really good on her. 8% debuff success rate is nice with the MP coming into play, and then the Goddess's Core with another 22.5% debuff res, so that's what, 37.5% debuff res. Really good. So passes wise, while they're basic, they're good. Her append is against Sabers, so that's pretty trash. And then the MP. So against dragon enemies, you always drain a tick from them, which is cool. Dragon is a fairly common trait to even on bosses, so I don't hate it. And then the OC effects, we got 20% defense and crit chance down for 3 turns after damage. I kind of wish the defense down was before damage, but oh well. Considering the MP is fairly spammable, it's nice that you have those debuffs. And if you're fighting dragon, it's even more nice, because then you're really going to cripple the enemy's MP potential. Pretty okay MP still. Now, I assume on the, yeah, she's definitely going to be the lower side here. But again, I feel like that's a bit unfair, because I think she has a bit easier time spamming her MP than, let's say, Mecha Liz. Or, like, even Super Bunny, and she spams better. So, yeah. Maybe not the most fairest representation of Citonai. What do you think of, you know, the Arctic Ilya?
I think she fell off.
Ooh.
It's just there's nothing that really makes her stand out, and
I guess nowadays there's a lot of
Calvary,
options, so since she has never gotten buffed, she kind of looks a bit worse every year.
Yeah, and against Calvaries, there's a lot of good options, obviously. Like in the Berserkers or even neutral damage options, I feel like would just probably be better than her. And I think she's still fine if you're fighting foreigners. Like obviously, full counter class is always strong. Like I can still see her being pretty good against like strong foreigner boss fights. But other than that, I don't see anything that is particularly impressive in her, especially with her skill 3 being chanced as well.
And she doesn't really
Like,
even bring anything that really, like, is unique. Maybe the Dragon Drain is the one thing that she really has going for her.
Yeah, but
But
it's not,
besides
like,
that, she doesn't really bring anything
universal
crazy. Like, the
Like,
AoE
I think
damage cut for 500, it's nice, but it doesn't really ever really solve a fight or anything.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a universal drain. Her skill 3 didn't have to be chanced. Like, if people talk about, like, oh, Space Destroyer's skill 3 is so annoying, like, this is the same thing, and this, like, I don't understand. It's kind of weak, in my opinion. At least needs upgraded MP.
The one good thing about her is, though, that MP is fairly spammable. It doesn't do the most damage out there, but at least it's fairly spammable with the good setup.
Yeah, but that goes for a lot of art single targets, right?
Yeah, true.
So I don't know about
If
that,
anything, like,
how she compares.
Hephaestion feels like a more modern version of her. That's probably what she should have been like as well, even among Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, I take Hephaestion over her for casters as well. So
Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, true. Honestly, this might look a bit drastic compared to last year, but I'm thinking like a B plus.
Oh, definitely. I think she's.
I think I had her an A plus last year. Maybe I should have been a bit more savage, but yeah.
I think she has like no place right now in the meta most of the time.
Could use more damage or something unique that makes you want to pick her more or whatever.
Yeah, like dragon, sure, anti-dragon, right? Like fair. I don't know. I don't even think that makes her broken. So
yeah, it's just nice utility. That maybe if she had a damage mod as well or something.
Yeah.
You know what? You can still absolutely make her work. So, you know, not a terrible servant by any means.
Yep.
Next up, we're gonna talk about the girl. King Protea. One of the Sakura 5 once again. The big girl herself. Interesting costume as well this year. Makes her a bit more relevant in terms of, you know, happenings. AoE, Buster, DPS, and I guess Farmer too. Although, from what I remember, the farming numbers are not very legit at all. But so we might just consider her on boss scenarios only. How's her solo, by the way? Is that legit?
Oh, legit. I mean,
Okay.
she's
Yeah, I thought maybe it would be. Yeah.
buff strip.
I haven't done it myself though.
Yeah, it's especially after the buff, she gets like 40,000 HP. You just
Mhm.
cannot kill her. And she
Okay,
doesn't
so
take
let's
damage
just
time.
call her a
Sorry.
DPS and a soloer then.
Yeah.
So, what do we got? 12.8k attack now. That is sexy. That is mighty fine. Top end among all SSRs in the game. Very, very nice number. It's actually great that they gave her a really high attack versus HP, because considering she can already stack the HP from the first skill alone, so that's a great design choice. Keeps her high on both sides. She's got a double Buster, double art stick, which is totally fine with her playstyle, I feel like. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. From what I remember, her gains are not that great though, but maybe for solos, when you can utilize Mighty Chains, they're probably completely fine. But for team setups, you're probably going to require a lot of support to keep her going. Alright, first skill, the buffed version. She gets the infinite growth, like the turn thing buff every turn. You can't stack it though. So even if you have cooldown reduction, you can't stack it. So what does it do? You get a growth buff every turn for 10 turns, and a growth buff increases your max HP by up to 4k HP for 10 turns. Now it also stacks up to 10, so quick math, you can get up to a 40 plus 40k max HP with the max amount of growth stacks on you. Now with the buff, you also get MP damage resistance for every growth stack, and it's 8% per stacks, which also has a max stack of 10. So if you have max stacks, you get minus 80% MP damage taken. And at that point, considering you also have the high HP, you can absolutely tank MPs. Like, it's legit. It's very legit. Now, obviously, it's slow as dicks, and it gets a while before you actually, get to the good numbers. But it doesn't even have to be max stacks. At some point, especially on team scenarios, you may be able to just tank her MPs, like maybe, let's say, with 5 stacks, if you have like defense buffs or other stuff from your team, or maybe MP damage downs. So it's pretty lenient for that too. I think it's a pretty cool buff that they added to her defensive side as well. Made the HP more valuable. Second skill is an interesting one too. So it's a self cooldown reduction by 1. Then she gets battery based on her growth stacks, up to 20% battery per stack. So quick math, you need 5 stacks to go from 0 to 100, which is already pretty cool. But then you also remove your, not only the growth stacks, the MP damage resistance, but also the buff, the infinite growth that keeps giving you the stacks every turn. So that's a demerit right there. So it's basically cashing in on your defense to get more offense momentarily. So in many cases, you probably don't want to use this if you're scared that she might die, but if you want as fast MP later in the fight, this is an easy way to do that. Third skill has been buffed, so it's a 40% attack up for 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. Very nice that she has that high attack buff, considering her base attack is also very high. And then now also gives her MP damage based on growth stacks. So you get 10% MP damage per stack. So quick math, again, max stacks 10. You can get up to 100% MP damage from this. So it's a very good, again, this really, now the second skill looks even more awkward when you think about it, because both the first and the third skill, they really want you to keep your stacks at all times, right? So if anything, the second skill is maybe for like farm purposes or a finisher for boss fights. I would not really use it too much. These benefits are so nice to have otherwise for both solo and team environments. So there's a bit of awkward stuff, but also some great synergy as well. 11% permanent buster up is fantastic on her, because she doesn't even have a buster up in her kit, so that's nice. 8% crit damage, pretty cool bonus. She doesn't really have crit synergy, but it's nice to have. 12% arts up is also fantastic, because she has double arts with 3 hitters. And then 25% debuff for us. Great passives. Simple, but great. She has anti-ruler on her anti-append, which I would not really mess with too much, honestly. Oh yeah, I guess the MP has buster up, true. I forgot about that, but yeah. this anti-pen is not that great. So yeah, again, much to do with the growth stacks. If you have a single one, you get 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage. So sadly, this one doesn't scale with the growth stacks. Even if you have 10 stacks, I believe you still get the 20%. But hey, again, it's more reason to keep your stacks, if anything, to get more damage here as well. And then you get another 20% buster up before damage for 1 turn, always, no matter what, on the OC base. So if you have a growth stack, 100% OC base, 40% buster up for 1 turn before damage. Boom. Nice, cool addition to your damage. So I guess we do have the numbers here. Yeah, but it has to be super scope. So ooh, the numbers are pretty ugly. So yeah, you can do it, but I would not really bother too much using her for farming. What do you think of KP? You probably have more experience of using her than I do.
Oh, probably one of the most fun servants ever. Really good solo unit. She obviously had, like, her biggest weakness is the slow start syndrome, as I like to call it. If like people,
Yeah, she's like anti-min turning.
yeah, but she's a really solid solo unit if there are buffer turns early on to let you stack those growth stacks up. And I would say probably like beyond the 3 to 4 stacks, she just becomes unkillable. The skill 3 becomes one of the biggest steroids ever, and you just never press skill 2, basically. Yeah.
Oh yeah, some people wanted me to mention her Bonsi as well, which is self 20% buster up, and if you have the growth mechanic active, you get 20% attack permanently. I don't think it's a legit C, honestly, because you still get the shitty stats.
Yeah.
So while it's a cute C, good synergy, but I don't think it's really legit.
Yeah, I just use it. I just use a solo C, but yeah, like definitely very stage dependent. Like if there are many buff removals, then obviously she's not a good choice. Especially if it's like later on, like after you've done all the work and then they strip all your buffs. But she is nigh unstoppable in cases where there's no buff removal and she can stack a couple of turns. Like it's not even like she needs a super low pressure buffer turn. She just needs like enemies to not instantly start critting her with 100% like crit boosted attacks. So I like her a lot. Obviously completely not viable in farming in my opinion, but yeah, I personally I would put her in A plus probably just because of
A
how good she
plus,
is.
oh, damn.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, because like you can't kill her. Is it 40%? Not 40%. 40,000 HP with 80% MP damage res. It's just kind of unkillable.
I guess the real reason why it works is how max HP works, because not only does it increase your max HP, it also gives you the HP as well immediately.
Yeah, it's a huge.
So if it didn't do that and she had no healing, she would be terrible.
Yeah, but it is basically a heal per turn.
It gives you the HP. It's basically healing. That's a buff.
Yeah.
I'm feeling A, honestly, personally, but you might be onto something for sure.
Because okay, this is the way. Like, there's two ways to look at it, right? So obviously she has restrictions. There are things that she absolutely cannot do, which once again, in my opinion, is farming. I think it's rarely worth it. But if you only look at her in what she is good at, then she is really good at it. Then, so I would really think it's A plus, but that's just me. Yeah.
I think personally I'm gonna leave her in A, but I do think you bring up good points, and I would not be mad if someone put her in A plus. That's understandable.
All right, well, I tried.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we're gonna talk about one of my favorites once again. I like a lot of alter egos. I have so many of these guys grailed. Anyway, it's even more ironic considering, again, I don't like the class, I just like the characters. So we're gonna talk about the Doman next. It's Doman time, as I like to say. So AoE, quick DPS, farmer, support, yeah, things. Even insta-kill fun memes. He's kind of got a lot of things going for him. So 12.2k attack, pretty high. I like it. Very solid for an SSR. Nice, nice. Now, I do wish his deck was double Buster, double Quick, though. I'm not sure why they gave him double arts. Maybe because he's supposed to be like an Onmyoji, so he's like, kind of like a Japanese caster. I'm guessing is the reason. But they should just made the MP arts too, then, honestly. I'm not the biggest fan of his normal deck. I think double Buster, double Quick would have been better, especially when he had crit. Even before Summer Sky was released, he even had a lot of crit potential in his own kit, so... Yeah, the deck is one of the one things I don't really like about him too much. But there it is. Skills, the first one. You like debuffs? We got them all. It's like Shuten's MP. Well, not really, but, you know, similar things. On a 6-turn cooldown, what do you get? AoE 20% attack down 3 turns. AoE 30% defense down 3 turns. AoE 1 time 3 turns terror with a 40% chance to activate every turn to stun the target. AoE 3-turn confusion for 3 turns with a 40% chance to activate every turn to skill set. I mean, I believe that can activate multiple times, right? Because it's not times based like the terror is. You can get multiple skill seals off of his confusion per target as well, which is fun.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. Yeah,
it's every turn. Yeah.
It's a 40% check every turn. And then a 500 curse for 3 turns on the enemy, which is also cool for Van Gogh synergy, I guess. Yeah, this is debuffs. It really is. Gonna sneeze. It debuffed me as well with the sneeze. There it is. Alright, so for farming, it's like whatever, because it's debuffs, right? It's mixed value, but for bosses, this is great. Ripples the enemy's damage, messes with their skills, can stun them, big defense down. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised it's on a 6-turn cooldown. You'd expect this to be like a 7, but yeah, on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a great skill. Second skill here is where both his own DPS potential and his supporting go up. So he has a 2-time 5-turn guts on a 7-turn cooldown, 3k revive. So yeah, much better than your usual guts because it's a 2-time guts. Yeah, he comes back twice. You can't get rid of him that easily. Then for 3 turns, you get both 50% crit damage for evil allies and 50% crit damage for chaotic allies. And what do you know? He happens to be both chaotic evil himself. So he gets 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Now it is tied to his guts, so obviously the uptime is not the best because, you know, it has to put the cooldown higher. But it's also AoE, so all your allies get the evil and the chaotic buffs as well, which again really gives him support presence as well. And then the third skill, very similar stuff going here as well. Another 7-turn cooldown, what do we get? 80% battery for himself. Yeah, so with the append only, you can already go from 0 to 100 if you want to. Then we get the same thing for the crit damage, but for attack. So evil allies, 20% attack 3 turns, and chaotic allies, 20% attack for 3 turns. So he himself gets 40% attack and 100% crit damage for 3 turns on both of these skills combined. Very, very cool. And then a 2k curse, another one for 5 turns on all enemies. So he can do a lot of AoE curses on his skills as well, which, again, more Van Gogh synergy. They really kind of like each other. So needless to say, despite him already being released in the game for way over 3 years now, or actually not even way, it's like around 3 years, maybe a bit less than that actually. No, it's under 3 years. My numbers are off. His kits is still very good. Like, I like his skills a lot. Obviously, sometimes you're going to feel the cooldowns a little bit because it's 6, 7, 7. But he's still, like, it just does a lot, really. It's so much stuff, man. The skills are definitely something to like. For both himself and for, you know, supporting purposes. 8% permanent arts up makes his double arts a little bit better, I suppose. 10% debuff success rate is amazing considering how many debuffs he applies. 20% debuff res, always nice. Then his unique divinity gives him 20% more instant kill success rate, which is very cool because he actually has the highest like base AO on AoE, I believe, in the entire game, which actually enables him to do some fun things with farming when you can actually utilize instant kill, because he could also fully charge himself basically. And then the final passive, his unique one, he gets a more MP generation on damage taken by 20% because, you know, he loves that shit. Not surprising. His passive is, or his append is against alter egos, which maybe not the most relevant. It's still neutral, but if you bring him as a support, then you know what? Sure, have some bonus damage, I guess. And then the MP, arguably the weakest part about him, if anything. So it's just curses and insta-kill. So 1k curse for 5 turns on all enemies. And then also a 100% base amplify rate curse. Oh my god, okay. Okay, I love the song, but I really can't focus if it's just gonna stay on that thing. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, again, sorry if you... Dude, you guys are really on the mood with song. Can we just have some normal songs? I don't want to comment on them all the time, dude. You guys really need to relax here. YouTube has no idea what's going on. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, the curse amp, 5 turns as well. And 120% chance to insta-kill all enemies. That combined with the passive means that, yeah, he has like the highest easily accessible instant kill rate of all AoE servants in the game. So he can even instant kill some gold, not servants, but enemies. You'd be surprised. It's fairly consistent depending on the enemy. Obviously, the damage on the MP itself isn't super high, nor does it do anything too crazy, but, you know, it's there. I do think he is on the sheet, yeah, because he's kind of easy to work with because of it. His refund is actually pretty bad, but because he has an 80% battery, that helps a lot, so he can run a 50% C as well. Is it all that legit? Well, not really. Like, he's not even like top 10 quick loopers in the game, not even close. But, you know, you can do some farming with him if you want to. If anything, I think for farming, he's mostly like for, you know, multi-core, where he maybe insta-kills a wave and also buffs your other guys. Stuff like that. Yeah. If anything, that's like his best farming scenario, or the most used one. But anyway, I'll let you talk about Doman now as well.
I mean, he has been the reason why I rate servants with chaotic evil just probably instantly higher than servants that are not. Really relevant in, as you said, farming with multiple DPSs, with sometimes even crit comps that can consistently generate stars. One of the best supports for chaotic evil in the game, and his support skills are so good that even if it's all for himself, he's still a super competent sort of damage dealer.
Like, his MP might not do a lot of damage, but his crits are nutty. They're really strong.
Yeah, his crits are absolutely disgusting, and I mean, he's just been relevant, like super relevant throughout, like since his debut. So honestly, like personally, I would put him like in a special tier, but that's just me.
Whoa. But you know, it's funny you mentioned that. He actually ages really well because, again, his support stuff is alignment based. So the more chaotic and evil stuff we get, the more he looks better, like, as the years go by.
Yeah, definitely.
But he can age really well because of how he's structured, basically.
Yeah.
Now, I might not go as too high as to give him his own tier, but I would definitely put him in EX still because of how versatile he is. For both multi-farming, himself being a great crit DPS, and yeah, he's generally a great stud.
I mean, yeah, if we were to make because I feel like later on we will definitely have to make another tier, but he would be probably the least firm one in that special tier, but like like maybe my personal, like, because of how
I feel like EX makes a little bit more sense, but yeah, it's a good argument for sure.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. This was the latest servant, I believe, in my last year's part 2 tier list, so she was still there when I did it, which I wasn't sure if she was, but I double checked and she was. So we're going to talk about Bazette again. There she is. I guess I should say she's both single target and AoE, quick DPS and farmer. She's a really interesting case because of the way her MP works. So yeah, it depends on the situation. She's both AoE and single target, I guess. And I guess it should be worth mentioning that, you know, potentially she's the best min-turn servant in the whole game when you factor in how her MP works with break bars as well. It's worth mentioning. It's maybe not the most applicable thing always, especially if you don't have an insane copy. But, you know, because of the way the MP works and no one else having a similar mechanic, you know, you could do stuff like that. Anyway, 12.8k attack is a great start. That is a ton of attack. Very cool. Now, her HP only being 12.8k, actually, is not just like negligible. It can actually be a problem sometimes, especially the way she works. So while her attack is amazingly high, I kind of wish she had more HP as well sometimes. But oh well. Double Buster, Double Quick is a perfect deck for her purpose. Just nothing else makes more sense. Her skill 1, we get Quick and Buster up 30% for 3 turns on self on a 6-turn cooldown, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 30% caster damage for 3 turns. Dude, I'm so mad. This is so much better than Okita Alter skill. I'm so mad, dude. Like, it's so much better, dude, because it also has the crit damage. Come on, dude. Why you gotta do me dirty like that? It's a great skill regardless. I mean, Caster is already one of her better opponents, so yeah, it's a good skill. Come on, dude. Why you gotta do me like this? Second skill is a self 50% batter and 6-turn cooldown. So what else do we get? 500% absorb for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So while this is only the first skill is only 30%, with this she can actually have a 130% crit damage for 1 turn. So in that turn, she can absolutely just, bam, just knock people down. It is a big downtime though, but she can have these really meaty turns. Third skill, self-evasion, 1 turn, 5-turn cooldown, so again better than most because usually it's 6 turns. Debuff immune for 1 turn, cool bonus, and also a 20-star bomb. Very nice. This is also very nice with the MP in particular. Very important, at least for bosses. Maybe not so for farming, but for bosses for sure. 17.5% magic resist is nice, or debuffers rather. 10% permanent quick up is amazing on her. Divinity is whatever, and then a unique passive, 5% crit damage, and then I think this is not really. This is only here because the way the MP works, right? Yeah. So it's there because of her doing attacks during the enemy's go, right? That's why this had to be here. Yeah, so this is here, so her MP benefits more from offensive buffs, because the timing for the MP attacks are actually there after your attack phase, which means that before the MP would do damage, the offensive buffs would tick down before that, just before the enemy attacks. So this is a very important thing. Otherwise, her damage would have been potentially a lot worse on some turns.
A fun fact, though. Oh, sorry for cutting you off. But like, fun fact though, they didn't account for Oberon's skill 3. So Oberon's skill 3 purges all her stuff before it happens.
Oh yeah,
she can't work with Oberon, which is unfortunate. Yep.
Oh well, it's not a huge deal, but yeah, unfortunate. Alright, Anti-Avenger on the append is it's definitely a lore thing, obviously, but I wouldn't say it's very legit gameplay-wise. And then the MP, the fun MP. Let's cover the OC first, because it's so simple. So it's 10% attack up for 1 turn on self before damage, or yeah, before activation, I guess, because the damage is done so specially. So it's okay. It's pretty basic, but it does the job. Then the MP, all the other effects. You get a taunt for 1 turn on self, great, and then the Fragarak special buff for 1 turn, which makes you counter when you get hit, basically. Which is a it basically does like single target damage, right? Yeah, it does.
Wait, I think it's you mean per hit or in combination?
In combination, right?
It's
actually
more
then it's even more. Yeah, it's actually more.
Yeah, if it's 3, but sometimes it's not 3. You know.
So yeah, true. Okay. So they had to make the value a bit weird because of the way it works. But yeah, anyway, moving on. Then again, once the enemy attacks you, she's just gonna immediately counter them. She just cuts in on the order and then just does damage like that. And the way it works with break bars is that this cannot break a gauge. These counterattacks will always leave the enemy at 1 HP. But the funny thing is that really makes her, more than viable for min turning. Let's say on the turn you activate the MP, because unlike Anri Mayu, for instance, who has a counterattack type MP as well, he stuns himself on the MP. If you use Bazette's MP, you still get to go afterwards. Like you start with the MP and then maybe do 2 really fat quick crits on the enemy with the extra as well. Break the bar with those, and then suddenly next turn you can start. You can already or rather on the same turn when the enemy starts attacking, you can already start like beating down their new bar with the counter attacks. So that actually does work, even if the counters themselves can't break the bars. And then the counters also reduce the enemy's quick resistance by 10% for 3 turns, which is nice considering, it just makes it do more damage, like on subsequent counters and, your other quick cards as well. And you also get 10 stars based on every counter, right? So yeah, cool little follow-up turn potential as well. It's a very, very, very special MP. But honestly, you can even use it for farming. But I believe for farming, if you want to make it consistent, especially if there's enemies that have skills, you have to bring in...
skill seal, yeah.
What's his face again? Taikobo. Yeah, Taikobo. You have to bring him to make it consistent because the skill seal. Because if the enemy uses a skill, obviously you don't get she doesn't counter that. So yeah. Oh man. Does she have a thing here? No, she's not listed in a farming setup.
Hard, probably.
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy, and it obviously, while Taikobo obviously does buffer damage as well, it's not to the same extent that like Scotty would, right? So. Not to mention it's slow as hell because you have to watch all those animations between enemies. Not that it really matters for clearing, but it's worth mentioning, I guess. So if anything, I think farming maybe not the most best thing ever, but for DPSing, I think she's damn legit though. She's a very special case. What do you think about Bazette? Because she's really special.
Okay, this might be a hot take. I think she's so overrated.
Oh, okay.
Because she's an inconsistent DPS, right? Like it's very reliant on whether enemies hit her or debuff her. There are also certain debuffs that can, render her useless with like a stun or a charm. And yes, she is the quote-unquote min-turn queen, but what actually happened?
Yeah, it's only on the best. I wouldn't say it's like a consistent case. It's like the best potential ever.
Yeah, because she just created her own, like, what ended up happening, because what I expected was, her to be the main DPS for the Minturn. No, what ended up happening to the Minturn community, I guess I can call that, is that she just created a new category where you Minturn with a normal DPS, but you have a 120 Bazette in the back, so she cuts the turn by 1. So it's so dumb. I don't...
Yeah, I mean, because the way the MP works, it kind of... brute forced it to be like that.
Yeah, so she just created a new category that doesn't change anything except for, if I really want to technically have the minimal turns, I have to 120 MP5 my Bazette. Otherwise, I'm just not in that category. So I don't know. It's more. It's not like she makes the min turn easier. It's more like, if you know speedruns, she created like a glitched category.
I think that's a good analogy, actually.
Right,
it's funny.
So yeah, and as a normal DPS, I will admit that if you can guarantee the 3 reflects, she does have like technically the highest single target MP damage, one of the highest single target MP damage.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and
especially with the ramp up on the quick rest downs.
Yeah, definitely. So there are certain ways to use her, and her face card is not shabby, especially when she's fighting casters. Like her face cards can definitely take out a bar on its own. But I just think, instead of being so over reliant on what the enemy does, because enemies can still self buff, and then suddenly you lose a reflect, and you probably would rather bring just a damaging MP because it's easier. Like maybe
it's more consistent for sure. Yeah,
definitely a lot more consistent. So I personally think she's a bit overrated, especially because I don't have her high MP copy. I have an MP1 copy, and I just never use her, unfortunately. Yeah.
Now, I will also, I didn't really talk about this much, but I think one of her biggest problems, though, besides the consistency, is that her survivability. Because many bosses, it's really hard, and remember, she's a quick unit, so even the supports don't really help her too much, and she has that 1 turn of aid, which will usually give her a free MP turn, easy peasy, but because her gains can actually be really good, let's say you MP and the next turn you MP again, you might die in some cases, you might just die, right? Because again, you might just have to bring like Kazdoria as well, just because she might die otherwise too easily, and then you lose out a bit on value on like Scotty buff, for instance, because you don't have that. Yeah. That's why I
So
think her having only 12k HP, I wish she was higher than that.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know. She's too complicated for me.
I think she should be in one of the A tiers. I'm struggling to decide which one though.
I don't think she's A plus, just because of
Ooh.
how. No.
The thing is, her potential is insane, but I feel like because it's not always going to be a consistent thing, that
Yeah.
definitely should be taken into account, right?
Yeah, and what you said is very important as well. The survivability problem, because she taunts herself every time she MPs. So like she just dies. It's so easily for her to just die. It's
Yeah.
what
But if
else
she
do you
was
evade?
arts, she would be so fucking good. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
probably
She'd
with
be
like
so freaking
Castoria,
good, yeah.
multiple OC
Like, now you
layers.
have to still bring Castoria, but you lose out on the
Yeah,
effectiveness just to keep her alive.
yeah, that would be really cool actually.
I might agree on the A, honestly. A part of me wants to put her an A plus because her potential is so good, but I feel like because of the consistency and because sometimes it can be hard to keep her alive, I think I'm gonna plop her into A, honestly. And this is also MP1 criteria as well.
Yeah. But props to Lesengle, or was it Lesengle at that point? I don't know. Props to the devs,
I think at this point
creativity.
it was around that time, yeah, when they did the transition.
Yeah, I love to see servants like this
Dude,
who are
I
just
agree. This is an
out of
awesome
it.
design, though,
Yeah,
when it works amazingly. It's not like a finicky one where it's always like super hard to make work. Like, it's a
yeah.
great
It's
kit,
not
though.
Angra.
Like, if we were doing design alone, she would be EX plus. I love this shit. Like, it's so cool. Like,
Yeah.
that one I would do easy highest tier.
Yep.
So at least she's designed well, even if, I mean, there really probably wasn't a way to really make her ever, like, perfectly consistent or, like, easy to keep alive. Maybe arts or something, but yeah, I feel like this works too.
Mm.
Okay. All right, last row to go. 14 servants left. We're gonna talk about another one of my favorites. And again, I have to be a bit brutal here, but so be it. Because I have used her a lot. We're gonna talk about Super Bunyan, another new entry that did not exist when I did the lists last year. Wait, did the stream die again? Are you kidding me? Okay, it must be a Twitch issue. Oh, was
It's
it a
not
small
that on
lift?
my screen.
Okay,
It's
okay.
not that on my screen. Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. I don't know what's going on with Twitch today, but apparently something is happening. Anyway, I'm gonna talk about Super Bunyan. I have used her a lot because I have a big copy on JP, no pun intended. Single target Buster DPS. She doesn't really do farming at all, honestly. So she's mostly there for DPS, and I'll have to say, she's not the most consistent nor the greatest DPS. Her skills in particular are pretty lackluster. Anyway, she's got a triple Buster DPS deck. So her face cards can have some okay crits and whatnot, but nothing like crazy good. And her attack is only 11.5k. I think they could have easily made her over 12k attack, based on how the rest of her kit looks, but oh well. Yeah, she has 3 MPs because she has, a couple of the other Rio servants on her MP and Ascension 3. That's why she has those. Anyway. First skill, 30% attack after 3 turns, and also Party Buster, 20% 6-turn cooldown. Like, this is okay still, like, it's fine, but it could do more as well, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is gonna be a story of most of her skills. They just don't do the most things, honestly. Like, it's okay. Second skill, we get a self 30% battery with a party 1 stage 1 turn overcharge on a 6-turn cooldown. Like, this feels like a welfare skill, dude. I don't know, man. At least make it like 1 time 3 turns to make it more flexible on the overcharge, but it's only one turn. You have to use the MPs immediately if you want the value, and it's only her battery as well. Like, this is not a modern SSR skill. It's just not. This is a welfare skill, and even Eliza has better stuff. And then the third skill. I do like that it's an AoE MP seal with no chance base. That's cool. I like that. And then 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. I like that too. And then party gets 500% Buster Absorb for 3 turns, 6-turn cooldown. Like, this is definitely her best skill. This is at least fairly passable, I would say. Because, all 3, well, not 3-turn effects, but 2 of them are 3-turn effects, and the MP seal always helps no matter when you use it. So this one is at least barely passable. But especially skill 2 is like just so lackluster. Like that's the whole kit. That's the whole kit. There's no hard survival or anything either. Alright, passives. 50% debuff risk, cool. 6% debuff success rate, cool for the third skill especially. And then the third passive, which is really what actually enables her to do some good damage. Imagine her best part being a passive, okay? So yeah, whenever she attacks, she gets a like buff for 3 turns. And whenever she is attacked, she gets a like. So it's very easy to get likes for her because the way it works. Like it's all attacks for both going and taken, be it MPs, extra cards, normal cards, crits, non-crits. It all gives you likes, okay, for 3 turns. Now, what do the likes do? They affect her MP damage. Now, her anti-append is against Berserker, so that's a pretty good one at least. So she's got that going for her. And then the MP. The OC is a 10% defense down for 3 turns after damage, which could definitely be better. And then the MP has a damage mod, which gives you 5% more damage for every like, and max 50% on 10 stacks. I think they could have made that a bit higher too. I have made a lot of funny setups where I absolutely hit millions with this MP because of the way it works with the likes and whatnot, but you could still do better with some other servants. That's the thing. Like, you can get this to hit good numbers, but that's a lot of investment, to be honest. It's fun to slam people, though. But man, like, that's the whole kit. That's it. This is the whole kit as a single target DPS. It feels kind of lackluster, doesn't it? And then, yeah, like, even here, her damage doesn't look that great with the defense down ramp and the likes as well. It's good that she can kind of create her own damage mod, but the scaling isn't even that, like, insanely high. It's easy to get the max likes, though. That's one thing I like, though. The 50% damage. But man, damn, I don't think she feels like a proper modern SSR, honestly. What do you think about her?
I mean, I obviously have way less experience with the character. I feel like they tried to emulate the bronze Bunyan a bit too much with her stuff.
Yeah, I
They
think
try
so
to keep
too.
it simple. I think it's a big missed opportunity. Like they definitely, if they ever give her a skill buff, I think it should also be tied with likes, since that is probably her coolest gimmick, maybe. Like, so
Yeah, they could do something like maybe like defense up or something per like to keep her
yeah,
alive because she doesn't have hard defense either.
yeah. So like I think, yeah, it's unfortunate how this like unique passive is underutilized on the character. You said you think her farming is not legit, right? So
It's not very legit. I don't think so. Because the likes are going to be inconsistent in farming. You don't get the hits on you, and then you rely on her face cards to appear as well, so it's not going to be consistent. And the defense down is after damage. He's just really against bosses.
I see.
I do think she's like a better mecha list, so I probably would plop her down into B+, but yeah, it's not like she's amazing. Like, she's barely a better mecha list, if anything. But I still love her a lot. Honestly, she's one of the rare servants that I might also grill on my account. I might even actually go for MP5. Because I do like her character a lot. I like her design. And I love slamming people with her. It's fun, but I don't think she's like an amazing, DPS.
I see.
Excuse me. And next one is yet another one that I have grilled, and one of my favorites again. Fun times. And a very new one as well. Released New Year's some months ago. We have finally in the game Mr. Grigory Rasputin, aka Kotobire Kire. There he is in all his glory. He's a very fun character as well, I have to say about that, first of all. He's an AoE Arts DPS Ed Farber. I would say he's a bit more viable for bosses than farming. His farming numbers aren't the best, but you know what? He's still workable there too. He's got double arts, double quick, which really emphasizes MP spam, I suppose. I think the deck is okay. It's fine, it works. Although his attack only being 11.1k kinda hurts though. It makes sense because of his like taunt guts thingy going on, that he has a higher HP, but I think they could have made his attack higher for sure. Oh well. Skills, we get a targeted heal for 2k, with that also comes with a cleanse on them. Pretty cool utility on a 4-turn cooldown. And then he himself gets a 30% attack buff for 3 turns. So that's a really good uptime on that attack buff, actually. And I like that it's targeted with the... like, no matter who you target, he always gets the attack. I think that's great. It would be a bit more awkward sometimes, because sometimes you want to save, like, your support or whatever. But he always gets the attack buff, so now it's nice. It's a great skill, honestly, on a 4-turn cooldown. Second skill is his fun battery thingy, so he gets a 30% battery. Also does 2k to himself, but if you start with this and then use this, you can kind of already fully heal himself, I guess. It's a fun little combo. And then, you know, all evil allies, including himself, get a 20% battery, so he himself gets 50% from this. All others get 20 if they're evil. And then also all evil allies, including himself, get 20% arts up for 3 turns. So this on a 6-turn cooldown, considering he gets a big battery and some arts and also helps his teammates, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, actually a pretty good skill. And then the third skill is the fun thing, the kind of the thing that everyone kind of thinks when they, you know, think about him gameplay-wise. It's his really finicky guts. So it gets a 1-time 3-turn guts, which is a 1 HP guts that always works. With other gutses, it just always works. And then it's the guts that, you know, it's a chance-based activation guts.
Mm-hmm.
So on max rank, you have an 80% chance to live with 1 HP. Just flat out. It's like it's just a thing that's always there for like 3 turns. So you could get like 10 activations of that, maybe, in like the best case scenario. Or you could get 0. It's a very finicky skill for sure. You can't, as far as I know, you can't really affect that RNG by any means at all in the entire game. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Nope.
Yeah.
You can't even save scum it. Like if you like.
Yeah, it's set in stone per turn. It does like a roll per turn on how many it's probably going to activate, and then there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
And then, however, he gets an on guts activate buff for 3 turns as well. So whenever a guts from him is popped, no matter what the guts is, so you can even run C's or whatever, I guess. Although no, you can't. Then you can't get the yeah, you can't really run a guts C on it. Then you don't get the the RNG one. But you for every guts you proc on him, you get 20% MP damage for 5 turns. So it actually can have a big, not only keeping you alive for a very long time potentially, but also increasing your MP damage by a lot. So there's the potential. It's like, this reminds me of Bazette in a way. Like, they're different, but there's also another big potential thing. I think Bazette, for the record, might be a fairly bit more consistent in how she works versus this skill in particular. But yeah, you can have a lot of MP damage from this. And it's a 3-turn taunt. So yeah, though you use this and then you let Jesus take the wheel, is what happens. Because sometimes he dies immediately on the first turn you use it on, if the worst case scenario happens. And sometimes he just tanks 3 full turns, and even then some. He stays alive afterwards. So yeah, it's all RNG basically. But I think from in most cases you actually get decent value out of it at least. But in some cases you just get nothing. So, well, not nothing, but like, because you still get at least this guts, the you know. So yeah, it depends. Anyway, passives, we got 8% permanent arts, great for him. Also 8% crit damage and star gen. The star gen itself is not the best thing, but the crit damage is cool. 30% mental debuff res is also a nice bonus, and then poison immunity can be cool on some bosses. Anti-appendage against casters, which is great for an alter ego, that's nice. And then the MP. First of all, the OC. 20% arts up for self for 1 turn before damage, so it doesn't really ramp up sadly, but it's a nice OC regardless. He has a anti-evil power mod on normal effect, so a flat 150% anti-evil damage. Again, fairly common when it comes to alignments on servants and whatnot. And then he does a burn and a curse and a burn amp and a curse amp. 100% on both amps for 3 turns and 1k for the 3-turn damage on the dots. And it even has a chance to 60% chance to insta-kill good enemies. The dots, maybe not the biggest thing, maybe for some synergy with other servants, but for himself, they don't really do too much. The insta-kill is also not the most legit thing ever. The art stuff is nice, and the power mod is cool too. So it's a pretty good MP overall, I would say. I do like it. Now his looping, it's alright, you know, it's alright. But it's not like, you know, the best of the arts loopers. No, like, it's still like average to good, I would say. But not top tier or anything like that. So yeah, with the triple support, you can run the Black Grill setup, which helps a lot. What do you think of him?
He's really fun. I mean, of course, I think he has like baseline power level for like you showed with how he loops pretty fine, even without considering his skill 3 gimmick. But I think you really have to sort of, it really depends on how you treat his skill 3. Like I think the way you have to play him in a challenge quest is you have to be you have to be very you have to stay positive, and you have to assume that is guaranteed. But yeah, and when that happens, it's really good. Especially I think probably it's because of recency queues, but that effect definitely warmed up to me. Because there's a lot of forced deaths that even happens
Oh
multiple
yeah,
times with
true.
like both Angra and stuff.
It's great
So
against insta-kill when it works, yeah.
yeah, it's really great against insta kill. So he's really fun, and of course it just not just help him with the damage, it also helps with his survival. Because sorry, the opposite way. The not just helps with his survival, but it also helps with his damage, because you know every stack is a lot of MP damage up, right? So I like him quite a bit, but obviously I feel like because of the RNG factor, I would have to dock some points from him. This is a tough one.
Because there will be some cases where he just dies very fast. That will happen.
Yep. So I don't know. I don't know if it's A or
I almost want to place him next to Bazet though. They both have their inconsistencies for sure, but they both can be good when they work.
Yeah, probably. That's probably.
I could see both of them maybe an A plus as well, but I feel like this is fine.
Yeah, I think he has his problems. It's just the RNG. That's kind of unfortunate, but
80%. That's all there is. Oh, it's time for the last alter ego, I guess. And I think the latest servant in this entire list. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, on this half. Okay. We are gonna talk about the Tiamami. Tiamat larva. There she is. Wow. Oh my god, this music is so loud. Okay, thanks, Daryl. Alright. AoE, Buster, DPS, definitely a farmer as well, for sure. 11.4k attack. Honestly, it's not the highest attack ever, but considering how many damaging buffs she has in her kit and the ramp up as well, it doesn't really feel like it's low. And it's not low to begin with anyway. It just feels like it's way higher than that. Double Buster, double Arts deck. Suits her pretty well, I would say. I like it. Burst skill, we get some. There's a lot of fun stuff about her kit, honestly. So this is her 50% battery and a 6-turn cooldown. That also comes with a 100% crit chance down on all enemies for 1 turn. So no crits if you land this, unless they have a ton of crit chance up as well. Is pretty cool. And then not just a healing reduction on all enemies for 1 turn, it's a healing block. So no matter how much healing up they might have or whatever, it's not. All heals will be 0 for 1 turn. So it's an interesting thing. Now both of them are on 1 turn effects, granted, but you know, sometimes they're gonna be a bit. Maybe the healing will be a bit more niche, but the crit chance down on bosses can be very cool. Second skill, self-attack up 30% for 3 turns. There it is. Also self-buster up 30% 3 turns. Cool combo. Does a 2k curse on all enemies for 3 turns, and then a 60% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. This on a 6-turn cooldown is very good. I'm not the biggest fan of the RNG, obviously, of the stun, but just the mixed attack buffs already kind of good. Like this is so much better than like Bunny. Yeah, against bosses, if you land those stuns, it can be really good. Sometimes in bad scenarios, it can be bad though. Well, with let's say enemies are all like assassins with 3-bar MPs, and suddenly two of them get stunned when they have their MPs full and one goes through, then you might have to split your defensive stuff in a more awkward way. So in some cases, it can be a bit awkward. Now, third skill is where it really gets fun. It's a party 1500 heal with a party 10% battery and a party 20% MP damage for 1 turn. But it's a 2-turn cooldown. That's where the fun really is. Like, I love this skill. It's so cool. Like, even without Koyan stuff, you can use this every other turn. It feels so nice. Like, it keeps your team topped up. It gives everyone batteries, some damage. It's nice. It's just it feels so good to use this skill. And with Koyan, let's say you bring double Koyan and the Atlas Mystic Code, you can use this 4 times in 1 turn as well. Not that I'm saying maybe you should, but you can if you want to, which is just funny in my head that you can use a skill 4 times in 1 turn. How about them apples? Right, then the passives. 10% crit damage, cool. 4% crit damage, instant kill res and mental debuff res, cool bonus. Permanent 500 damage cut, why not? Pretty good. Yeah, it's there. Another 30%. Actually, no, this is our first 30% debuff res, cool. And then 5% MP gauge per turn, like they just gave her a Merlin passive as well. Bruh. And her append is against the Beast class. Maybe a bit varied in usability, but you know, when you hit it, you hit it. And then the MP. Oof. So first of all, full self-cleanse before damage. Great. Does an AoE skill seal to enemies if they survive. And then the OCs. 30% buster up for self before damage. Not only is it a ramping OC that carries over, it's before damage too, so even the first MP already hits hard. Now that's a great MP right there. God damn, dude. And then I guess we're gonna look at the farming numbers again. I already combed over these when I was doing the initial first impression, but yeah, with the premium, the black grail and everything, it gets pretty good. Especially on turn 3. It's like the highest turn 3 potential in the entire game, basically. Because of all the ramp up. And being able to spam skill 2 as well. There's just a lot that factors into this. Yeah, Okita in shambles. I'm so sad. But you know what? Okay, I guess it kind of makes sense. You know, people have been wanting her for ages. And this is just MP1 damage. What's your comment on Tiamat? We already talked about Draco last week, so how do you feel about Tiamat?
I mean, you know, she can run Black Grail. She has super high damage with single core. I think if we run into more Cavalry 90 plus pluses, you might actually not need to use multi-core even. Like
Yeah,
I
think she might be solo enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I've left her at MP3 to test out a lot of stuff. Just so, because like I think MP5s maybe. I mean, MP3s can still be pretty unrealistic, but like her damage is just really high. And I actually think she's also pretty fine in high pressure quests. I have tried her against
I like the third skill in that too, because you can use it every other turn.
Yeah. I have tried her in stuff like full gauge calm, like completely unnerved. She kind of destroyed her as well, which is because that's a very tough boss, right? And really, really interesting character. Like obviously she is new, so it could be new servant hype and overrating. But I mean, I wasn't overrating Draco. I feel maybe probably underrating her even.
Yeah.
That
was already a topic we covered. Yeah.
Yeah. So this character, though, I think there aren't a lot of stuff to complain about. Like honestly, I feel like most complaints. I guess the only complaint is, oh, she's alter ego, so she can't farm knights. That is probably the only complaint. But anything other than that, I feel like it's a little bit stretching. it's just she's just good. I
No,
don't think she's like
I'm having difficulty. I can't decide between EX and EX Plus. I can't, dude.
okay.
Uh,
I am going to argue against EX Plus just
I almost
because
want to do EX as well, but yeah, go for it.
yeah, just because like I don't think she defines a meta. She is just like one of the okay. This like I'm saying this and sounds stupid, but like she's just only one of the best Buster AOE's in the game for
Mm-hmm.
farming. But I think like someone in EX Plus has to define like a new sort of. It's just like maybe define like a huge group of games or like I don't know
Mm.
like you wouldn't be like your game wouldn't be like you wouldn't how do I say this you wouldn't be missing a lot of experiences with multiple other servants if you don't roll her. She is just very strong on her own instead of affecting like other stuff, right? That is my
Mm.
argument for not being EX plus. But of course, you know, being one of the best buster loopers in the game and also not really giving up on her CQ prowess as well is very
Mm.
valuable.
Now, some people did say because I should put her there because I put Melusin as well. I still think Melusin has better DPS potential personally. Her kit is
Yeah.
ridiculous. Is ridiculous. It's not
Also,
just her
Melusin has
farming
the
being good. Her kit is stupid. It's like, you think Tiamat has a great kit? Yeah. Have you seen Melusin's? Yeah. Like, she is so much better, honestly, for like DPSing.
like also when people are comparing her to Melusine, they're comparing the Buster form. She has another one.
Mm-hmm.
She's two servants, so I don't
Yeah,
think
she's
she
even
is on
unique in that
Melusine's tier.
sense.
So
Now,
I
yeah, and so,
apologize.
someone also said maybe there because we would test there as well. The test one was mostly a hype thing, if anything. He's by EX, honestly, but we just wanted to. It was fun, you know.
I mean,
Like,
Tez also okay. First of all, maybe because like AoE assassins are like not as strong. Also, Tez affects. I would say Tez is more usable in like because you can put him in
mm,
any farming team as not just a
yeah,
main damage dealer. I think Tiamat's skill 2 is like sure it has AoE utility, but usually I find it just to be for herself. So she isn't really a good team supporter in that sense, for farming at least. So I don't actually think she is on the tier of Tez Kalipolto
mm.
for farming. Unfortunately, that
I
is
think
just my
I'm just
take.
gonna slam her down into EX.
Yeah,
But yeah, nothing wrong with Tiamat really. She's really good, obviously.
yeah, like
Mm.
really high tier.
All right then. Okay, now we're gonna take it a notch down because we are now done with alter egos. And we're gonna talk about the foreigners, and we're gonna go back to the launch of foreigners. I can even close my alter ego tab now. How nice is that? So we're gonna talk about OG Abby first of all. So maybe a bit of a step down from like someone like Tiamat, but you know what? We're still gonna give her a fair rundown here. So single target buster DPS, I suppose, is what she's really her main purpose is. First of all, 12.1k attack is very high, commendable, good number. But then the triple arts, like you see triple arts, you see 6 hits, you're like, what? She's probably spamming her MP every turn. But then you see 0.25 MP generation, and I can't emphasize how bad it feels to use her face cards. You don't see the bar move much, it just doesn't move much. Even if you get the triple arch chain, if there's no crits either, it's like it's an improvement, but it doesn't really like it doesn't go as it should go, you know? It just I don't know why they thought this was a good idea. I mean, the one upside is that she can participate in more arch chains, I guess, for the flat 20% battery, but the cards feel so bad. They just feel bad. Anyway, let's take a look at the skills. Now, they have buffed the first skill. Still, one of the biggest problems that she also has is the cooldowns, by the way. So this is still a 7-turn cooldown, even after the buff. Every member of the party gets 10% gauge for 3 turns every turn. Pretty cool. I like that. 30% party MP damage for 3 turns as well. Not bad. And then now with the buff, also a 30% self battery. Which again, are very helpful considering her gains are so gimped. But man, I think, considering how not strong or insane Abby is, they could have easily made this 6 turn as well on cooldown. But oh well. Second skill is her AoE Terror for 1 time 3 turns with an 50% chance to activate every turn, and also an AoE defense down 20% for 3 turns. Like, both the effects are fine, but like when you compare this to Domon's first skill, it just becomes super sad. This is a 7-turn cooldown, he's a 6-1, he does a higher defense down, he does other stuff too, slower cooldown, like, it's sad in comparison, it really is. So, yeah, even if you get triple stun on the enemy at some point, which you might, maybe not even the same time, it's cool, but... Ooh, come on, do more, or be lower cooldown. And then the third one. Now, this definitely shouldn't be a 7-turn cooldown. This is the biggest crime of them all. It's a single target tick down, and then a minus 20% attack for 3 turns. 1, it should be easily AoE on both effects, and 2, the cooldown would still be way too high. This should be like a 5-turn cooldown, or at 6 at most, and it should all be AoE effects. This is not good. This is by far her worst skill. It's not even close. So overall, look at those 7-turn cooldowns. You think you would get more out of this stuff, but you don't. She has the EX version of... Okay, I guess it was 12%. I thought it was maybe like 2 to 10%, but okay, 12% debuff rest. Yay. Cool. And then the stars per turn is nice. Dude, the 8% permanent buster up is cool though. It's not the best for her though, because she only has 1 buster in her normal deck, but at least it helps with the MP. And then Divinity. Hey, she's got the best case scenario on her anti-appendo. Berserker. Can't ask for a better one. At least they're EX tier. EX plus even. And then the MP. I do like the MP though, for what it's worth. So 30% crit chance down for 1 turn on the target. I wish it was 3 turns, but oh well, not a bad effect. And then the big effect is full buff strip on the target before damage. That at least huge, right? The MP itself doesn't do a whole lot of damage though. And her kit doesn't really do too many things either on 7-turn cooldowns. And her gains are bad. So there's a lot of things that Abigail could be doing better. Now, this might... I'm guessing this is gonna look pretty brutal, too. Yeah, ooh, even with the black grills, like, there's no ramp-up potential whatsoever. Ooh, those are some, not so great damage, even with the black grail taken into account. Ay. Do you have nice things to say about Abby?
I like the buff removal. Other than that, I would use the AoE version over her if I'm fighting.
Oh wow! At least her cards are better. I'll give her that much.
Underrated.
But still,
but this one is not good. I'm sorry.
Now where are we gonna place OG Abigail?
I like B.
I feel like she could be still C tier. I think D might be too harsh.
D is too harsh.
Yeah, because the MPS still has good effects, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I say that, but I don't know. I mean, I have no reference of comparison because nobody's in C. So I think it's maybe a bit harsh, but...
I think C is pretty fair. She is probably the worst foreigner in the game. Oh well. Still had a bunch more other to go through. Then we're gonna talk about someone who was released very close to her. After her own New Year's, we're gonna talk about Hokusai, the OG foreigner version. AoE arts DPS, and well, I guess she could farm, but I really wouldn't. I think she's mostly just against bosses, really. Let's be real. So, much like Abby, 12.1k attack, very nice to have, so that's cool. No problems there. She's got a double buster, double arts deck, but despite not having triple arts, her gains are still much better than Abigail's. That's for sure. So the deck is fine. She even has some crit potential too with some of the buffs, so I don't really hate the busters either. First skill, we get a evasion for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown, which is already better than average for that stuff, and also a 30% battery. Now, sometimes it can be awkward to use this, obviously, but luckily she's an art servant, so with Castoria Existence, it's a bit easier to use stuff like this, because, you know, you have invulns and special invulns coming in anyway. So overall, it's an alright skill. I kind of like it because of the cooldown mostly. Second skill, we get her DPS skill, or one of the two rather. 30% arts up for 3 turns, cool. 100% buff removal resist for 1 turn, nice, and also 100% debuff rest for 1 turn. So for 1 turn, you can't touch that ass. She's keeping her shit and also not getting any debuffs on her. Pretty cool. 5 turn cooldown, I think I like 2 on that 30% arts for 3 turns. Still pretty okay. I wish, obviously the only 1 turn effects, but so sometimes the timing can be a bit awkward. Not too bad otherwise. Third skill has been buffed. So this is a cool little thing. So on all of your arts cards for 3 turns, you do 20% defense down, including the MP. Now obviously it's after damage. It doesn't really immediately help with the MP itself, but you can potentially stack this up to defense down cap just from this skill alone. And for those that don't know, defense down cap's at minus 100%. After that, it doesn't add any more damage to you. Unless the enemy has defense ups, then you can maybe add some more. But yeah, with this skill alone, if the cards align well, not just in solo, you can get a lot of the potentially defense down cap from this, which is cool. Now you also get 500% arts absorb for 3 turns. I like that it's 3 turns, and then also a 15 star bomb on use. 6 turn cooldown, very fair for this skill in my opinion. This is a nice skill. I do like this a lot, especially after the buff. Gives her some crit potential too with those 2 arts cards. He also has the highest rank of the Foreigner passive. 12% debuff rest with the stars. 8% debuff success rate from the second passive, which is nice for those defense downs. 4% permanent arts up. Could be higher, but it's nice to have even some. And then divinity is like whatever. Third append, much like Abigail, also against Berserkers. So yeah, another best case scenario. So definitely worthwhile getting this and maxing it. And then the MP. Kind of a basic one. There's no normal effects besides damage, and the OC is still okay. It's a man attribute damage mod, the base 150 to 200 range. Pretty good. Now, if you're not, honestly, I'm just gonna be pretty blunt. If you're not fighting against man attribute, the MP does like very poop damage. Just doesn't do much at all, especially on neutral. It's just kind of laughably low. But against man attribute, it definitely does decent damage. Is she even on the sheet for looping? She is. Okay, we have her down. But again, you can see numbers are pretty ugly. Pretty ugly over here. Even with the triple support lineup with the Black Grail, you can, unless you don't have some of the more premium options, yeah, you could definitely do better. Oh well. But hey, she has good presence in bosses still at least, which I like. Even if she's not like maybe the best DPS ever, you know, I like the stuff that she offers. What do you think about Hokusai?
I like her a little bit more than Abigail just because I think any foreigner that has crit potential and 2 buster cards is savable because of Van Gogh. But honestly, she did kind of fall off as well, I would say. Like, she's definitely not a very competent AoE art servant. Bad refund, bad MP damage when it's not anti-manned, and kind of basic skill set except for skill 3, honestly. So I don't think of her as too impressive, to be honest.
Yeah. This might be a hot take, but I think there's only one really good AoE foreigner. I think all the other AoE foreigners are like either they're alright to maybe not so alright. I think only one of them is really good.
Mm.
And I'm pretty sure chat can figure it out anyway. I think Hokusai is gonna come down in my tier list as well here.
Definitely.
I would probably look into B plus maybe.
I'd put it in B, honestly. Okay, B plus. Okay.
I like B plus. Because again, man is pretty common, and she can stack defense down a lot, and she has the crit potential too.
Yeah.
And she's kind of easy to keep alive too, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, Foreigner as a class on itself, I don't like that much, but because of Van Gogh.
I do like the class pretty well because of, you know, Berserkers being common. They have good absorb, and the passive is also pretty okay. I think it's still on the better side of classes for sure.
I guess.
Unlike Alter Ego and Pretender, but okay. Yeah. If they didn't have the Berserker thing, they would be so much worse. Obviously, they would be like Moon Cancer tier, which is not good, obviously. Alright. Next up, I guess the next SSR Foreigner was literally a year from Hokusai. A New Year's one again. Well, actually, no, there was a year between, because it's Saber, Foreigner, Saber. So yeah, 2 years went by. Damn. We're gonna talk about Hao Hao, aka Yang Guifei. Now we go to single target arts DPS instead of AoE. We got 12.3k attack, so again, much like her peers from before, she does really well on the attack side. In fact, that's probably the highest from what I remember so far. Good attack. Double arts, double quick. Maybe for Vango's liturgy, but this is a buster more. But you know what? It's still for the MP spam purpose. I do like it. It helps there for sure. So you know, you give and take. Now, first skill has been buffed, which is really good because it used to be awkward because it only worked against males. But now, what do you get? 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn of invul for herself. Cool. 1 turn of taunt, great combo. And again, now the taunt works against all enemies, not just males. Great. She gets 10% gauge every turn for 3 turns, and also a 25 star bomb on use. This is a great 6-turn cooldown, especially when we see the third skill in addition to this. So it basically gives you a free turn, while also amps her damage, pretty much, in combination with the third skill. So yeah, I like this skill. Second skill is an AoE drain by 1, and then depending on how much drain you did, you get 20% gauge on her per tick. Taken from the enemy. So if you're running 3 bosses and you drain all of them, you get 60%. And then also does an AoE 20% defense down for 3 turns. Now it is a 7-turn cooldown. I think this maybe could have been a 6-1, but you know, fair. I still like this way more than Abigail's third skill. It's not even close though. So, because she gets the battery as well from this. Third skill, the fun, unique one. She gets the Living Flame buff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So what that does is that whenever she is attacked, the enemy gets 10% defense down for 3 turns, and also a 1k burn for 3 turns. So it's only good for 3 attacks, then it disappears. It's not fully 3 turns. That would be kind of crazy if it was for that defense down. But it's mostly important there, not necessarily for the defense down, but to apply the burn for her MP. And then she also gets 20% defense for 3 turns. This on a 6-turn cooldown, I would say is fair. Overall, the kit definitely makes sense. It's not the craziest SSR kit to this day, but, you know, it does make sense. Another EX Foreigner passive, fun, 12% debuffer is very cool, and 2 stars per turn, and that's about it. Divinity, not doing anything. She's got an anti-ruler append, which I would say don't bother unless you're her biggest fan. The MP then, so it does like, I like that the burn that the MP applies is also an MP scaling effect. So for whatever reason they wanted to make that a scaling effect instead of a flat normal effect. So you can get, on MP1 you get 3k burn for 3 turns on the enemy. But most importantly, the OC is a burn damage mod. So against burnt enemies, you get the nice 150 to 200 range. Now, sadly, the MP obviously applies the burn after damage, so it would be kind of much better if it did before, but, you know, you also have this helping, I suppose, the taunt that apply the taunt plus the third skill to get more burns out there. But with command codes, at least if you want to go off turn 1, because even with the skill 1 and 3, you can't do it turn 1, because obviously enemy has to go first. But with command codes, you can potentially go off turn 1 as well, which helps her damage a lot. Like, even with the burn from the MP and the burn from the third skill, it's still probably recommendable to just max her out with burn CCs, because you really want the enemy always to be burning, because you don't want to miss out on this damage mod. It's so easy to enable if you just run full burn CCs, so just go for it. You want the enemies to burn all the time. So with that in mind, let's see her numbers. I think without burns, she's probably not going to be too high. And actually, she does fine. Yeah, with the defense down as well, helping. But with burns... Where is she?
That was probably already with burns.
Oh, I guess it would be, because it's, you know, it's one that you always apply. Yeah, you know what makes sense, yeah. Because it's not really a special case. So that's why she's a bit higher. Okay, that makes sense. So while it's not, like, insanely crazy high, it's still good. And her MP is pretty spammable anyway. Much more so than Abigail's, is not even close. And because she's art, she has good support options too. What do you think about her?
Uh, might be another hot take. I don't see that much merit. Like she's just
Mm.
fine. She like obviously yeah she can have the universal burn thing, but like her damage isn't like too crazy when even when the burn lands. It's not like Summer Eris, right? So and her deck makes her a little bit worse for critting. I know this is more of a min turn whatever brain rot thing, but I just think she's fine. Like she feels a lot like Sitonite to me, honestly. Maybe
I think they are comparable, yeah. They're just different classes, yeah.
maybe a little bit better. Maybe a
I
little.
think she works a bit better though than Chitona because she applies her own damage mod, and I like her kit way more.
Yeah, but honestly, uh, I don't think she's that crazy. Like most of the
Mm.
times when I see her, she's either very specifically fighting like anti-class stuff, or like people are gonna bring up how she broke the 1 million HP bar ORT or something. Because yeah, that was a thing on YouTube, but
Mm.
10 million, sorry. But I don't know. I just I don't see her as a like particularly impressive. I think she's just a fine single target arts. Like that's it.
Mm.
That's how
I
that's
would probably place her in A still. I think she's just solid and she works. She's just very straightforward and easy to
that's
work with
fair.
as well.
Yeah, that's fair. I think A is really
Like you
fair.
can never go wrong with her if you pick her against Berserkers. She's just always gonna be fine. For outside of Berserkers, definitely limited usability. Even with the burns up, you might want to pick someone else.
Yeah.
Alright, next up we got the boy. The small satellite kun. It's Voyager. So we got AoE, quick DPS, and I guess farmer, but again, I definitely wouldn't farm with him. Just stick her as, or not her, him, as like a DPS role instead. Or maybe team utility, star generator, because I don't think his damage is also insanely high either or anything. He does a lot of things, but I don't think he necessarily does anything really well, is the problem maybe. Now, the start already doesn't help. Compared to all of his peers so far that are overall like 12k attack, he's 10.4k. That is a considerable drop down. A big difference when you think about it. Compared to Yang Guifei, it's almost 2,000 less. You definitely feel that. Now, he's got a double arts, double quick deck. I think he absolutely should have been double buster, double quick, especially with the crit stuff he has in his kit even on launch. So it is what it is. I don't think the deck, honestly, is the best. He doesn't even have arts buff, I don't think so. Yeah, I think Double Buster would have been cooler to see. First skill is a 50% battery and 6 turn cooldown. Then he gets a debuff immune for 3 turns and 10 stars. So it's a good skill. I like this. Voyager of the Stars is a great skill. What could I say? I guess his version doesn't come with Invul Pierce, but rather debuff immune. But yeah, I still think it's great. Half the time you can't really debuff him, and that's something to like. That's great utility to have. So this skill at least, is good. It's good. Second skill is this 1 turn evasion on a 6 turn cooldown, so pretty standard stuff. But what else do you get? 20% quick up for 3 turns, and then 20% quick rest down for 1 enemy for 3 turns. Now this can be awkward sometimes. Unlike, Hokusai's case, where she can be a bit more liberal with her dodge, also being a lower cooldown, but also the fact that she is arts, meaning that her defensive potential is better. Voyager is quick, and you might just need to save this to keep himself alive in bosses. That's the one annoying part, and this is his main card type buff as well, and also the debuff version of it. So, I'm not a huge fan of this skill. This is a very awkward case for sure. We just need a good quick support that just brings a lot of defense, and then you could be a bit more liberal with this, maybe. I guess you could still bring a Castoria with him, but again, that's just being a bit inefficient too. Yeah. Third skill has been buffed. It's a targeted little thing. So what does the target get? 600% absorb for 1 turn, 30% quick up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 20% crit resistance for 3 turns. This on a 6 turn cooldown, I think is a great skill. This is good. I wish the absorb was 3 turns though. That's the one gripe I have. On a 6 turn cooldown, I really wish the absorb was 3 turns as well. It would actually kind of legit make him a very interesting crit support. Now the DPS themselves must either have good base absorb or other absorb in their kits. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit more inconsistent. But oh yeah, the crit buffs are party wide. I didn't mention that, but yeah, the quick up and the absorb are targeted. The other two are party wide, so that's cool. I do very much love the AOE crit res up. That's very good. Good. Even 20% can actually make the enemy whiff. You'd be surprised. It's a good skill. I just wish the absorb was 3 turns as well. Overall, the skills, this is super awkward, but otherwise, I think he's got some good stuff going. Yeah. C rank foreigner passive, so 6% debuffers and 2 stars per turn. 8% arts up and 8% crit damage. Cool. I guess it makes his double arts a little better with this, but I still think double buster would have been better. 10% buff removal resistance. It's a funny little thing, I guess. You can never rely on this by any means, but if it works, then hey, you know what? Sure, cool. But interesting passive. His anti-appendage against Lancers, and I would say, unless you just generally like running him as like a half DPS, half support or something, I would not bother with this. Then the MP. Cool stuff here too, honestly. 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. Cool, not bad on the OC. 150% damage mod against Sky Attribute enemies, which is not just servants. Can be okay sometimes. Is obviously the rarest attribute, but you know, there it is. I do really like the full party 20% gauge no matter what. Like, you always get that on everyone, including himself on the refund. And then for all living human allies, another 10% battery. And I believe he himself does not have that, right? No, he doesn't, because he's not supposed to be like a human anyway. So that's a shame, but, you know, potentially, depending on who you pick, they can get a bonus 10% gauge as well. I do like the effects. Effects-wise, it's not bad, but the problem is it doesn't do much damage. It just doesn't do much damage. Even against Berserkers, I think it could do more damage. So let's see, I think we have 3 different comps here. Even a Black Grail one with like triple Scotty or double Scotty Oberon. So, yeah. Like, he does okay. He's certainly alright. But is it like amazing, even among quick stuff? Not really, but it's alright. That's for sure. I still think he's better off running in bosses, though. What do you think of Voyager? I don't think people ever really talk about him too much.
No, because his buff is underwhelming and his damage is really bad. Like yeah, he can run Black Grail. I guess that's the only saving grace, but his damage is so bad. Like, people like to say Ruler Tori has bad damage. He also has probably, I don't know if he has worse damage, probably, maybe even, like, his damage is so bad. There are certain interesting comps that allow for the entire team to loop multiple DPS comps with the living human thing, but I think that's mostly a meme, unfortunately. And I just don't see a good reason to use him. And his deck also doesn't support any form of crit, which is probably like
that and the one turn absorb.
Yeah, and the 1 turn absorb. He just doesn't have anything offensively. Like, you might as well treat his MP as an AoE MP charge instead of an actual damaging MP.
Or a star generator.
Yeah, so like I don't know. I don't see a good,
like, effects wise he's good. It's just the damage is the problem.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see a good reason to.
So he's a support that's just worse than a lot of other supports. That does a little bit more damage than most supports, but not to the point that you would bring him for damage, really.
Yep.
It's an awkward little space to be in, I guess, no pun intended. I'm thinking he could be a B tier.
That's fair. I think that's okay. Maybe it could be a bit low, but I don't know. I don't use him.
Maybe B plus. Is that what you think?
I think he's like, if we consider Van Gogh, he's worse than Hokusai. But if we don't consider Van Gogh, he's probably better than Hokusai. So I don't know how to like.
Okay, I can maybe put him in B plus then. Honestly, I could maybe do that. I think that one of the main problems also is the usability. Like, why would you bring him over someone else sometimes?
Yeah.
Maybe just for that, even if the synergy is there, I don't know. Damn, that's a tough call.
I mean, I'm not like super against B either. Honestly,
I mean, it's not a big difference, honestly.
Yeah.
I might go with B based on the usability. Like, yeah, he can do stuff, but like, when is a really good opportunity to bring him over someone else? And I think the more foreigners get released, the more it also kind of affects him as well. Especially since the modern ones seem to be really good.
Berserker counter is no longer something that is nearly as exclusive as when.
Like, yeah, it's great to have the full advantage, obviously, but is it always needed? Not really, because every normal classes still do 2.0x on damage.
Exactly.
It's just the defense that's 1.5x.
Yeah, you can just kill them. It's super easy.
Yeah.
Just do damage. Right?
Yeah. Oh well. Alright, okay, then we're gonna talk about the second Abigail. Oh no. Summer Abigail. Okay, before I even scroll down, I'm gonna fix the Ascension. There we go, that's better. I don't want to look at the first one. Okay. So what do we got? AoE, Buster, DPS. I don't farm with her. Just don't do it for me. Don't farm with her for me, please.
But she does better. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Okay. Anyway, 11.7k attack. So sadly, she did lose a bit of attack compared to her, OG counterpart. But it's still just above average for like an SSR in the game, so it's not terrible. She actually does have the double Buster, double quick deck. So maybe if you really want to, you can have some fun crit memes with her. But I wish her MP was quick in that sense as well for better value. But oh well. But you know what's funny? Her deck has only one arts card, but she still has way better gains than OG does, despite having triple arts. So it's not all about the card types themselves. Oh, the skills. They're so gimmicky. So it's a single target 2-turn sleep. And that also comes... I do like the buff strip, that's great. And then it's a 1 attack, 2-turn, 50% defense down when the sleep is active. So for 1 attack, hopefully an MP, like a single target MP that hits really hard. Then you get the max value. But man, it's like, it's so awkward to use because you have to immediately use the MP. Otherwise, any attack will consume the defense down and remove the sleep. You can't even use it as like a delay thing, honestly, because it just breaks.
Yep.
It should have been AoE. Should have been AoE for sure. She's AoE too, so why not? Alright, second skill. Terror is back. Is this the same skill? Okay, maybe the activation chance is like 5% higher. Was it 50% on normal? I forgot. Maybe it's the same. I forgot. But yeah, still not the greatest thing. When you compare it to Dolman, it's just sad. It's not a terrible skill, but it's very not modern great. Yeah, just eh. Third skill, we get a 50% batter and 6-turn cooldown. So hey, that's cool. Helps with the gains as well. Gets debuff success rate 30% for 3 turns. Can help with, because she does land a lot of debuffs, so that can be nice, and especially because it's 3 turns. And this one also does a minus 30% buster res down for 1 enemy for 3 turns. But I'm so confused. Like, only the terror is AoE. Like, two of her 3 skills are single target, and she herself is AoE. It's just so weird to me. I don't understand. Maybe the first one was single target because they were like, oh, AoE sleep is gonna be so OP. No, it's not. What are you talking about? Anyway, this one, there's no defense for this though. This should have been AoE, 100%. At the very least, this should have been AoE buster res down. It's just, man, not a bad skill, but it definitely should have been AoE. Alright, back to the good for their passive, 12% debuff res with 2 stars per turn, 9% permanent buster up, cool. Even better on this one because she has double buster cards, and then Divinity B plus is like whatever. Anti-Avenger class, or like append, not that relevant for her. And then the MP. So much like OG Abigail, she likes removing buffs, so this one before damage takes off all the defensive buffs. That at least... very, very good. And then a AoE 20% defense down for 3 turns on base OC. Or after damage. I really wish it was before, because man, if you look at her kit, the attack and everything, this being single target, there really isn't too much damage to be seen on her kit, man. What, like, where do you bring her? I don't see a single scenario. Okay, maybe Plushie has some input. Is she even on here? Okay, we even have the, oh god. Oh god, she's on the sheet, dude. Oh god. Oh,
I mean,
are
she's
these
not the
like the
lowest.
worst SSR buster looping numbers in the entire game?
No. There's literally one worse on top of her, but we'll get into that one later.
Oh, that's funny, you're right. Well, well, at least she does better on wave 2, but still. Oh my god. Okay, well, you have some comments on Summer Abbey? You said you might even rate her higher than OG, which I'm surprised about.
Okay, it's not because her like as DPS probably because like once again because her deck I think is better for crits and also buff strip is a utility tool. And I actually use her quite a bit for whenever I need a buff strip because she is one of the higher attacking like damage providers on top of a buff strip because the skill 3 has the buster res down, you know, skill 1 has a 1 turn, like yeah it is 1 turn but it's pretty huge, 50%. And I think the MP is just fine, like maybe it's AoE so they nerfed it so it isn't before damage. But honestly I don't think she's horrible, like because I think her skill sets are at least fine. I understand why people think she's bad because her as a main DPS, as a buster AoE in particular, is pretty bad. But I think there are other niche cases where
Yeah, I think you're right with
there
might be some setups where you can maybe take use of some of those skills and maybe even the MP FX wise, not damage wise for sure, but yeah.
I mean, okay, and her damage is not completely dog water, as we've seen. Unfortunately,
is it not really?
even lower than her.
Really? It's pretty dog water to me.
Literally lower than her. Yeah.
Okay, no, actually, it's not. Actually, you know what's funny? Because the comment says it's actually less damage because this is only for the one debuff target. Remember, this is on the defense down, the buster is down. It would be way less for the other 2 targets on the wave.
I mean, yeah, this is adding.
Yeah, so it's actually worse than Koyami is. It's literally the worst in the entire game, I think.
I mean, I do use her as a utility tool over it.
Yeah, I would never bring her for damage. I would just bring her for like a setup in utility. Her damage it literally is dog water. There's no saving it.
Yeah. So I mean,
I think I might just place them in the same tier. I don't think I can place Summer above normal, honestly. Even if there is that like, you know, case for like bringing her for sub setup utility that maybe OG doesn't have, but OG still is good against Berserkers. Is she like the best option? Not by a mile, but at least she's good against Berserkers. I would bring a normal class over Summer Abigail against Berserkers at least.
I mean, I would bring a normal class over normal Abigail against.
I mean, yeah, but I think she's still better against Berserkers than Summer is.
I guess I really think her utility is worth something, but maybe I'm biased. I don't know.
I think I'm going to leave them there because there's arguments to maybe putting her higher, maybe putting her lower. I'm just going to leave them in the same tier. Okay.
That's fair.
All right, it's time. Time to talk about one of the one of the more talked about extra class servants in the game. We got Bango next. So what is she? Soloer, DPS, face card farming, crit support. He does a lot of things. Probably even forgot some things, but yeah. Yeah, Van Gogh. She's good. Okay, my mind is blank. Okay, let's just start with the review here. So you might think, after seeing 11.2k attack, that you might think her damage might be a bit on the lower side, right? Well, sometimes the base attack might not give the full story, because, you know, sometimes you just have so many buffs that it doesn't even matter if the attack is on, you know, like under average for an SSR, right? Okay, I do like that her HP is flat 15k. It's just nice to look at, for the record. Alright, triple quick deck is very nice on her. Even, you know, her quicks could have some good gains for both stars and MP gains. So, you know what? It's fine. It works. Maybe double Buster would have been cool as well on Scotty hindsight. But you know what? Even without a Buster build-up, you can still get some good crits going for sure. Because of all the numbers in the kit. Her skill is a self 1-time 5-turn guts on a 5-turn cooldown. So better uptime than most guts is, be it 5 turns and 7 5 turn uptime, 7 turn cooldown. Well, I guess, yeah, you probably won't run Scotty too much with her anyway. I guess that's true. Then she gets 3 curses that do 100 damage every turn for 10 turns on herself. And then based on her amount of curse stacks on her, she gets 10% battery per curse stack. So this skill alone would give her 30% battery, but we can make it better. So keep that in mind. On a 6 turn cooldown, I can already say, it's a great skill. It's good. Second skill, what do we got? Not just 100% chance to lower defense on LM enemies, 150% chance. So it's like an MP type deal with the defense down for 20% 3 turns. So it's very easy to land that, even against servants that have innate resistance. Then they also get their quick rush shredded by 20% for 3 turns. You get a party 1-hit evasion for 3 turns, full AoE. Party gets a 300 healing every turn for 5 turns. Not the biggest thing, but it's kind of nice with some of the curses on her in particular, I guess. And then the full party gets a 100 damage curse every turn for 10 turns. Like 1 curse on all your allies. So if you now, actually, no, you have to use the 3rd skill first. I was about to get ahead of myself. Anyway, so that's 6 curses total, right? In the full party. So we'll continue from there. Anyway, we have a targeted skill. Increases the target attack by 30% for 3 turns. Also 600% absorb for 3 turns. This is the reason why she's actually a very, very, very viable crit support as well. Not just because of what she herself is capable of, but this being targeted is nice. And then she herself gets the unactivated buff, attack activated buff for 3 turns. So when you attack with quick cards, she cleanses one of her curses. And if she actually does cleanse one, she gets 10% attack for 3 turns. And then also when you activate this skill, no matter who you target, she gets all the curses from all enemies and all party members to herself. So again, keep in mind, it's all enemies as well. Stuff like Dolmen comes to mind as well. So let's see, with just her own kit alone, she can get 60% gauge immediately from the 1st skill, right? That's kind of cool. And obviously with other teammates and maybe even enemies, you can even add to that on other rotations or turn 1 as well, you never know. So needless to say, the skill set, it makes sense, is great. And honestly, the curses do so little damage as well, and because of her passive too, it's not really a problem that's going to be again, they might as well call it a merit. Calling it a merit is just there because it has to be called a merit. It's a merit for sure. For both increasing her damage and gauge, etc. So it's definitely a merit. So yeah, the skill set is still to this day very good for both her own DPS and her supporting. She's got the foreigner passive rank A, 10% debuff rest, cool. Arguably, sometimes you kind of want her to have 0 debuff rest, I suppose. 2 stars per turn, nice. It's the usual. 6% buster up. Doesn't really do too much for her with that 1 buster card. 7.5% debuff success rate is nice, because she debuffs a lot. And then the unique passive that she can never die to curse. No matter if she has like a 5k curse on her, curses cannot kill her. So that's also a very good thing, because you know what, that makes her guts even better. Because that's something that would easily proc her guts otherwise. He has an anti-caster append, which absolutely can be legit, because, you know, among all the foreigners, she is one of the rare cases that she can absolutely do DPS on neutral as well, as crazy as it sounds. So you can do this, and especially if you bring her for supporting as well, go for it. And then the MP, is fun. So first of all, party, 30% attack up for 3 turns on OC base. Not even 20, 30. Good. Then all enemies get a terror for 1 time, 3 turns, with a 60% chance to stun them for 1 turn every turn. Now, it's only 1 stun per MP, because it's 1 time, but, you know, it's a high chance to activate. Then, the party gets 50% crit damage on MP1 for 3 turns. And then the big one, the big line. All allies with the foreigner passive existence outside domain get 100% crit damage for 3 turns, including herself. So all allies that have that, including herself, get a base 150% crit damage from just 1 MP. Boy. Okay, and then if that's not enough, might as well add 10 stars per turn for 3 turns as well. Yeah, I mean, it's like the best crit support MP in the entire game, basically, when it works. So, yeah. Makes herself DPS like crazy and makes many other servants DPS really well too. And the MP is arts, which is surprising. It kind of makes it easier to spam as well with the lead up. So even with like MP QQ with crits, the refund is good. And because of the terror being so spammable on the MP, it makes her solo potential a lot better too. Alright, what do you think of Van Gogh?
I mean, game breaking. I don't know. Like the only reason I consider Foreigners a good class. I mean, yeah, I know I'm maybe biased, but come on.
I would say now there's a second one as well, but yeah, it used to be like that. She was the only one that kind of was the real standout.
Yeah, like it's so stupid. Like I at higher MP, like you don't need her at higher MP, but at higher MP, she even has like the highest damage for crit buffs without having to buff existence outside of the domain. So like even if you remove that line, she would still be a really good crit buffer. But obviously, having that line just makes herself one of the strongest DPSs ever. Like it feels like Super Orion, but like and the
Like her
terror.
her crits are better. That's the crazy
Yeah,
thing. It's better. She power crips Super Orion's crits.
and the spammable terror is also actually pretty broken. Like in
Mm-hmm.
solo scenarios, you can there is potential to just lock down the enemy forever because of how easily spammable her MP is. If you do double Van Gogh, they can also like trade curse stack. So one of them have 90 MP battery, the other has 150 or something, like basically over 100. So yeah, I don't know. Like there's nothing that she does bad. There's just anything she does is over the top, which
I don't know
is
why Trivers says Super Orion crits so much harder because Buster. I don't think that's true. You have way bigger numbers here.
I mean, maybe means one turn, but
If
like
you're fighting
usually
against
have more.
man, maybe with Koyan light buffs, yeah, then maybe sure. But besides that, I think you can get her Van Gogh's damage way better if you give them both like as the biggest PP supports for damage. I think she would still do more, which
The
is
thing is as
stupid.
well, like she doesn't, she doesn't run out of the crit things, right? She doesn't really run out. She can
And yeah,
just
because
keep using it.
Super Ryan is mostly like he's got those one big turns here and there. Van Gogh is like you just get to cards and they all hurt all the time.
Yeah, so it is a bit different. But basically, this character defines crits, and especially servants with existence outside of domain. It just makes all of them suddenly really good servants, just out of nowhere.
Okay,
So
he's saying like the crit cap is 500%. Yeah, true, but you're still saying like Merlin and Koyan, but there's still like 50% buster ups and whatnot. You can get 50% quick ups for Van Gogh too, right? I don't think that still makes it better.
I mean, maybe like obviously I didn't do the calculation. I can see maybe like Buster Brave Chain bonuses really affecting that. But like the problem isn't even about like maybe like whether he does more in one turn or not. She is
Yeah.
yeah, she has it consistently up. And also she's not even like it's not herself. She's a support, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's like it's everyone on the team, especially if you're, existing outside of the domain. It's really ridiculous. Like this character is just completely ridiculous. Like even dipping her, dipping into farming with like crit compositions, like we discussed before with like Summer BB, sometimes it works, but just because of how much crit damage she gives, and she also has star per turn. She has everything that a crit support would want for their team,
Mm-hmm.
and all of them are on a MP that is spammable and is also very instantly accessible because of her battery. Like even if you just
Like
use one
she
Van
is,
Gogh,
it's
it'll
also
be
a cool case where she's a support. Like a lot of supports have spammable MPs, right? But it's not to the same extent. Like you don't feel bad when you use Van Gogh's cards to get more of her MP. Like let's say you want to use Castoria's cards to get her MP. She barely does like any damage, right? But Van Gogh is like you don't feel bad at all. You actually want to do that because she herself does crazy damage. So it's like it's the
yeah,
best of both worlds.
yeah. So I honestly I think she is just over the top. She deserves her own tier
I
once
still
again.
think I should place her there. I did it last year as well. I still think
Yeah,
she should be there. It's
definitely.
just a really special case.
Yeah, that's a very firm above everyone else, in my opinion.
Yeah. And again, she kind of ages well too as they release more foreigners. And in fact, they released one this year as well. So yeah.
But that one doesn't. Yeah. For the
Yeah. He's just that solid. Right. Okay, a little bit of step down next. Okay. A little bit of a step down. Okay, people are already molding about, oh, you put Berlin EX Plus, but you put Van Gogh. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I freaking did. What about it? You want to talk about it? Yeah. Alright. We're going to talk about Jacques next. Another one that I really like. There's so many servants in this list alone that, you know, I'm a big fan of. Sadly, a lot of them not the best. But you know what? It's okay. So yeah, Jacques is an AoE quick DPS / farmer, but nah, I don't farm with her either, honestly. She's in a lot of ways, she's very similar to Voyager. I guess they're the two most comparable things, if anything. But still a bit different. Now, first of all, 10.8k attack is not amazing. Actually, on the definitely on the lower side of SSRs. It is what it is. Double Buster, double quick is cool though, with Scotty, Summer Scotty in hindsight. So at least she got a little bit better because of that, but it's not like she has a ton of crit potential otherwise anyway. It's just the deck being nice, if anything. Right. First skill. She does a lot for the party as well, which I do like. So 20% attack up, 3 turns. 30% crit damage for the party, 3 turns. 20% battery for the full party. And then all party members get evil except for herself for 3 turns, but she already has it anyway. This on a 6-turn cooldown is, honestly, this is a great skill. Just a flat-out great skill. It's good. Second of all, we got self-invul for 1 turn on a 6-turn cooldown, pretty base, and then 30% battery for self, and then all evil allies get 1 hit of invul for 1 turn. So she can save allies from 1 AoE MP, I suppose, with this. When you know, they also share the cooldown, so it's kind of easy to time them as well. But besides that, you might need more, depending on the situation. But it's nice that she can do that, at least. Now this is the buff that happened like a week ago. Oh no. Okay, so 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Cool. 20% quick up for 3 turns, great. She gets 50% damage mod against curse for 3 turns. Very cool, especially with command codes. And then the buff. She herself does curses for 500 damage every turn for 3 turns with normal attacks before damage. Now, obviously it's nice to have, but it doesn't apply to the MP because it's only normal attacks. I have so mixed feelings about it. Again, people can go watch that buff breakdown. It's a very new video. Man, oh man, I think they could have done better. It makes her face gunning better for sure and whatnot, but like you could have already kind of achieved this with command codes already. So it kind of just what does it do? Just free up command code slots. That's it.
Yeah, basically.
Like yeah, great buff, yay. Okay, whatever. So we got 2 stars per turn, and then 10% debuff for us. Cool, cool. 10% arts up. In her case, it doesn't really do too much, I suppose. And then divinity. So passives wise, also maybe not the best. Saber append on the 3rd one. Pretty irrelevant, honestly. And then the MP. The OC at least is the one really good thing about the MP. 20% MP damage before damage for 3 turns on OC base. That's a really strong OC. So at least that's cool. And then on normal effect, she applies a 1k curse on all enemies for 5 turns, with also a 5-turn 100% curse amp. But again, it's all after damage, so unless you use a command-coded face card, or a face card after this buff, before the MP, you're just not going to get the MP to do the damage. Now, yeah, it's viable, of course, but then it's also less refund, and sometimes you don't have face cards of her. I do wish this was just flat out, like, her quick cards that do this. Yeah, it's less curses applied, but at least then the MP would apply it before damage as well. Yeah. And there's some arguing going on in chat, huh? Oh my god. If chat is this, I can't wait to see the YouTube comments. Usually they go a bit harder, but you know what? Fair enough. Anyway, let's look at her. I think her numbers are up as well. And yeah, they are insanely terrible. Just flat out, they're terrible. Just don't farm with
Ugh.
Shock. I might do it myself because I might grail mine and I'm just a stupid guy just because I can, but just don't. Just don't. It's so bad. Terrible. So she's really there for
Wait.
the team utility and like DPSing, if anything.
I thought she could farm with 50 MP start C.
Yeah, I think she can, but this is double support, so you would have to run triple support. Even then, the numbers
Okay.
they won't be that much better.
Why is it not there? Why is
I don't know.
the
Ask Jord, I guess. Maybe he
does she
doesn't
not
like her.
does she not farm with
I'm pretty sure she would
Icon?
be able to farm with triple support on
Yeah.
50%, right? But it's still not going to be pretty numbers. That's all I know. I have an MP2 and I tried to farm with her. It's just really ugly. Oh. Okay, apparently she needs Rider or Caster maybe for that. Interesting.
Oh.
So yeah, what do you think about Jacques?
I think she's a bit underrated. Maybe I'm high.
Maybe a bit, and that's coming from someone that actually overvalues her. But I might have get you a bit underrated. I don't think she's too underrated though.
Yeah, like I mean, she still has illusion, right? She basically has
Mm-hmm.
illusion on skill 2, right? And obviously she has problem like her MP is awkward. She's also not chaotic evil, which I think is a huge missed opportunity because she
Mm-hmm.
like this doesn't allow her to full combo with Doman, who would be a very good uh a very good damage dealer. And I don't know. I like her deck. I like like her skill 3. If you run crits with her, it's actually fine. Like this effect is fine. It's more of a quality of life update rather than a buff, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion.
Yeah, it's just
But
quality of life.
yeah, but 50% power mod for 3 turns is not small at all, in my opinion. So and it has a relatively short cooldown as well for a star per turn effect. I don't think she is bad at all. Like I think she
Yeah, I don't
is
think she's bad
above.
either. I just don't think she's great.
Like I would rank her above a lot of the other previous foreigners just because it's the good DPS, good crit DPS. Like yeah,
I guess she does have pretty okay synergy with Van Gogh as well. Yeah, I
yeah.
suppose.
Like the thing with her is like when I first saw her kit, I just think there are some like very unfortunate stuff. Like she wants the curses on the enemies, but Van Gogh just takes it away from them.
Yeah, there
And
is
like
that. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, and also she's not chaotic evil. But like honestly, I still think she's pretty solid. I have tried her with like Van Gogh and stuff, and she's a good crit DPS.
Mm.
Hmm.
I'm thinking one of the Bs.
I would put her A honestly, but
You put her on
that's
A. Wow.
yeah, I would put her A because I
Oh.
think she's better than Hokusai. That's just me, but
Hmm. I guess she at least does more than Hokusai, but I don't know. She's still kind of consistent despite being basic. I think I would place her in B plus personally. If you think she should be A. Yeah, at least her here. The thing is, like, she's very comparable to Voyager as well. But she's at least her damage potential is better because she does have a damage mod that's she can apply herself. That's the one thing that kind of sets them apart when you think about it. I knew Yuri was gonna mold when I placed her above Voyager. This is the same conversation that happened a year ago. It's the same thing, but I can't help
oh,
it.
which
But dude, it's Yuri. It's not my bias because I have a Grail Jock. Sure. Well, actually, no, I don't. I'm about to, but Plushie is more like Plushie said she should be even A, honestly. So it's not just me. Okay, you gotta realize that. I think it's more you being biased towards Voyager. Okay,
which one?
Yuri just absolutely thinks Voyager at least should be on the same tier, if not better, always. We had the
I mean,
same conversation a year ago as well.
like my 2 cents is that if you want me to briefly compare them, the two is one, the deck, and two, like 50% free P mod is just
Yeah, it's big.
Voyager. It's bigger than Voyager's entire kit put together for offense, dude. Like I'm sorry, it's just I want to like Voyager, but he's more of an MP looping centric servant. Unfortunately, I mean, I guess that shouldn't be an unfortunate point, but like if he got an MP upgrade, I can see him being good. Yeah, there you go.
Dude, I'm so close to the A, but I just don't like that the MP doesn't get the curse before damage, even with the buffed third skill. That I kind of doesn't sit well with me. So I think I'm gonna go with B plus. Maybe next year I'll change my mind. Okay. You know what? Definitely a fine DPS. Just probably not worth farming with. Right, 2 more foreigners to go. Next up is literally your favorite, as far as I understand.
Oh no! Oh no!
All right, I'll give you a good spotlight, but let's get a good rundown on her kit here. So Koyan of Dark, there she is. AOE Buster DPS, probably not a farmer really, but you know maybe some multi-core. I'm sure Plushie will have some examples as well, but yeah, we'll just leave it there for now. 11.2k attack, much compared to some of the earlier foreigner SSRs. Again, it could be higher, but it's not the lowest. Like compared to like Jacques or Voyager, it's still better than that. So it's like a middle ground there. Double Buster, double Art Stick. Personally, I don't know how Plushie feels, but I think it looks pretty good on her, honestly. I don't see anything wrong with the deck.
No, her deck is fine.
Yeah, okay, good. You agree? Okay.
Yeah.
First skill, we get an AoE 30% Buster up for the full party, and then a 30% battery. That's very cool. This is the one thing I still like about her. There's not many servants that have a 30% AoE battery. It is very rare still to this day. So that's a cool thing at least. And then all hominidae, I don't know how to pronounce that by the way, servants get minus 100% star absorb for 1 turn, which is basically like human servants, right? That are not like animal. It's the opposite of animal traits, right? Basically. That's what it is, right? I assume you would know. It's like non-animal. That's what it is, right? That's usually where they place that trait into.
Yeah, it's very weird.
It's like it's basically the opposite of animal characteristic trait, right?
Yeah, but like sometimes they overlap. I think.
Okay.
They overlap? No, maybe they like there are.
Maybe I don't know actually. Yeah.
I think there are servants that are neither because they're like fairies, right? Fairies are.
Oh right, true.
But they're not. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Anyway, it's the bottom line. It's definitely gonna help her at least, no matter what. So that's kind of cool. On a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's honestly a very good skill. A big buster up and a big battery. Even if the star absorb might not always be the most useful thing depending on your lineup, at least the other two, good stuff. Second skill is a targeted skill. Gives the target 2 steps of overcharge for 1 time 3 turns. A bit of flexibility there. Also gives them an on-activate attack buff for 3 turns, so when they attack with their busters, they get 5 stars, although it's only normal buster hits, so it's not MPs included. And then, also, on AoE effects, we have 30% attack for 3 turns for all animal characteristic trait servants, and same with 30% defense, and pretty sure they both include herself, right? Yes, they do. Now, it is a 7-turn cooldown. For herself, it's great value, obviously. There's a lot of good stuff to like. You might honestly, even in most cases, use the target for herself too, honestly. But, yeah, depending on your lineup, you might get really good value out of this. 7-turn cooldown, I think it's still good. I like the first skill a little bit more, because it's a bit more universal as well, but, yeah, it's okay. Third skill, oh, it's the fun dots, right? Self-invul pierce for 3 turns. Cool utility to have. Did on a 6-turn cooldown, so it's like up half the time. Then we get 50% crit damage for 3 turns on herself, also pretty cool. Again, remember, you know, the first skill can help with the absorb, and the foreigner class also has a archer-like, you know, base absorb, so it's still fine on base. And then self-on-activate attack buff for 3 turns. She does all the dots for 3 turns when she attacks. Yes, and even their amplifiers that scale up to 100%. And there's no limit to this, right? As long as you're, like, attacking, including MP, because it's not just normal attacking, you're just gonna keep dotting your targets. And I don't know, I almost still want to say it's a meme, but considering it also... Wait, the amplifiers are only on activation, right? Is that how it is? Okay, yeah, okay. So then it's probably still mostly a meme for the dots. If it applied the amplifiers on all the attack, that would be kind of crazy good.
That'd be a little bit too much, honestly.
Yeah.
Like if you solo with her, she actually does like
Hmm.
Like at the second turn, third
Yeah, I
turn,
guess
they're
if you're
probably like
soloing and you're only
10K.
attacking one guy, then you can probably, even with just one amp, considering you do 3 dots as well, you can probably see some decent numbers, even for dots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's the one rare case. Right. So that on 6 turn cooldown, not too bad. Overall, I think her skills are kind of fine. There's no like hard defense or anything, so that can sometimes be an issue maybe, but besides that, there's many things to like. And everything helps herself at least, which is cool. At the very least. For her passive C rank, 2 stars per turn, 6% debuff for us, cool. And her unique passive, she gets damage against wild beast enemies by 20%. 5% arts up as well, and also debuff success rate up by 10%. Helps with those dots and whatnot. Not bad. Pretty cool passive. Sometimes can be really good, sometimes just okay. And then the third one, so it's an interesting thing. So when she's fighting wild beasts, she can just afflict the buff blocks on normal attacks. Like not even normal, all attacks actually, for 1 time 3 turns. So it's a 20% chance, but if you do a full brave chances are one of them is probably going to apply at least. So it's a cool little thing. So against wild beasts, she really gets a lot more value, huh? Yeah. No, it's not the beast class, by the way. It's wild beast is different for those wondering. Anyway, well, I guess in one case it might be 1 or 2 cases it might be the same thing anyway, but I digress.
Herself,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. Wait, isn't that on Gamazot's as well? I'm pretty sure he has Wild Beast. Because I think my
Yeah, he
Cinderella
does.
Liz used that trait too, yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Alright, moving on. Ruler Append, I would say kinda irrelevant. Unless you're like Plushie, then obviously go for it. And then the MP. There's some good stuff here actually. The Earth attribute damage mod on the OC, the base 150 to 200 range. It's a great damage mod in my opinion. Fairly common one still. He gets 20% attack for 1 turn before damage. Pretty cool addition as well. She removes all offensive buffs on enemy. It is after damage because it's only against offensive buffs. It's totally fine. And then she even does a 20% buster res down for 3 turns. Now, you also have the Okitalter syndrome, so, would be nice to see it before damage. Oh well, but hey, that's actually quite a bit of, like, she at least gets potentially two different things from the MP alone that can help with the damage. And the other one would just be a ramp up special against bosses. It's actually, I think it's a good MP. I really like the MP, FX-wise. It might not hit super hard, necessarily, all things considered, but I think FX-wise is good. Is she in the loop sheet? She is, okay. So, yeah, I guess we already kind of briefly saw that, talked about the numbers. So, yeah, sadly, it's not super pretty. In fact, it's very underwhelming. It's like only better than Summer Abigail. Because Summer Abigail only gets this damage against single targets, not AoE, because of the way her debuffs work. But yeah, that doesn't really say too much. So for farming, sadly, she's not that great. At least single core. But let's see if Plushie has something to add. So yeah, you can talk about your waifu now. I'm just gonna let you cook.
All right. So honestly, I shit talk her too much, right? Because every time I make a Kukulkan moment, like yeah, it's clickbait. All right, it's partially clickbait because that's not how you're supposed to use this character. This character is really good for multi-core because AoE 30 is really rare, and obviously I would have hoped the attack up on animal trait is universal. That would make her really good for multi-core. However, 30% buster and 30% AoE charge is still not shabby. Her MP damage is really low. Like there's no getting around it. She's also really bad with the double Koyan light system because she can't stack her second skill. It's a 7-turn cooldown skill. That's why her damage is so bad. Sometimes you might even want to save it for the last turn if the enemies are anti-earth. And her skill 3 is a really strong offensive skill. I think having 3 turns, Invul Pierce, and a 50% crit up on a same skill is a really premium offensive skill. And obviously, she usually runs Buster and Buster crits, and she also works well with Van Gogh. Her skill 2 can overcharge Van Gogh. So, yes, I know I probably magnified her how bad, like her bad parts, because like her weakness is definitely very clear with the low MP damage and long cooldown. She also lacks any form of hard survivability, so she's not a good solo unit despite her skill 3 being pretty memeable with solos. And she could definitely use a buff in my opinion, but
I
definitely
agree,
not like
honestly. Yeah.
worthless. she's definitely not worthless. Like she is pretty prevalent in certain 90 plus pluses just because she can buff. And like if somehow your damage dealer happens to be an animal trait, then her buff suddenly becomes really, really huge. Like Buster animal trait. There are quite a bit of decent Buster animal trait servants, like Buster Melusine, Ibuki Doji. I think this Royal Arturic count is a good one. I probably not, but yeah, there's a lot of good teammates for her. There's also the double coin dark system, which some people might bring up. I don't think that's a good comp. I think that's a bit of a meme because you need like max append on both of them, and her own damage is not good either. So yeah, probably not as good as a main DPS, but definitely has her place in the meta. So
I think she's very similar to like Jacques, like both helps the team and can do some damage herself too in that sense, and they're foreigner AoEs as well.
Yeah, it's just because the farming is very cruel. If your MP batteries hits a certain threshold, you suddenly becomes a lot more usable. So the AoE 30 is fortunately a good threshold for a lot of stuff with like 20 append charges, effects, and all that to pair together. So yeah, it's not bad. Like she's not a bad unit. Just as a main DPS, if you really expect to do good damage with her, especially with her MP, like her crits is fine, but like if you expect to do good damage with her MP, forget about it. It's not gonna happen.
It's the common foreigner problem mostly.
Yeah.
The MP damages.
Yep.
So before I ask you as well, I think personally, I think last year I put her around A tier, and I'm still thinking about the same tier, but I want to hear your thoughts as well.
I think A is fair. Like honestly, that depends on how you value, multi-core, or because like sometimes she still can't farm. Like sometimes her own MP damage isn't enough to clear a wave. I think I can see maybe. Nah, never mind. I think A is fair. A is pretty fair. Yeah, it's like
Okay.
B plus to A probably. A is
I think
fair.
I'm willing to still keep her in A, honestly. The 30% AoE battery and the Buster, they're nice. For sure. Alrighty then. Alright, it's time to talk about I haven't even looked at chat too much. I think they've been just kind of burning all this time for a while now, but alright, we're just gonna keep going here. So we're gonna talk about one of the last new entries since last year. I think there's one more after this, but certainly not the least. We got Kukulkan next. There she is. AoE Buster, DPS, and Farmer. She is a very interesting case. So, 12.5k attack, huh? That's a great start. That's probably the highest of all foreigners as well, unless I forget something. Or did someone have like 12.6? No, I think maybe it was 12.4 was highest. I already forgot. My short-term memory is so bad. But anyway, regardless, very high and good attack. Good. Now, she's got triple Buster deck, which I think is totally fine with her. She loves them red cards anyway. Now, I guess it's worth mentioning, some people are already saying in chat, she sadly doesn't have Van Gogh synergy because of her passive being a unique case. So that's arguably the one big downside of Kukulkan, not having Van Gogh synergy.
Oh boy.
But she's certainly not, short on the really good sides though.
Yeah.
Alright, let's talk about this skill. Oh my, the skills, dude. Oh So all of her skills can have two versions, basically. If you consume 10 crit stars, you get more shit from them. So on base, what does the first skill do? 20% attack for the full party, and 30% crit resistance for 3 turns for the full party. That already on a 5-turn cooldown is already, in my opinion, despite being basic, it's good. Like, it's good. But if you pay 10 stars, she herself gets another 30% attack up, so that's a 50% attack up on top of a 12.5k attack already. That's good. That's really good. Second skill. It's a targeted battery. A 50% targeted battery. Now, she's obviously not really going to be like a farm support or anything like that, but it's very flexible and nice to have, okay? So that's it. That's all it does on a 6-turn cooldown. It's basically Caster Scotty if you don't pay the stars. That's the same thing. But if you pay 10 stars, The target also gets 2 hits of evasion for 3 turns, and then sure hit for 3 turns. Pretty cool utility. Can also save someone, actually, so that's nice. And then the third skill. So without paying the stars on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn invul, 30% Buster Up for 3 turns, and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. And if you pay 10 stars, she also gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Now, that's a DPS package right there. So, yeah, there's a lot of offense in this kit, huh? Lots of big damaging effects. She could keep herself alive, she can kind of keep the team alive, and she can do some deeps. And then the passives. First of all, it's not just her debuff success rate up that goes up, it's the full party by 8%. That's a cool passive. Again, it's like Tlaloc having the AoE arts up. I like that they're starting to do more with these passives. And then the absolutely ridiculous passives. Sure, this means that she doesn't get the foreigner passive probably, and doesn't have the Vanguard synergy, but man, this is such a stupid passive though. Every invul on her becomes special invul. Cool. Then she gets 10 stars per turn permanently, and also 3% gauge per turn permanently. Like, this already kind of helps to pay with this for the skills, and that's not even all of it. This already helps a lot. Like, what is this passive, dude? It's just like, come on, dude. That is just it has to be the best passive in the game. It's literally 20-30 MLB and more. Like, bruh. How is that a fair passive? It's not. Alright, third append is against Moon Cancer, which probably won't be that relevant. Although, I guess she is one of those special cases where DPSing on neutral is actually fine. So yeah, go for it if you like her. And then the MP. So much like Koyan Dark, she also has the anti-earth on the OC, so base 150 to 200 on the range. Same thing. Very cool. Then she gets another damage mod, 50% damage against threat to humanity for 1 turn before damage as well. Cool. AoE skill seal, and then 30 stars. So that already, in case you didn't do the math, that can already be used to pay for all of her skills as well in one fell swoop. So that's a pretty cool MP right there. Very interesting. Now let's take a look at her looping numbers. While they're not like game-breaking, with the triple support and a 50% CE, she can absolutely still pull off some good numbers. She will be extremely good against Berserkers, that's one thing for sure. But if you have a pretty good copy, you can totally farm neutral too. But it depends on your copy. But Berserkers are easy, breezy farming for her at least. No problems. Alright, now let's Plushie say some things about Kukulkan as well. Alright.
I mean, I feel like the positives are already sort of set to death, right? By most people. Like honestly, you know, really good survival. She can even hold her own when she's soloing very well, because it's a 3-turn 2-time evade and a solemn defense. And if you like sort of alternate between them, she can actually just not take damage for many turns. Passive is obviously really strong. She doesn't have the Van Gogh passive, but a triple buster foreigner with this much self steroids with the Van Gogh passive would be a little bit ridiculous. But I don't think she's EX plus. I'm gonna get this out of the way, because she definitely has her limits. She isn't able to, like, for farming, she isn't really a team player, or in general, she really isn't a team player, which is fine. But
there's a bit of stuff like that with the second skill, terrain target and whatnot, and the whatnot. So it's not all selfish though.
Yeah, rarely you will put it on someone else. But overall, I think she's just a really powerful AoE buster universal looper. Like, it's not like, you know, she doesn't really break the game, as you've said. Like, yeah, she has to still run cranking, she can't run Black Grail, and she doesn't enable new compositions. At least in farming, I think she's just high tier. She's not like tippy top tier for farming, in my opinion. But Obviously, she has a lot of other stuff to support her in challenge quests. That passive is really good, and I think they designed her MP so like, oh, the MP is so easy to, oh, it's fair because it pays for her skills, but they forgot to account for all the other turns when her skills are still up and she can MP again, and that's just really stupid, right? And obviously, she's just really stacked, really self-sufficient as well. If you want to solo, triple buster deck is really good. I don't know, like I don't know what to complain about this character.
Yeah, I don't think there really is too much negative to say about her, but I do honestly kind of agree with the fact that, yeah, she's busted, but does she go above and beyond and be like absolutely account defining, or just bring something game breaking to the table? Probably not. So I would probably agree with the EX tier, honestly.
Yeah, like I would say the stars is a fair limitation. If she wasn't Buster and you always run her with double Koi and Light, and it's just 40 stars for free. So like I don't know. Like, never mind. Sorry, I was basically kind of replying to someone in chat, but
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah, I just think why why there's so many whys about like some of the design choices with this character, but.
I think I could maybe okay. For the record, for people that do want to see her in EX, I do think she could be there, but right now I'm feeling more on the EX side. So I think she could. She's still definitely on the high end of EX though, for sure. She's a very cracked servant, so I'm just putting that out there.
Like I honestly I don't like I can see her like in some ways.
Oh, did I say EX? I meant people that want her in EX plus. Whoops.
Yeah, I don't see her like being sometimes not as defining as Dolman. It really depends, but yeah, it's like I think EX is really fair. Like I don't think she's EX plus. Like, nah.
Yeah.
But
okay then, Kukulkan is done, and we have 2 pretenders remaining. We're done with the foreigners too. Oh boy. I guess we're gonna open with the hot topic based on release order. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Mr. Moth himself, Oberon. There he is. So what is he? AoE buster, DPS farmer? Not really. He's kind of bad for both in my opinion, but what he really is that he is a very valuable damage boost and comp enabler, if anything. Something like that. Mostly for buster stuff, but it's sometimes used in other farming as well. Absolutely. Despite not even buffing their card types, it's viable. It's done. You see it all the time. He's the 3rd support. He is the wave 3 damage enable stuff. So yeah, he's a thing. He's the 70 battery stick. There you go. All right, 11.78k attack. For the record, is not that big of a deal on him not being super high. Because again, in my opinion, you can DPS with him. You can even loop with him, but I just don't think that's what he's really out there for. There's maybe even some stall comps available because of how the MP works. But I do think he should be mainly just used as a support. And I think that's what obviously is happening as well. So, double buster, double quick on his normal deck. For his DPS, I guess it's fine. A bit hard to spam his MP, but it's okay. Then the skills. Here we go. It's all about the skills, right? So it's a 20% party battery and a 30% MP damage boost for 3 turns on the full party. This is already on a 5-turn cooldown, even outside of farming, is actually good. The problem with using him outside of farming, if you want to bring him for bosses, like maybe you want him to get his skills 1 and 2 more than 1 time, is that his 3rd skill is just dead until you know you can finish the fight. Or maybe you have a 2nd big DPS coming at some point, you can use it to sacrifice. But it's just like, for outside of farming, it's limited usability. Anyway, great skill though. Really good. 2nd skill is a targeted 50% battery. Now, after a turn, they do get drained by 20%, but, this is usually accounted by using this on the last turn for farming, for instance, so it doesn't really matter. So there's that. And then you also get a 20-star bomb, which actually in some farming can be useful, because especially because if you factor in 90 plus farming, where the highest HP mob is always on the last wave, sometimes like around 1,000,000 HP. Sometimes people just don't have the MP juice, right? So maybe you want to see some crits, and hey, 20 stars can actually help with that. I think a lot of people don't actually usually talk about the stars that much. They always say, oh, he's like only 70% gauge. But no, he actually does this too, which can help, especially if your MP levels are lower. So it's nice. And then the funny skill, the third one. I mean, not that you would want to use this on 2 times anyway, really. But yeah, it's on an 8-turn cooldown. But what do you get? One target gets 50% buster up. Then they get an MP damage amplifier, so it increases the value of your MP damage buffs by 100%. So it basically doubles all your MP damage numbers. So you can already understand why this is so ridiculous with Black Grail, right? It should be a given. Literally doubles the MP damage. It's just... Anyway... Then I guess we should explain the merit. It's not that big of a deal though, but yeah, they get a really massive delayed debuff thingy for 1 turn, and then after the turn is over, what happens? All their buffs gone. 1000% chance. Nothing, and I mean nothing, will save your buffs, unless they're like NPC buffs that are like unremovable. Then you get a 500 chance to be put into eternal sleep, which is the worst type of stun in the entire game. Nothing will fix it. It cannot be cleansed, it cannot be immune, resisted, nothing. It will just... you're done. And then you get a 3-turn taunt on the target. And you also can't swap them. They get a seal of order change, so they're just there as a sitting duck after that if the fight continues. So it's one of the worst demerits in the entire game, but for his main purpose, the only negative is that it takes 2 more seconds after the fight ends for you to watch those animations. In there, that's the only demerit. So... yeah, but honestly, I do think in some boss farming cases that this can actually be, like I said, if you want to swap your DPS maybe, getting to get a huge MP and then, getting them killed via the taunt with no buffs, it can actually be a thing, but obviously mostly used for like the big MP on wave 3 for farming. Now passives, what do we got? We got some fun stuff. So first of all party members get debuff success rate by 10%, except foreigner enemies, or against foreigner enemies, so that's a funny little thing. But then the really messed up part is that if there's a Merlin ally on the field, all allies have a buff success rate down by 20%, so it definitely limits some comp options for sure, meaning that you can literally whiff buff effects, so that can be a bit annoying, I suppose. So don't bring Merlins and Oberons into the same team, please. Just don't. You'll be asking for trouble. Alright, he only gets 1.5% arts up from his territory creation E-. That's a funny passive, actually. So hey, that's a cool thing. Another 11% debuff success rate up. He really wants to land his debuffs, yeah. 10% quick up is actually okay. And then he's fully mental debuff immune and also curse immune. A very cool passive to have for like bosses when it matters. Usually it doesn't, but the way he's used at least. Apologies for the dog, by the way. Alright, he has an anti-caster pen, which is absolutely terrible for a pretender, so just forget about it. Shout out to Merlin as well. And then the MP. So he has a lawful damage mod, which with that he can actually do some okay DPS as well, I suppose. But without that, don't expect him to do much damage, honestly, besides him, stacking himself with the... Oh yeah, one thing I should note about the third skill is that the buster up does stack if you have multiple Oberons, but the MP damage boost doesn't, so you can't get 200% more MP damage effects. That's a big reason why some comps that have to use double Oberon, they don't peak insanely high. Because, you can't stack this. You only get the double buster. That's it. It would be a bit broken, yeah. But yeah, anyway, moving back to the MP. So with this, he can actually do some damage. It's not bad. Otherwise, kind of a noodle. He does remove offensive buffs from enemies after damage, which is cool. I like that. And then puts all enemies to sleep for 1 turn. And also gives them an invul as a demerit. So, do use this last, unless you want to bring an invul pierce, but that at the same time that also awakes the target, so maybe you don't want that. because it's like a guaranteed stun, which is kind of cool. Stun that you know can break. So just use his MP last, and you get like a you get good for the turn. You don't get hurt by the enemies. Granted, they can be debuffed. So yeah, interesting little MP. Yeah, Muramasa memes. Yes, this guy really is an interesting case, huh? He kind of shifted the meta. Now his own numbers. Who is R, by the way, on the supports? Double
Rhaenys.
which? Oh, Rhaenys, right, of course, that makes sense. Oh. But yeah, his own numbers, they're not terrible, but again, it's 1.5x, so it's not really all that great either. So unless you're going up against Lawful a lot, or you have a really fat copy, you're just not going to use him to farm. It's just doable in certain situations. But, I mean, we all know what his main use is. I already talked about it so much. So, what's your comment on Oberon?
I mean, yes, you can argue he only does one thing, and in CQs he might not even be that good, honestly, because I think
Yeah.
Like betting everything on one hit is not the bet. Like you probably would rather take an extra turn. And yeah, he's super one-dimensional, yada yada yada. But you're gonna be really sad when everybody else is farming and you're not. So I'm sorry. Yeah. Like that's how it is. That is very realistic. It's just it's not just the massive damage boost. It is also the 70 MP charge. You can either pull for high MP damage dealers on multiple damage dealers, or you can pull one Oberon.
Yeah, it's just one. Like MP1 is the same for all farming, which is the crazy part for his supporting role.
It's just very unfortunate how the game has evolved with him. Like yeah, 90++ is optional and all that, but like 70 charge is still something that you kind of you would still really want, and like you're still talking about maybe if you already have like an MP3 damage dealer that can handle. I don't know. I am one of the biggest advocates of Koyan first, Oberon second, and I am so like I have read so many different discussions about this, and I'm like
it's a never-ending argument.
Getting dragged onto the other side just because of how often I use him. Like in terms of usability, I use him more than Koyan Light in farming, like 100%. Like in terms
because he's also used outside of Buster stuff too. Koyan really isn't too much. So yeah.
And like in terms of usability, he's just the highest in the entire game. I am I can't argue against that.
I think maybe Castor could actually match that because she also has way more presence in bosses. But yeah, you're not wrong otherwise, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if we talk about farming and stuff, it's just
yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think we really need to say too much. Last year, I did place him in EX, but that was before I realized the direction the game was heading and whatnot. I was kind of blind at the time, but now it's obvious. It's an obvious thing, right? It really is.
Yeah. He's more of he's like an account check almost. It's like, oh, do you have Oberon? You don't have Oberon? Well, get back to the lower difficulty of the farming node.
I guess there is what Yuri said is actually an interesting thing in chat. Like you could say a lot of things about which one you should prio based on how they work and whatnot. But one thing that's outside of gameplay is their banners, right? Because Koyan Light actually gets a banner in like 6 months after her initial release. Oberon it's over a year since his release, way over a year from what I remember. So there is that to be considered as well for people that are really tight on courts.
Yeah, like 70 charge is simply too much to ignore as well on top of the boost, especially like if you consider 90++, if you're doing multi DPS, you are basically sacrificing, like imagine compared to single DPS, you're sacrificing a support for another DPS. So you want as much charge and damage as possible on a singular support, and that's exactly what he does. So that's just
Also, for people, I wonder, I'm sure most people that already looked into this because they're, people care about it, but their banners do actually overlap. So, yeah, sure, Koyan of Lightlist released first, but it's a 2-week banner, and when the second week starts, Oberon banner drops in case we do the same thing that JP did. So you can wait if you want to, and maybe try for Oberon first if you really want to, and then if you get him and you still have shit left, go for Koyan Light as well. Why not? It's like, you might not want to roll immediately day one if you want to prio Oberon a bit more, because again, if NA does it the same that JP does, they will overlap after the midpoint. So yeah, but it depends on the NA schedule. It might not happen. I'm just saying if it's the same as JP. So hard to say for sure for now.
I will warn though that he is not nearly as broken in challenge quests. Just because I use him in every min turn doesn't mean, because it's a min turn.
Yeah,
It
because it's a
sometimes
very
falls
planned,
short.
specific setup. Like, just don't expect you to get like your boss's clears to become a lot easier suddenly, just because you own an Oberon, which is max skilled.
Yeah. He is,
You have
in
to
my
go through
opinion,
a arduous like thought process, running numbers and whatnot, when you know that his third skill does the payout, right?
yeah, he is in my opinion purely for farming for most people. It's just,
Okay,
but yeah.
the YouTube people won't understand it, but I have to mention it. It's funny because right now on the Stormwreckers music is playing clown music, so you know what? Understandable. This whole day has been kind of like this, so you know what? It's the theme for the whole day. All right, and I guess we have one more to go. Maybe not as game breaking, but certainly a servant actually like a lot in terms of gameplay, and people obviously like her a lot too. Outside of gameplay as well. So we're gonna talk about Lady Avalon, aka Prototype Merlin. There she is. We got her last year on mobile as well. So what is she? She's I guess one could say Arts Merlin. Obviously, not everything is one-to-one, but there's a lot of similarities. So calling her an Arts Merlin is just an easy way to get out of it. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. We're just gonna do another coverage here otherwise. But yeah, Arts Merlin basically. TLDR. So her attack is actually fairly high for support. It doesn't need to be that high, but yeah, it is what it is. Maybe the HP could even be a bit higher, honestly. But oh well. Got the same triple art deck as you would expect for most, supports in the game. It works really well for her too. Skills, we get the EP creation, but arts. So 50% arts for 3 turns on the target. Very cool. 3k max HP for 3 turns. Nice. And then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Again, it's just blue PP creation. It's good. It makes sense. It's a lot of arts. It keeps you alive. It gives you 1 turn of good crits. It's a good skill. Second skill, we got 20% charisma. There it is. And a 20% battery on the full team. And now also comes with a party overcharge by 1 step 1 time. 3 turns. Pretty cool little addition with the overcharge, I would say. It's a great skill as well on a 6-turn cooldown. I guess, yeah, it does have the cooldown upped as well, so it's not like straight up better than Merlin's, should be noted, I suppose. Anyway, third skill is like her fun version of illusion. So it's the same party invul for 1 turn, but then it becomes a bit different. Whereas Merlin has like crit chance down. What does she do? It's a delayed charge down on all enemies, right? So after they take their turn, they they don't get a tick, basically, to put it simply. And then she herself gets battery based on the number of enemies that got, like, I think, block rights? I think it has to be like that.
Wait, what? Oh, sorry.
Is it an instant? Dude, it's been a while. Is it an instant battery?
Yes.
Okay, so it's an instant battery, but the charge down is delayed. Right, that's how it was. Yes, okay. Yeah. The wording wasn't all that clear, but yeah.
It's still not waste the invul. So you can still tank an enemy with the invul, and then it's skills. Yeah.
Yeah, true. So it's good that it's like that, honestly. So that way it's not awkward to use. That's very good. But yeah, against 3 enemies, she can get 60% gauge. So pretty good. She can get her first MP very easily. That's another cool upside, I suppose. Alright, 4% permanent arts, very nice. 11% debuff success rate. It's nice to land that effect on the third skill for sure. Same passive as Merlin, 5% gauge per turn, very, very good. She literally starts the battle with a free 20% append as well. Again, this can also stack with the append, so free 20% battery. Great. Again, it makes it even easier to get the first MP. Honestly, it's kind of free when you think about it. And then the third, or not the third, but the 5th and final passive is 10% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff res. Cool little bonus. Yeah, these are some pretty goated passives, huh? Better than most supports in the game, I would say. For sure. Append is against Saber, which can be a bit relevant. She's a pretender after all, so, it's not useless. It's still good affinity. And then the MP, where it's a bit different from Merlin. Still get stars per turn for 5 turns. 5 stars on base OC. not the most, but it's there. Then on MP1, party gets 3k max HP for 3 turns, and then 5% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns. Now, obviously, there's differences. Like, Merlin has more turns of the MP gauge, it's easier to spam it, you can keep it alive, does healing instead of max HP. So, yeah, it's not the same, there's differences. I think most people probably say OG Merlin's MP is probably better on the long run for sure. But it's not like this MP is bad by any means anyway. And yeah, you can say the pay to win thing because they shifted the MP gain to a scaling effect on the MP level. So if you have an MP5, then yeah, you can get a nice 10% per turn. But yeah, it was an interesting move by them, I suppose, for sure. Not a bad MP, but I think normal Merlin's MP definitely takes the cake there. But otherwise, again, they're just so similar. I mean, both are really good servants. What could I say? I like Lady Avalon a lot too. What do you think about her, actually?
I mean, she's just faster Merlin, right? Like, initially, I didn't really see her as too, like, impressive because, like, people were complaining a little bit about Merlin, but she definitely, I feel like the reason why people complain about Merlin is because he starts slow, and she definitely does not have that problem. And also the unfair part is every time when you're doing like a slower team, you would prefer to bring Castoria, so you would probably gravitate towards an arts DPS, and it lines up a little bit better than Buster Merlin a lot of the times. So I think it's close. I personally like her a bit more just because she's faster. Like I am able to get the value out of her faster, and also the overcharge sometimes helps a little bit more. But in general, they are very close. Like if you're pulling for one of them just for your sort of sustainability engine for like high difficulty quests, I think either works fine. You don't really need both.
I would probably prio Merlin over her for sure, especially since, if you have Castoria, I don't think you really need Lady Avalon. I think Merlin just general brings more value to an account.
That's fair. But yeah, I personally do still enjoy her. Because like usually when you do like art single target DPS, you do Castoria and then another.
The OC is actually a great
unit.
combo with Castoria, so she herself wants to be filled with Castoria as well.
True. Like yeah, like I prefer that over Tamamo just because she saves your ass a little bit.
Yeah,
more
Tamamo is nice and all, but I do like Lady Avalon more as well.
Yeah, it's more brain dead, and yeah, she has longer cooldowns though. This is a little bit important because they tagged a lot of extra effects to Merlin's original skills, so they had to like nerf it by increasing cooldowns. But in general, I think it's fine. It's just she's just a convenient piece. Like she's definitely not a must roll, especially in farming. 20 MP charge is rarely relevant. Sometimes Shufu might even be better.
Yeah, I wouldn't use her for farming for sure. Yeah,
MP charge, but yeah, fast Merlin. Easy to use, fast Merlin.
I would probably put her in A+ personally.
Yeah.
Is that an approving or disapproving one?
I mean, I was debating between EX and A+, because like I mean she is still a Merlin. I don't think she's straight up.
Maybe you're right.
Merlin,
yeah, maybe you're right.
Like, that's just me.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, like
True.
you probably get more value out of her than anyone else in A+. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Merlin the sequel.
Yeah, it's basically Merlin. Like people don't think it's as impressive because it's like the same thing. Yeah. But it's. Still,
in most cases, I feel like she and Merlin are kind of interchangeable anyway.
Yeah. Just pick one.
Yeah. Okay. I guess with that, we're done with the initial placement. I think this was by far the most heated list we've seen all year, especially from chat's side. We definitely saw a lot of heat. Dude, I'm so scared because if chat was this savage today, dude, the YouTube is gonna kill me. Okay, Rib immediately with the essay as well. He says I'm overrating Melt a good amount. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll finally read this. Okay, you can also do some hot takes and whatever. Maybe shifts meanwhile.
5 cards, crit average 60%. I mean, I agree, but she also has good steroids. Her damage is good. I don't think she.
I don't think Melt is overvalued, honestly.
like I guess if you really want to drag her down because of her class,
Mm,
that's the only
mm.
reason. Also, I am firm on Cuckoo not being EX plus. I'm sorry, guys. I am really firm on that. That is like probably the most firm decision I have in this list.
I'm like both EX and EX plus with her.
Okay, not to this Kiara. I
Okay,
really
you know
like
what?
Kiara.
Okay, I'm
But
gonna move Melt down to A. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
wow, all right.
I'm gonna do it. Okay, it's mostly looking at all the stuff in A and whatnot.
All right.
It's mostly
Then
because of
okay.
that.
Then I'm gonna also bring up. I think Kiara should be moved down. I don't think she's on their level.
Ooh.
Look, I like her. Like, yeah, I beat her up every
Mm,
day, but that's out of love. You guys don't understand. You guys don't understand. So, like, yeah, I think she's too high. I'm sorry.
I don't know. She's so stacked though with everything she does. Yeah, sure, her damage isn't like insane, but man, just
I
does
just don't think
so
she's on the
much good stuff.
level of everyone after her. I just don't think she's on that level.
Mm.
Especially considering she's also alter ego. So like if you want to treat that as a nerf, you can treat it as a nerf. She's on paper a good character. She's like she's more of an on paper good, like in my opinion, like might be hot take, but yeah.
I think I want to keep her in EX, but I do see some arguments to A plus. But I so
Mm,
solid. He's so easy to keep alive. She just fucks the enemy team literally, and yeah, so many nice things about her.
how about some more moving? I like KP. Yeah, hi.
I think KP is kind of fine on A.
She's really legit though for solos. Hmm. Cause I okay, this because I'm not no offense, but I do think she's a bit better than Oki-10. I guess because farming. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Although I think in a team, I honestly kind of prefer Oki-san. She's not a slow starter. Her cards are way better.
I mean, in a team, she's also less susceptible to the slow start though, because she's not taking all that crit damage. This necessarily. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, like she can't farm. She can't farm is probably her big part. Where people would dock points from her. I also think Koyen's a pretty good multi-core farmer.
Mm.
I know it's kind of weird to like want her a bit higher after shit talking her for like 2 years, but like, but yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one.
I'm not ignoring the Bazette ones. I just like, dude. Oskal, I know you're freaking biased, dude. You're the biggest Bazette fan ever as well. I'm not ignoring them. I already said what I wanted to say about Bazette. I think if she didn't have a big problem with survival, I would easily move her up. She's just sometimes gonna be inconsistent. I'm sorry, dude. And especially when enemy decides to use buffs and whatnot, suddenly you just get way more less MP damage. I know you love her, and in your dream world, she's always 100% consistent, never dies, because you probably have you do have a 120 copy, and you can actually make up for a lot of that. But this is my criteria: level 90, MP1, 10, 10, 10. Boom, she's a dude. I'm sorry. It's just because of how she can die, and she just can be inconsistent with the MP damage. I'm just being real.
Because should have made her ruler or something.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I mean,
I might be
other
willing
than
to bring Oki-chan down to B plus. Some people are saying that.
oof. I mean, other than the Kiara, I don't know.
You know what? Yeah, I'll bring her down. That's fine. I'm okay with this.
Oof.
Sure. Yeah.
Other than the Kiara, what else? What else? What else? Koyan Dark. Does anyone want to vouch for Koyan Dark in chat? Because I'm seeing some other sources.
Okay.
Does anyone want to vouch for Koyan Dark or whatever? No.
No, I don't think Brokilis. I don't think resistance against Berserker class is as big as you think. One, if you want that, just pick a better foreigner than Abigail's. And two, it's honestly, sure, it's not even the biggest thing ever, honestly. You can just kind of bring a normal class against Berserkers
A lot
too.
of people say A+.
Right? I don't think they should be higher based on that. That's not true.
I think Korean Dark is a difficult one because like
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely, especially with her banner timing, because the good one comes after her, right? So I'll definitely not recommend pulling for her, but like if you do have her, it's
Dude, I'm so torn on Kukulkan, man. I'm so freaking torn.
nah. Look, okay, here's my argument of her farming damage doesn't exceed pre-existing stuff. Her solos is very good, but when she is soloing, the star consumption actually starts becoming like you can feel it. You do feel it. And she doesn't bring additional stuff to the table, even though she does everything that is pre-existing really good. So I think Cuckoo is a firm EX. Like she is just a really good Buster AoE universal
It's
damage
so
dealer. Like
tough, man.
we didn't even put Arjuna Ultra in EX
Mm-hmm.
Plus. Like no. We didn't
Yeah.
even put Arjuna Ultra in EX Plus. She is not in EX Plus. I'm sorry. Like yeah, she might be better at soloing, but like
Okay, for what
same
it's worth,
damage.
I think she could be an EX plus though. But I'm
Uh,
probably just gonna stick with it.
she's
It's
almost as
tough,
good as
man.
Melusi and Buster. Really? Can we cue the damage number again? I don't think so. Just because she can't run BG. I mean, yeah, if she can run BG, obviously there's a difference. But
Okay. Anything else? Any other servants to talk about?
I don't know. Of course, it's a controversial one. Probably
Mm-hmm.
the most controversial one, just because. Koyan Dark is definitely not more than a tier below Cuckoo. Yeah, her multi-core farming is really good, but and her crits is good with Van Gogh, but her MP damage is really doo doo. I don't know. Depends on. Yeah, our team is great, but like if her skill 2 was universal, I'd put her in A plus, like for sure, no problem. Like,
Yeah.
her skill 2 not being universal and being 7-turn cooldown, I'm not a biggest fan, and I am probably one of her biggest fans. So you know, like when, like come on, A plus. A lot of people saying A plus for Koyandar. Like yeah, like she's a weird case where I can see it, but also like I can also see why people wouldn't use her. Like I don't want people to get misled to pulling her and then just not using her at all, because it really depends on your roster as well. So and you need some investment in her. Like her pen 2 is probably one of the more useful, like important things to lore. Probably higher priority than her other skills even to level. So she's weird. Oh, sorry. Wait, did you hear that? Somebody in my background's like being very loud.
Oh, I
I
don't think I
apologize.
heard anything. I just heard your voice.
Oh, okay. Eh. I also like Summer Abbey more, but you know, I already brought that up, so yeah.
I think now we're just getting the same arguments all over again.
Yeah, like basically what I suggest I already brought up, and if they get moved, they get moved. If they don't get moved, they get, you know, that's fair argument as well. They don't get moved, right? It's just how it is.
Yeah. Okay, for the Voyager thing, if he's gonna go up, Jacques has to go up as well, I think. As crazy as
Yes.
it sounds.
I think Jacques is fair, like
I
firmly
do think
better than.
she's better.
She is very firmly better than Voyager. I no.
Do we up them both by a plus?
uh
There were some good arguments for Jacques on A as well.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I can see Jacques in A, honestly. But if Jacques is in A, I think I think Koy and Dark's better than Jacques. That's a hard one. I mean, are they half a tier apart? Maybe, I don't know. Jock is not better than Hokusai. I think she's better than Hokusai. Honestly, I think she's better than Hokusai. Because her cards are a lot better. I mean, Hokusai also has Double Buster, but come on. Jock is not better than Hokusai. Koyan A plus Jock. Yeah, I feel like the problem is the relative. Like, not even the actual tier. It's like a lot of the relatives I wouldn't change, honestly, between these servants. Like, I think the relatives between
I think I'm gonna bump Jacques and Voyager a tier. Like a plus. I think I like that.
Keep Voyager down. No, I don't know. I don't like him.
I think he's. I kind of think he should be among some of these B pluses here. He still does all, even if his damage is not like good, he still does many things.
Yeah, but it's not damage. Then Koyan Dark has to be. I do think Koyan Dark is better than a lot of the ones in A plus, but
is the YouTube comment section gonna be set on fire? Oh yeah. It for sure will be. Everything is on fire.
Okay. Yeah, because Koyan Dark skill 3 is so good for critting as well, right? It's like Invul Pierce. Like, obviously Invul Pierce is situational.
Yeah, I mean, you could be legit with me. Do you think I should move her into A plus? I'll trust your word. So you literally had the most experience with her of all the people in this entire stream right now.
It's on me. All right, fine.
I'll literally leave it to you. I'll do it if you wanted me to. I'll do it.
Okay. I think she deserves an A plus.
You think she deserves an A plus?
Yeah, I think she deserves.
All right, done. There you go. The one time I give you full control.
Thank you.
There it is. Okay. I think with that, it's a good note to end on. I'm gonna lock this in. There's so many arguments that are just the same ones now, and I can for a lot of these arguments, they're even good. I can see like pluses and minuses all across like everywhere. That's fine and whatnot. But I think with that, we're just gonna lock this in. Maybe next year we're gonna see some shifts again, especially if the game changes and we'll see other supports, etc. But I think with this, I'm just gonna lock it in, because I don't think we can ever reach a full consensus on where everyone is gonna have a 100% agreement.
Especially not this one.
This was easily the spiciest list of all the ones this year. I'm glad it was the last one, because this was so spicy. So there you go. Boom. Woo. So yeah, with that, I guess we're gonna wrap up here. But again, thank you so much for Plushie for being here. He was basically with me in every tier list besides the Archer one, so that's already a massive feat in and of itself. So that was very awesome to have him here.
Quite a journey.
Yeah, and I hope, again, even people in chat today were pretty savage, but I hope no one truly gets mad about this. This is just ours opinion, like mostly my opinion, but with some influence with Plushie in chat as well. So again, don't take this seriously. It's the tier list that you guys make. It's the one that matters the most. Okay, so don't take it too seriously.
Honestly, I think it's cooler if you are like able to make a quote unquote lower tier unit work anyways.
Yeah, why not?
Right?
Exactly. Yeah. There you go. Just gonna wrap it at that. So if you're watching this later on YouTube and you have enjoyed this, again, even if you disagree, and I know you guys will have a lot of disagreements here and there, but if you can, at least for the effort, press the thumbs up button on this video. Will be a good motivator for me in the future as well, because maybe I'm still not sure if I'm gonna do these in 2024. We'll see. If enough people have interest, and I think I might just do it. But again, one way to show that is to press the thumbs up button. Okay, it really gives me good feedback on how the videos tend to do. And do subscribe not to miss out on future videos, including maybe some other kinds of tier lists as well this year. And again, maybe in 2024 we're just gonna rerun all of these again. Very cool. And again, do check out Plushie's channel as well in the description, and subscribe to him as well. Let him know I sent you as well in the comments or whatever of his videos. Will be cool. He posts a lot of very cool gameplay videos, and as soon as something new drops, that's a great channel to check, because he's always there ready to go. So do check him out. And with that, finally, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day whenever you're watching this, and hope to see you in the next video as well. Whatever you're so. Alright. Wow. Okay, we're definitely done.
Quite the ending, yeah.
Yeah. It was a fun ending as well to end with the Koyan Dark thingy. I think that's fun. I think it's appropriate.
Yeah.
So there you go. Again, I'm not gonna keep you here for any longer, but again, chat, I think hopefully still appreciates you a lot, even if, I mean, they probably hate me the same as much as you do right now with some of these takes. But yeah, I assume most of them still very much appreciate having you around. You should have seen them before you woke up. Everyone was like, oh, where's Plushie? Oh no, it's so sad. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hope he wakes up soon.
Thank you, Chad. I'm very glad.
I think for the they're just kind of tuned sometimes, but they do like you a lot, for sure.
I'm glad.
I'm not sure if I'll rank the new servants that were released during these lists, Trevor. Because, if I do stream in less stuff for next year's list, because there's already not going to be that many new servants. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it at some point as a bonus. I'll think about it, but I might just leave them for next year. Just so we can always have some new stuff besides like buffs and new supports released that affect ratings and whatnot. So we'll see.
Definitely more fun to save them up, I feel. Makes the tier list more spicy.
But yeah, again, I hope you have a good Friday. Again, sorry for waking you up for this, but hopefully the rest of the day goes well.
I should wake up. I'm dragged on too long for the Draco hot take and all that, editing.
Oh, that's going to be a spicy one. Hey, I'm looking forward to that as well. So people that want to hear more Draco hot takes as well, do check out Plushie's channel sooner than later. It's going to drop, right?
Yeah, it's going to drop soon. I'm still editing. Yeah.
You go. Hopefully, it's going to be a good one, hopefully.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you so much again for being here, and maybe do this again next year or something? Who knows?
Yeah, this is very fun. Very fun.
Right. Awesome. So yeah, take care, man, and catch you again sooner than later.
All right. See ya.
See ya. Ooh, so yeah, we're done with this list. Before we end for today, though, we're gonna roll subset games. I think the game that was locked in was, let me check again. It was Trails in the Sky. So I'm gonna dip into the Trails series tomorrow. Gonna be interesting. I've never played a single one of those games, so I'm gonna play the first one, I suppose. But besides that, let's see what else we're gonna be playing tomorrow. Also, the tier list will be up tomorrow as well, roughly maybe 14-15 hours from now. Give or take, I'll be having it uploading overnight. So for people that want to recap with timestamps, etc., don't worry, you don't have to wait too long, especially if you join the stream too late. Alright, we got number 34. See what we got here. Hopefully something pleasant. That could be nice. Okay, let's see. 34 is from Cheek Monkey, and the game is Limbus Company. I have not actually heard about this game. Is this a free game? What is Limbus Company? Let me check. Is it on Steam? What is this? Oh, it is, and it's a free game. Don't tell me it's a gacha game, please. It better not be a gacha game, right? Oh, I don't think it is. I hope not, at least. It's not gacha. Is it gacha? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, we might roll a second game just in case then, because I'm probably not going to spend too much time with it though, but okay. God damn it. It's like weekly gacha, dude. Alright. Okay, sure. We might check it out anyway though, but let's do another roll just in case. Number 22. This one comes in from Sleepy, and the game is Yakuza 0. Okay, that's definitely a fine one. I think we actually reached the final chapter last time, so who knows? We could maybe even finish it. Wow. It's been a long ride. I'm slow as dicks, but you know what? Maybe we'll finish it tomorrow. Who knows? Very cool. So yeah, we'll be starting with Price of Trails in the Sky, then maybe checking out Limbus Company was the name, right? And then maybe ending with the finale of Yakuza 0, potentially. Who knows? So yeah, hopefully gonna be a good little subset tomorrow. But yeah, tier list is gonna go up on YouTube. It'll be up tomorrow, but after I wake up and whatnot. So yeah, look forward to seeing that as well. But yeah, we already went overtime, so I'm just not gonna delay this anymore. We're gonna end the stream for today. I'm gonna read the resub still. Let's see. Oh, there's one right now, actually. Who did I miss? Rin with the 19 months, Sakuma with the 18, Tare with the 30, Hidden with the 9 months, Neo with 12, Cyrus gifting Yuri a sub, and also gifting Fate a sub, Ushi with the 37, and just a while ago, Beal with the 32 as well. Thank you so much for all the gifts and resubs. Welcome back to the Go Gang. So yeah, for today, speaking of which, thanks for all the subs, the resubs, the gifts. the bits, the tips, the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. We'll be back tomorrow with those subsat games, same time as usual. If you want to see any of them, tune in, and if not, hope to see you again sometime soon. Yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday.